Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part what if Harry was the target of ancient powers in the Triwizard tournament. Here is short summary. As Harry competes in the Triwizard tournament, unseen forces begin to move. Mystics, secret factions, and a blue-eyed Slytherin all have their eyes on him, but why? With danger lurking in every shadow, Harry must uncover the truth before it's too late. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry closed his eyes and tried to feel something. For 5 minutes, his mind kept wandering to different thoughts like Hogwarts, Susan Bones, Sirius Black, his parents and many other things which kept popping up for no reason. As he tried harder, he thought he could feel some tingling sensation and tried to advance his senses in that direction but could not find anything more. Frustrated, he opened his eyes to find Harsh looking at him curiously. Harsh said, "Did you find anything, Harry?" Harry shook his head. "I could not concentrate at first. Things kept popping up in my mind and after trying hard, I could feel a tingling sensation but that was all." "Don't worry, Mr. Potter," Harsh said, "it is normal to happen. No one gets it in the first chance. This place does not even have that much residual magic for novice to feel around. However, after you training you would be able to feel it easily." Harsh grasped something in the air and within a second, he had a rope in his hand. As he pulled on the rope, a door appeared and they went inside. Inside was a 3-story complex which resembled a small fort with thick brick walls, torches burning in their sconces and guards at every gate. They went through a tunnel on the right side of the door which opened into a big hall which was big enough to rival the parlor in Bones Manor. The walls were sparsely decorated with a coat of arms hanging on one wall. The coat of arms showed a 2-headed bird soaring through the air alongside an owl with wands crossed in the background and there were some words beneath it which Harry could not understand. On the far side of the room, there was a raised platform on which sat a comfortable-looking armchair while a number of chairs were arranged in 2 rows in front of the platform. Harsh climbed the platform and sat on the chair while Harry stood dumbly not knowing what to do till he was prodded by a mystic to stand beside Harsh. He recalled that he was protecting Harsh for the journey, however he did not know anything of the perceived threat. He took out his wand and stood in alert position behind Harsh's chair while he held a meeting which lasted for an hour. After they were done, Harsh proceeded to the dining room where Harry again noticed that many of the mystics did not touch any meat on the dining table, however Harry tried some of those and found them to be quite delicious. As dinner ended, one of the mystics cornered him. "Mr. Potter, as I understand you are working as security for Guruji. For the next 4 hours, you will stand guard outside his bedchamber and then you will be relieved of your duties. It is your duty to ensure that no harm comes upon him." Harry nodded his head, looking determined. 2 hours later, as Harry was alertly guarding the entrance of the bedchamber, he heard approaching footsteps but could not see anyone. At first he was confused but soon he realized that whoever it was, they were using the disillusionment charm which he had seen at Privet Drive. As he looked more closely, he could see shimmering in the air at 4 places. Immediately he whipped his wand out and shot a couple of stunners in the directions he could hear steps coming from while remaining alert. A great thud was heard and 2 people fell to the ground while 2 more people became visible and immediately started raining hexes on him, forcing him to conjure his most powerful shield. One of the men fired a light blue spell at him which he recognized as a blasting hex. He shielded against the hex and turned to the other man who had just raised his wand at him. Knowing himself to be outnumbered, he took the approach he knew best. He started casting at the best of his speed by firing off whatever came to his mind. As he was raining down on them, he even cast a lot of the gray spells which are borderline dark, which he ordinarily would not have done. Sometimes he would dodge and sometimes he would shield, but mostly he kept up the attack and the 2 men were on the defensive the entire time but keeping him on his toes. After about 20 minutes, as Harry's energy was ebbing, he got worried about not being able to stop the men, but at the same moment, Harsh appeared from his chambers. "At ease, men." The 2 men immediately lowered their wands and Harry did the same. Harsh signaled all of them to follow him into the hall where he was seated like everyone else unlike before. Harsh started, "What is your assessment of Harry, Varash?" The mystic Varash gathered his thoughts for a moment before he spoke. "Guruji, Mr. Potter is very powerful and has a knee-jerk reaction to events around him. He had situational awareness around him and he heard our footsteps from about 200 meters away and within seconds, he had fired stunners at us. These two were lax and paid for it with being stunned before they could even fire a stinging hex, and Mr. Potter did not allow us to fire more than a handful of hexes. He kept us at bay for 20 minutes, and that is impressive considering he did not incapacitate us but only kept firing high-powered hexes at us. To keep firing such high-powered spells for so long is a testament to his prowess. Whoever is training him has trained him well. But he will need to be trained intensely if he is to match that abomination in a battle." Varash tipped his head in acknowledgement towards Harry while the other mystic did the same. Afterwards, they were dismissed for the night with Harry going to sleep extremely tired and content to have been able to hold his own against the mystics. And he was hopeful with what they had said about training him. He was glad there was someone who was interested in training him to deal with Voldemort for good. He had started taking notice of things which he had observed happening in himself. He was feeling confident and he had started to try to regulate the amount of power that went into his spells. He also had started to try to connect with his magical core as it said in the book. This was proving frustrating to him because he could not feel a thing within him, and the book said that it was important for him for any witch or wizard to find their magical core since it would help them to use the most of their magical strength. He was surprised that Hermione never brought up this subject and neither did Ron, but then probably they didn't know about it. He would ask them when he returned. Thinking of England, his thoughts went to his friends and extended family there. The first he thought was of the marauders who tended to him like their own child and always tried to do their best by him. He thought of Hermione, who was off to Europe with her parents on holiday. He thought about her reaction when she finds out about what he was learning. He could imagine her nagging at him to teach her everything he had learned. Then he thought of Neville and his parents who had quickly adopted him as one of their own. He thought of the Weasleys who considered him as their extended family and treated him as such since the day he had gone to the burrow before his second year. He thought of Susan Bones and his heart did a little somersault, but he could not understand the feeling. He thought of Amelia and her kindness towards him. He wondered how they were preparing for war, but he knew that whatever they were doing would be useful for the war. He idly wondered whether the headmaster had found any more of the Horcruxes. Eventually he fell asleep tired of his exertions of the day. Blacktown House, London. Dumbledore was sitting at the head of the table in the meeting room waiting for other members of the Order to arrive. He had received an owl from Amelia during the day which stated that there was business which needed to be discussed only with the inner circle members of the Order. So, he had sent Patroni to the Weasley members, Sirius, Remus, Alistair, Kingsley, Minerva and Nymphadora. As per Madame Bones' expressed orders, Severus had not been invited to this meeting. Albus heard the door opening and the Weasleys walked in followed by the Marauder duo, then the Aurors and lastly Minerva came in with Amelia, who was laughing at something Minerva had just told her. "Welcome everyone to this meeting of the Order of the Phoenix," Dumbledore announced. "Madame Bones has called this meeting saying she has some new business to share with us." He pointed to Amelia, who started, "Due to the efforts of some students, I came into some information which has given me unprecedented leverage over the minister. I decided to make some use of the information before we axe him." Armed with the information, I confronted Cornelius and persuaded him to agree to have a trial for Sirius Black before the Wizengamot, during which Cornelius has pledged his full support to us. Amelia smirked. "Needless to say, within a fortnight Sirius Black will be cleared of the perceived crimes against the Potters and the murder of 12 Muggles." This elated everyone who was present at the meeting, knowing that Sirius being free would work in their favor since his political clout was still more far-reaching than anyone else, considering the number of vassals that the House of Black had. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling like mad, his mind in overdrive about the leverage to fudge. He turned to Amelia. "Can we use the information to coax him into increase the budget of DMLE or initiate emergency measures?" Amelia shrugged. "No, Albus. We cannot do that without getting the consent of the majority of the Wizengamot, and as far as we know, even with all 11 of Harry's votes, we will be short of a majority because the dark and neutral faction together are larger than light. We need to break the neutrals to gain any advantage. Sirius, who had been sitting quietly all this while, turned to Dumbledore, who will be looking after Harry's seats. I mean, he is not of the age where he can attend the Wizengamot according to the rules, so there will be a regent. He has 4 houses and I believe there have to be 4 regents in that case. Dumbledore sat smiling for a moment, then said, "This will depend on Harry alone, but if I were to guess, he would name you, Remus and Amelia as the regents for those houses. Probably you will handle 2 of his houses." As there was not much else to discuss, the meeting was adjourned quickly. Malfoy Manor. Tom Riddle was holding court in the ballroom of the manor with all the men that he had been able to recruit since he came back. Most of them were his old followers, some were those who had returned to him the night he came back, others were those who had supported him from the sidelines without taking the mark. Many of these were Aurors or part of the ministry in the capacity of department heads or at obscure positions where they could work for him without anyone finding out about it. These had been informed of his return by the Death Eaters, and this was the first time since he returned that they had gathered here for him. His return had not gone according to plan. True that using the boy's blood had, at least, made it possible for him to touch the boy without being burned, but that was as far as it went. Instead of the humiliating death he had planned for the little whelp, he had resisted the Imperious Curse, his Imperious Curse, a thing that had never happened before. Then there was that thing which happened between their wands. And finally, the little wretch survived his killing curse. Again, had his Death Eaters seen the fear in his eyes? Had they noticed the shock and temporary weakness he experienced when his killing curse hit the boy? No, he did not think so. It was dark and they were all very busy trying to stop the boy. But they failed and the little wretch escaped. At least the wizarding world at large did not believe in his return. It had been surprisingly easy to manipulate the minister with a little nudge and gracious donations from Lucius to use his position as minister to discredit and deny any account of his return. He also had lost 2 of his faithful who ironically were the very same ones who had been instrumental in helping him gain this body. Severus had told him of the rat being caught by Dumbledore and Barty being captured by an obscure wizard that no one knew about. He had lost 2 followers in exchange for a body, a trade he considered fair since he was sure that he could break the rat out of Azkaban when he stormed it. A visit to the prison was in order to break out his most trusted and loyal followers, but that had to wait. For now, he was lying low so that nobody could confirm that he was back. From the shadows, he and his followers continued to recruit and add to their numbers. There was very little success so far, but he hoped for that to change when he decided it was time to step into the open, whenever that may be. Right now his 2 main concerns were getting his hands on that prophecy and discovering what happened to the 2 Death Eaters who had been missing for a week now. He had assigned them to scout out Street Mungos and they had not been seen since. Perhaps they had deserted his ranks. They and their families will be punished obviously. One thing which had been lying heavy on his mind was how the boy had escaped twice from him. The boy had been hit with the killing curse twice now, but he had lived. Perhaps he was immune to the curse. What's more is the first time the boy survived the curse, it had rebounded on him, breaking his power and leaving him a disembodied consciousness, even less than a ghost. The second time, he felt shock and weakness, as if a part of him was destroyed instead of the boy dying. He would have to research more to be certain. He was sure that the boy could still be killed. There are worse ways to kill someone than the killing curse. Voldemort favored that form of execution because, for some reason, killing someone while leaving no sign of injury on their body was somehow much more intimidating than leaving a mangled mess. Ah, well, he would just have to make a mess, this time. The death will be gruesome and painful, of course. The boy had escaped him too many times, and for him one was far too many. To complete his quest for world domination, he would have to kill Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. Those 2 had been thorns in his side for far too long. He knew that he could not be killed, but he needed to hear that prophecy. Pity Severus had only heard a part of it. His men's attempts at the Department of Mysteries were getting nowhere with the Order playing guard all the time and the unspeakable security. He would need inside help in the department. His old faithful, Rookwood, was incarcerated in Azkaban. He would need to break him out. Then he would be able to do something, but for the time being, his followers were trying different methods to obtain the prophecy. Another thing that had worried him initially was the locked wands, which had happened when he and the boy were locked in a battle of wills. How the boy was able to beat him was beyond his comprehension, but it showed that the boy was powerful for his age. It could mean that in a few years, the boy will be more powerful than him, and it did not bode well. The boy will need to die before he did anything. He had tried to find the boy's Muggle relatives' home since he knew that he stayed there during the summers, but Severus had informed him that Dumbledore had removed the boy from them and the Muggles had moved away. No one knew where Dumbledore was keeping the boy. The only good news that Severus had brought him was that the boy's wand had been destroyed in the graveyard, which meant their wands would not be locked into a struggle again. The boy, it kept coming back to the boy. He had tried and failed to kill the boy 3 times now. He needed to kill the boy, and that cursed prophecy held the key to killing the boy, and he must have it. His thoughts went round and round. Then Lucius spoke into the silence, breaking him from his reverie. "My lord," Lucius said, "we have tried every way we could think of to pick up that prophecy from its shelf, but it has not yielded any results yet. Marcus Flint is still in St. Mungo's being treated for his injuries, but the hopes of his recovery are next to nothing." At the same time, Voldemort was angry that he had been distracted from his thoughts and welcomed the opportunity to entertain himself. He raised his wand at Malfoy, Crucio. He laughed inwardly as he watched the least trustworthy of his Death Eaters squirm and struggle not to cry out. A full minute passed as he relished the pain and made his point for all those in the room who might think to defy him before he lifted his wand. In his high, cold voice, he spoke slowly and deliberately. "You dare to speak out of turn, Lucius. You forget your place." Malfoy said nothing, but shook his head fervently. The Dark Lord addressed the people in the room. "I want the prophecy by any means necessary. I do not care what you have to do to obtain it, but, obtain it, you shall." Cottage on the Hill. Alistair Moody was thoroughly irritated. The Brauts before him were green. They had seen nothing of war and their minds were not attuned to combat at all. The way he was training them, they would never reach their full potential. For one thing, none of them knew anything beyond the standard spells or curses which were taught in the academic curriculum. He had been hoping that things would be better with the Bones lass or the Longbottom boy, whose families had a long history of warriors and their family magic was full of such magics as are useful in battles. He rued the death of Edgar Bones. He was a fighter and often praised by others for his skills, but he had died in the previous war saving his family. He was adept in the Bones family magic, and if he were here, he would have been an excellent instructor for the students, and at the very least he could have taught a thing or two about his family magic to his daughter. Likewise he missed Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were excellent orators and still fondly remembered by the men in the ranks as being warriors beyond all compare. To vouch for their exemplary skills, they had fought with you-know-who 3 times and had escaped him, a feat only rivaled by James and Lily Potter. The squad of Amelia, James, Frank, Alice and Sirius Black was known for their efficiency and ruthlessness in the battlefield. As soon as they arrived in battle, they had the power to turn the tide of war in favor of the Aurors. He had been surprised when they all sans Amelia had left the Auror forces, but he understood their reason. They all were fighters, but they often fought to keep their family safe. James and Lily had started their family and Harry Potter was just born, which forced them to go into hiding, and likewise Frank and Alice had their family to care for. They were some of the best Aurors that Moody had trained in a long time and had come to love as family. When he heard of the death of the Potters and the incapacitation of the Longbottoms, he had gone into a rage. He still remembered how he had been in a hospital bed recovering from his injuries when he heard the news. He had reported for duty the same day. The next few weeks, he had hunted Death Eater scum and killed as many as he found. It was only when all the Death Eaters were either captured or killed that Moody tendered his resignation and went into retirement. The war had given him 2 more wounds than he needed, and he would be damned if the snake-faced monster took any more people away. Seeing the children all arrive through the flow, he hobbled towards them. He barked orders to them to do some warm-up before he ran them through the mill. After about 30 minutes, he had all of them before him, panting and tired. Looking at all of them closely, he barked, "Who can tell me about the blasting hex?" Immediately Hermione Granger started. The blasting hex is one of the standard hexes which are used to blast obstacles into tiny fragments. It has two variants, Bombarda and Bombarda Maxima, of which the Bombarda Maxima is more powerful. The required wand motion is half counterclockwise circle. The color of spell may vary from light blue to purple depending upon the power used in casting. Moody muttered, typical Ravenclaw answer. You copied the book, lass. Hermione looked flabbergasted but did not say anything. Moody turned to the twins. You two, how would you describe the blasting hex? One of the twins raised his wand and incanted Bombarda, shooting a light blue spell towards Moody, who absorbed it into a shield he had raised almost instantly. The other twin instantly fired Bombarda Maxima, which was deep purple, and Moody batted aside with a flick of his wand. Turning to the others, he manically grinned. This is not your class and I am not your professor. Here you are to be trained in the ways of a warrior so that you are able to hold your own in a fight. I do not require parchments for the work I assign, but I need you to learn what is in those books. Your life may depend upon them, and do not shun any spell as irrelevant. Even a simple stinging hex may get you an advantage. Now I am going to see if any of you can dodge or shield. I will fire hexes at you all randomly. I want you to shield or dodge them, he barked. Immediately he started firing stinging hexes randomly at everyone there. Sometimes they connected, sometimes they were dodged or shielded against. When he realized that they shielded more than dodging, he instantly started firing shield-breaking hexes, and soon all of them were scurrying for cover. Soon enough, they all sported welts or bruises from all the times they failed at dodging or shielding and when their shields were broken. Thar Desert, India. Harry Potter woke up tired and sore. Yesterday had been a long day and he had only been able to sleep for a few hours. Every small movement was a new experience in pain. He gritted his teeth and persuaded his limbs to get out of bed, one muscle at a time. He got to his feet and stretched every joint and muscle through its full range of motion, feeling them protest as he did. In a few minutes, the soreness was still present, but he felt more limber and thought that he could bear it. Feeling a bit unsteady, but making his movements deliberate and slow, he made his way to the main assembly hall where the mystics were just sitting down to breakfast. He had expanded his trunk, which he kept in his pocket, and was rummaging around, trying to find his toiletries. The mystic Vikrash approached him. Mr. Potter, you will not use mundane methods to do your chores. Huh? Harry muttered groggily. The mystic suppressed his smile. I mean, Mr. Potter, that till the time you were with us you will not use Muggle ways to do things. For anything that you do, you are supposed to use magic for it. From brushing your teeth to other chores that you may have, you will use magic for it. Harry nodded his head and pulling his wand, he summoned his toiletries before he was directed to a bath situated on the first floor of the building. The bath had a big tub in it which was big enough for 4 to 5 people at once, but there were no taps in the bathroom. As he was stumped at this, he quickly remembered the mystic words about using magic for everything and raised his wand, Aguamendi. A thick jet of water started flowing from his wand and in 5 minutes, the tub was filled, but he felt quite the drain on his magic. As he slipped into the tub, he immediately forgot the exhaustion. He appeared in the hall after 20 minutes, dressed in a black robe with his cloak billowing behind him. There was the Potter crest on the left side of the robe with the Peverell crest, and on the left side, he had another crest which he was sure was the mystic's crest. As he entered the hall, he found the mystics were hauling a large bundle out of the front door. As they stepped out, the mystics laid the bundle on the ground while one of them whipped his wand out and tapped it with his wand. The bundle unfurled itself and he found that it was a carpet like the ones he had heard about in fairy tales. The carpet was about 20 feet long and 15 feet wide and 6 inches thick, blood red in color. Harsh stepped onto the carpet followed by Harry while the mystics retreated to a distance. Harsh tapped his wand to the carpet while muttering something under his breath which Harry did not understand, but within seconds, the carpet was starting to hover in the air and in a few moments they were airborne. Harry had flown on brooms, hippogriffs, and now he was flying on a carpet, and all were different experiences. Flying on a broom felt like he was in command. Riding a hippogriff was like an extension of his thoughts since he had started riding Blackstorm. While on a carpet, he felt like something else was in control. He turned to the mystic. Guruji, we could have apparated to the tribe's home. Why are we traveling this way? Harsh smile at his thoughtfulness. We could have done that, Harry, but think it is part of your training. Besides, all the initiates of the tribe have to go through this process. While you are not going to become a permanent member of our tribe, you have been accorded honorary member status. Harry smiled but said nothing. Harry, this area that we are passing through is notorious for attacks. We have been attacked too many times here by all sort of creatures and people. That is one reason that we use carpets to travel through this region, but the most dangerous are the flying serpents, which are some abominations bred by a nefarious wizard and used against us for a long time now. Harsh said to him, I want you to use whatever you have to resist any attacks and make sure that no one is able to climb aboard the carpet. Harry nodded while he tightened his grasp on the wand. His mind was furiously imagining all the scenarios which they might face, one of them being him getting toppled over the edge of the carpet. As he raised the question to Harsh, he guffawed, No, Harry. Unless I wish it, none of us will drop over the edge. You see, there is a layer of sticking charm embedded in the carpet which would keep you on board. Unless I wish, you cannot leave of here by yourself. Harry's mind started thinking over the other aspect of the situation, the flying snakes. If he had faced this problem before the first task, he could have simply talked to it, but he had not tested his parcel tongue ability since the third task, and as so many things had changed after being hit with the curse. Who knew if he retained the ability? Perhaps it was time for him to find out. As they sped onwards in silence, he saw some creatures flying towards the carpet and he started blasting them out of the sky before they could land. He successfully blasted some of them while he petrified others, however a couple of them landed on the carpet. While he banished one off of the carpet, one flew to him with the intention to strike him. Before Harry could banish it, it sank its fangs into his leg. Harry felt a little sting but could not feel the effects of the snake poison. Before he could devote more thoughts to the issue, he found the snake dissolving with its flesh burning away like hot wax, and the snake was writhing in agony. He saw another of the snakes near him poised to strike, and Harry yelled, Stop! A speaker, RRRR, the snake hissed in reply, quivering all the time. Don't bite me or you will die, Harry hissed back to the snake, Can you understand me? You have scent of a speaker about you, Great One. I am not worthy to talk, the snake replied. My friend, can you tell me why I did not die when that snake bit me? Harry asked, pointing to the dead snake. You have the poison of the great serpent coursing in your blood, it protects you from all SSS snake poison, the snake replied. It's okay, noble beast. Do you think you can leave here without causing any troubles to us? Harry asked the snake. The snake said nothing but dipped its hood towards Harry in form of respect and flew away. Harsh, who had been watching everything curiously, turned to him. Are you a parcel tongue, Harry? Harry turned to him, expecting loathing in his eyes, but he found intrigue. Yes, Guruji. The first time I knew was when we were at the zoo for Dudley's 11th birthday. There was a rather sad boa constrictor at the reptile house and Dudley was getting his father to try and wake him up. When he just kept laying there, the others lost interest and wandered off. Then I started talking to the snake and found out that he could understand me. Then there was that time at the dueling club when Malfoy, at Snape's suggestion, conjured a great ugly snake and set it on me. While I was deciding what to do next, Lockhart heard it and the snake went after another one of the students. Next thing I knew, I went gliding across the room after it and called it off. That was when people started telling me how rare this ability is and that they thought only dark wizards could do it. I could also hear the great basilisk muttering to itself when it was moving through the plumbing. When I asked Headmaster about it, he thought that I could speak to snakes because Voldemort transferred some of his power to me when he gave me this scar. He indicated his forehead. I thought I had lost the ability when the second killing curse destroyed the soul fragment within me. Harsh nodded his head in thought while Harry continued speaking. I also thought you would hate me. Hate you? Harsh said in amazement. Why would I hate you for having a gift of magic, Harry? This is a very rare gift and only those blessed by Mother Magic have this gift. It is the hypocrisy of British wizards who classify things into light and dark. We embrace all the gifts that Mother Magic has so generously bestowed on us. While none of your Potter ancestors had this gift on their side, Your black heritage had some of their descendants gifted with this gift of parcel tongue, having come from Egypt, where wizards with parcel tongue are still found in abundance. Harry nodded, feeling relieved. He had initially thought that the mystic would be repulsed that Harry was a parcel tongue, but he was finding that a lot of his apprehensions were baseless when it came to the mystics. What I am curious about is, what did you say to the snake, and why did not the poison of the snake kill you? Harsh asked, eyeing him curiously. Harry smiled, embarrassed. He told me that I am a speaker and that he is not worthy to talk to me. He said that I have basilisk venom and it protects me. Oh yes, the monster of Slytherin. Harsh smiled, the basilisk he had put in the school to act as school defense in case of an intrusion. How do you know about the basilisk? Harry asked in amazement. If you are asking how I know there was a basilisk in Hogwarts, then you have to remember that I knew Salazar since he was a child. Harsh smirked at the look on Harry's face, his face showing surprise and his eyes wide. Salazar told me that he intended to put a basilisk in the hidden chamber where he had his living quarters. No one knows how the rumor that he hated the Muggle-born started, since he used to find and bring Muggle-born wizards and witches to Hogwarts and look after them personally. If you are asking how I know you faced a basilisk, then Dumbledore recounted that tale to your godfather and I was there to listen. However, he had not mentioned of you being a parcel mouth. Harry's mind was reeling with what he was told, as he had never known half the things that Harsh was telling him, notwithstanding that there was no public information available about any of the founders. He realized that he had been fed a long-standing prejudice against Slytherin without any facts to support the statement. He turned to Harsh again. What do you mean that he used to bring Muggle-born wizards and witches to Hogwarts? Harsh started. It was a dark time for wizards and witches all around, Harry. It was an age when wizards were hunted by Muggles out of fear, their wands were snapped or they were killed in general by Muggles. Muggle-born wizards had it worst, since their parent would kill them, thinking them to be abnormal or freaks of nature. Salazar recognized the need to save them, and he devised a plan where he often went to families where they despised their magical child, and he often whisked them away to Hogwarts, from where they were taken in by wizarding families and raised as pure bloods. Later, many of those wizards started their own families, many of whom are ancient families now. He had left on invitation from the somewhere in Europe to open a school to rival Hogwarts. Legends state that he had died in a battle which involved some rather nasty evil wizards who all ganged up on him and took him down. We tried to find what happened but never found a trace of it. Harry was in awe of the story. Salazar sounded like a noble man who lived to serve magic all his life and even made efforts to make things easy for Muggle-born wizards. He resolved then to make friends with some of the good Slytherins when he returned to Hogwarts. He felt as unjust to condemn 1/4 of the school only because they belonged to a different house. After Harsh finished his tale, they kept flying in silence till late evening, when Harsh landed the carpet in dense woods. As soon as the carpet touched the ground, 4 mystics appeared like shadows and escorted them to a clearing in the woods and gave a folded piece of fabric to him. This is the tent, Mr. Potter. Erect it while we make food arrangements. As they left, Harry was standing there with the tent in his hand, thinking furiously about the spell he had seen people use to erect a tent. I believe the charm is Erectus, with the wand movement of a quarter-clockwise rotation with a flick at the end, he muttered to himself. Harry put the bundle in the clearing and pointed his wand at it, incanting Erectus, while he gave a clockwise quarter rotation with a flick, and the tent started erecting itself. Within seconds, the job was done. On the inside it was 3 stories tall and resembled the tents he had seen at the Quidditch World Cup. Next morning, Harry woke up refreshed, and as he stepped out of the tent, Harsh grabbed his hand and was gone. Ministry of Magic, London. Cornelius Fudge was sweating bullets. As soon as Amelia had left his office that day after properly intimidating him with all the parchment pieces she held, he had immediately decided to acquiesce to her demands lest she barge into his office with an arrest warrant. With the evidence she was holding, he would get a one-way trip to Azkaban. That would be catastrophic for Fudge, and he flattered himself to think it would be catastrophic for the Ministry as well. Umbridge had pestered and pried at him to try and get the details of the meeting between him and Madame Bones from him. Fudge had to resort to threatening to fire her, again, to get her to stop. The junior Undersecretary Weasley was silent and keeping an eye over things happening. The boy was a consummate politician and a shrewd person. He had the sense to see what way the wind is blowing and to choose his side wisely. Fudge had already decided to keep an eye on him if he remained minister for long, which didn't look likely right now. Cornelius realized that he had reached the end of his tether and there is nothing much that he could do about it. As Amelia laid into him about his crimes, he felt remorse for his younger righteous self which he had sacrificed at the altar of his ambition. He had fallen from the path the moment he decided to take his first bribe from a suspected Death Eater. Soon he was engaged in rampant corruption, turning a blind eye to everything Lucius did. He had easily agreed to Amelia's demand to arrange a trial for Sirius Black since the alternative was to become a permanent guest of the Dementors. It was political suicide. Black had been his favorite scapegoat and this sudden reversal was certain political suicide. But that ship had already sailed and maybe, just maybe, if he owned up to one mistake, he might find work somewhere. Amelia had Peter Pettigrew in custody. The naked-tailed rodent had confessed, under veritaserum, that he had betrayed the Potters. He also confessed to faking his own death, cutting off his own finger and setting off the explosion, which killed all those muggles, to cover his escape into the sewers. Based on that testimony, Sirius Black's only crime was breaking out of Azkaban, and since he did not belong there, that was no crime at all. As minister, he could simply issue a pardon, but the formal procedure would look better and distance him from responsibility for the decision. It looked even better in light of the fact that an heir of one of the most ancient and noble houses had been tossed into a cell without a trial. Now, he would get one. Maybe, with some luck, he might not get any more flack from the Daily Prophet. Ever since that day when they announced that they are under new ownership, they had been out for his blood. He had sent out notices to call an emergency session of the Wizengamot to hear the matter today. Lucius had arrived within minutes of receiving the notice and looked furious that Cornelius had called an emergency session without conferring with him. Cornelius had to remind him that he was the minister and as such it was his prerogative and he did not need Lucius's advice to do his job. As Lucius seethed and took his seat, Cornelius jovially greeted many of his acquaintances and warmly shook hands with the chief warlock. He had heard that the DMLE chief was getting real cozy with the chief warlock and as such, Cornelius wanted to be in everyone's good books. The emergency meeting of the Wizengamot for the month of July is now called to order, announced the voice of Chief Warlock Dumbledore. Minister Fudge has called this session, therefore, let him address it. Minister, the floor is yours. Cornelius stood and casting a sonorous at his throat, began. Thank you, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. It has recently come to my attention that a man who has been living under a death sentence has never received a trial. A few days ago, DMLE head Bones brought evidence to my attention that may prove that man's innocence. We have gathered here today to hear the facts regarding this case and to determine his guilt or innocence. Regardless of the outcome, we will have, at the very least, have corrected the egregious injustice, which was committed by the previous administration, of holding this man without trial in blatant violation of his most basic rights. I give the floor to DMLE head Bones. He nodded to Amelia and sat down. Amelia stood and faced the assembly. Thank you, Minister Fudge. The accused is one Sirius Orion of the ancient and most noble House of Black. There was a general intake of breath-mixed reactions of fear, loathing and surprise. A few even chuckled. Malfoy's face was a mask of cold fury. With a contemptuous sneer on his face and a tone to match, he was on his feet. You cannot be serious. There is no possibility that man is innocent. I move that we dismiss this proceeding and track him down like a dog. He deserves death. At that moment, several things happened at once. The entire room went silent. Albus Dumbledore tapped his gavel twice. There had been no trial for Sirius Black in the First War and such he was wrongfully incarcerated in Azkaban in ignorance of the due process of law and violation of principles of natural justice. One more outburst and you will be sent out of these august chambers. Malfoy's pointy pale face rapidly went from crimson to gray. He swallowed his angry retort and sat down muttering, Yes, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. Madam Bones waited a moment for the reaction to finish then continued. Prior to his incarceration, the most serious charge against this wizard was for creating a nuisance in connection with his involvement in a brawl at the Leaky Cauldron Inn. The charges against him are as follows. First, conspiracy. In that as keeper of the Fidelius secret, That he did knowingly and with forethought, reveal that secret to Lord Voldemort, with the sole exception of Dumbledore. Everyone in the room winced, who subsequently murdered Lily and James Potter. Second. Murder. In that he did knowingly and with forethought hunt down and murder one Peter Pettigrew. Third. Muggle baiting. In that 12 Muggles were killed in the explosion which the accused used to murder Peter Pettigrew. Fourth. Jailbreak. In that having been incarcerated for his crimes, he did escape from custody at Azkaban. Is everyone present familiar with these charges? And she paused as the assembly showed their assent. Now, it was Dumbledore's turn to speak as Chief Warlock. Does the accused understand these charges? Turning to the table where the defense sat. Ted Tonks rose from his seat, acting in Sirius Black's stead. I am authorized to answer for my client. We understand the charges. So entered. Albus said. We will now hear motions. Madam Bones. Of all these charges, only the last has been brought during this administration. As DMLE head, I found that the accused has been wrongfully imprisoned in that he has not received a trial in accordance with our laws and recommend that this charge be dropped immediately. Amelia then said, now it is time for us to hear what happened at that night from the only witness alive who first-handedly knows about the events of the night. One who was thought dead for all these years and touted as a hero by quite alive, though slightly maimed Peter Pettigrew. Again, there was a collective gasp all around the room. The doors to the corridor opened and Peter Pettigrew was escorted in, flanked by Shacklebolt and Tonks, his right hand missing. Albus turned to Amelia and asked, DMLE head Bones, have you examined the witness? Yes, Chief Warlock Dumbledore, she answered. Are you satisfied that this is Peter Leone Pettigrew for whose murder Sirius Black was accused of? He asked. Yes, Chief Warlock, I confirm that this is indeed the same Peter Pettigrew, she stated. Well then, said Dumbledore, since the man is obviously alive, the charge is dropped. We will now hear evidence regarding the remaining 2 charges. Call your first witness. Black killed those Muggles, Madam Bones, sneered Lucius. I object to this trial. Dumbledore hardly glared at Malfoy. Lord Malfoy, we have already established that Sirius Black never received a trial, a blunder on part of the previous administration, and we are gathered here today to correct that mistake and to save a man from a fate as horrible as Dementor's key. If you have any tenable ground to object to this trial or some evidence which proves him guilty, please bring it forth, otherwise please do not interfere with the Wizengamot, or as the Chief Warlock, I would be compelled to restrict you from entering into this chamber for the entirety of this session along with imposing fine on you. Malfoy rose and thundered towards the exit, and the entire assembly followed Malfoy to the door with their eyes, trying not to look like they were looking. When the door made a very solid thump and click as it closed behind him, Albus spoke again, in his usual pleasant tone, please proceed with your case, DMLE head Bones. She looked at the man being held firmly by the 2 oars and said, Chief Warlock, I seek permission to interrogate Peter Pettigrew with Veritaserum so that we can determine the truth, as he otherwise may be reluctant to speak the truth. This time, there was a definite twinkle in the eyes behind those half-moon spectacles. Permission granted, DMLE head Bones. Peter was escorted to the stand, the chains on the chair engaged to hold down his arms, legs and torso. The oars administered 3 drops of Veritaserum and waited a few seconds before beginning questioning. Amelia first asked him, your name, for the record please. Peter Leone Pettigrew. He said, looking bewildered and defeated. To your knowledge, was Sirius Black the secret keeper for the location of the Potters, James, Lily and Harold? She asked, next. To his credit, the rat actually tried to resist answering this time but finally had to give it up. No. He was not. Madam Bones tried again because, despite her desire to let Sirius Black go free, she was the head of DMLE and had to make a good show of trying to find some evidence against Sirius. She asked, please tell the Wizengamot, who was the secret keeper for the Potters? This time, Wormtail broke down and wept, I was, and the last bit of fight went out of him. On the night of November 7, 1981, there was an explosion which took the lives of 12 Muggles and, until recently, it was thought you were you present when this took place? She asked. The rat knew where this was going, but he had no more desire to try and fight it. He answered, yes, I was present. Then she asked, Did Sirius Black set off that explosion? He looked around the Wizengamot and could see the hate in the eyes of the lords gathered in the Wizengamot and whispered, "No, he did not." She observed, "Mr. Pettigrew, you sound quite certain of that." Then she asked her final question, "Mr. Pettigrew, who did set off that explosion?" Looking down at his feet, he answered, "I did." Amelia turned to the Wizengamot and addressed the gathering. "We all have heard the truth of what happened that night, and as it turns out, the previous administration incarcerated an innocent man in Azkaban for 12 years and the present administration initiated manhunt for him since these last 2 years. I move that the charge of conspiracy be dismissed on the grounds that he was not the secret keeper for the Potters and therefore could not reveal that secret to you-know-who. I further move that the charge of Muggle baiting be dismissed as Peter Pettigrew has just testified that he did, in fact, set off the explosion which caused those deaths." Dumbledore now addressed the Wizengamot. "We have heard the entire story of the fake death of Peter Pettigrew, who also caused death of those 12 Muggles and his illegal incarceration for 12 years in Azkaban. Those who are in favor of acquitting him of all the charges and exonerating him." Almost all of hands went up, primarily because Sirius was scion of an ancient and most noble houses, and the houses usually stood together when it came to one of their, and because Sirius Black had been extremely popular. Dumbledore rapped his gavel. "Sirius Black is hereby exonerated of all charges and the manhunt going on for him is called off. He has been made subject of public ridicule and hatred at the behest of Ministry. The lack of trial was a grave mistake for which no amount of galleons can compensate, however we can do we can. The Ministry will publish advertisements in Daily Prophet and all other publications daily for a week, wherein the Ministry will tender its apologies for besmirching his fair name and his reputation in addition to violation of his rights as scion of ancient and most noble house. Reparations to the tune of 1,200,000 galleons shall be made by the Ministry for the injustices meted to him. It is also decreed that if Sirius Black be found, he shall report to the Chief of DMLE and the Minister shall tender his apologies in person to him in her presence." Just then, Sirius seemed to materialize out of thin air in the spectator stands, making people cry in astonishment and wonder, and Fudge paled. Sirius turned to the addressed lords in general. "Well, I am waiting for that apology from the Minister." Dumbledore tapped his gavel twice and declared, "It is so ordered. Mr. Weasley, please issue those orders forthwith. Is there any further business?" This time, it was Madam Bones. "Yes, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. In light of the evidence we have heard today, I move to remand Mr. Pettigrew into custody pending investigation of charges for conspiracy, multiple counts of murder and sedition in connection with activities as a Death Eater." Dumbledore tapped his gavel twice more and said, "It is so ordered." She gestured to the oars and they took hold of the rat as the chains released him from the chair. She said, "Take him away." In the next hour, all the paperwork done and a notice delivered to the Daily Prophet, the Quibble, Teen Witch Weekly. Sirius was a free man and he eagerly awaited his son's return. Yesterday, an emergency session was called for by the Minister of Magic on the insistence of head of the DMLE, Amelia Bones. While the Fudge administration has not had called for an emergency meeting since escape of Sirius Black from the infamous prison Azkaban 2 years ago, this meeting was also concerned with Mr. Black. See page 10 for the exclusive of Daily Prophet about the escape. As the Wizengamot gathered, Madam Bones presented a person long thought dead before the Wizengamot. Peter Pettigrew, who has been thought dead at the hands of Sirius Black and touted as a hero by all of us since last 14 years, was found alive and captive of the DMLE. Madam Bones argued before the Wizengamot that Peter was the one betrayed the Potters and Sirius Black was innocent of all the crimes ascribed to him. CP 8. As Lord Malfoy tried to object to the trial stating that Mr. Black was already convicted, Chief Warlock Dumbledore revealed that Mr. Black had never got a trial. A scion of ancient and most noble house was sent to prison without a trial in blatant violation of our laws. That is a sacrilege of the sacred laws which have been guiding our society since its inception. See page 9 for the laws governing the formation of Wizengamot. Peter Pettigrew was administered the Veritaserum and under its effects he confessed to being a Death Eater and of betraying the Potters by giving the Fidelius secret of their location to you-know-who on that fateful Halloween. Mr. Black was declared innocent and given an apology for the blunder committed by the previous administration with reparations to follow. This begs the question, what else is the ministry lying about? Is there any truth about the claims of Harry Potter, the boy who lived in Albus Dumbledore, who have been saying that you know who has returned? If their claims are true, then we will be in deep trouble when the truth comes to light, and we are not ready for another war as the last war which eliminated many of our houses. We at the Daily Prophet tender our apologies to Mr. Black for publishing derogatory articles about him. See page 11 about the life of Sirius Black and his association with Potters. The paper was full of the fallout from that meeting. There was the half-page ad, paid for by the ministry, apologizing to Sirius for the treatment he received. There was the article about Lucius Malfoy stomping out of the meeting, just short of being ejected for contempt. There was another article about the regency of the House of Black being stripped from Lucius Malfoy and conferred on Sirius Black. There was an editorial about questionable decisions the minister had made since taking office, which included refusing to look into the possibility that Sirius Black was innocent when witnesses claimed to have seen Peter Pettigrew alive over a year ago, cutting of the DMLE budget to dangerously and historically low levels, his flat refusal to investigate claims that you know who might be back, and his smear campaign over the last few days against Dumbledore and the boy who lived. Foothills of the Himalayas. Harry Potter and Harsh Vardhan appeared at the base of a hill which reminded Harry of the mountains around Hogwarts. In this part of the world, however, this was a minor foothill. Looking into the distance, Harry could see ranks of higher and higher mountains marching away from him until their snow-capped peaks were lost in the haze. The lower slopes were alive with dense forests which were dense and lush with trees he had never seen before. Scanning up the slopes, the trees changed to more familiar evergreens thinning out to scrub near the snow line. Reading about it was one thing, but seeing it was quite another experience. Standing where he was, in a forest easily as dense as the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, feeling the warmth of the sun, it was hard to take in that he could see all the way to where it was so cold that the snow never melted. As they arrived, Harsh quietly conjured a chair and sat down, leaving Harry to stand alone. After some time passed and nothing happened, Harsh spoke. "We have to wait for a while, Harry. Are you sure you want to remain standing?" Confused, Harry asked, "Guruji, there is no other chair for me to sit on." Harsh smirked. "It is each to his own, Harry. As your good Professor McGonagall would say, are you a wizard or not?" Feeling embarrassed at his stupidity, Harry drew his wand and transfigured a branch of a tree into a chair. While Harsh's chair was very comfortable looking, his was very basic and lacked the detailed work that Harsh had done on his chair. As they sat waiting, Harry began to doze and a minute later had fallen asleep. A stinging hex woke him up. Opening his eyes, he found Harsh to be engaged in battle with 6 men who were ferociously dueling with the mystic and trying to do him in while he was fighting with an ease against them which showed in his spells. He kept shooting his choice spells at them while the men were trying hard to overcome him. As Harry watched, one of the men fired a bone breaker which broke Harsh's offhand. Finally alert to the danger, Harry sprang into action. He whipped out his wand and fired a stunner at one of them and a petrifying hex at another. Only one of his spells connected with the enemy. The other was simply batted aside. 2 of them turned their attention to him while the remaining 3 of them were still engaged with Harsh, who was easily sparring with them as if nothing had happened. Harry immediately started sending some of the more dangerous spells at the 2 men who dodged or shielded them easily while keeping him engaged. He shot a bombarda at one and a reductor at another, both of which were swatted aside. He kept firing bombarda and reductor alternately at both the men while he shielded himself from the hexes he knew and dodged those he did not recognize. What made it hard for him was that the men were casting their spells inaudibly, making him second-guess everything he did while he kept invocating aloud, giving them time to maneuver their way out of his spells. Trying his creative side, he ran forward while he shielded himself from their spells, risking a dark spell which could shatter his basic shield. As he ran, he fired a bone breaker at one of the men who immediately jumped aside. However, as he jumped, Harry shot another bone breaker in the direction where the man was going to land. As the man landed, the hex connected with his rib cage, knocking the man backwards from the force of the spell. The other man, who was surprised with this move, dropped his shield and Harry immediately brought him down with a stunner. He turned to the rest to find that Harsh had disabled 2 of them while the one he had petrified earlier had been released from the hex and was firing lethal curses at Harsh. Harry raised his wand and was about to fire a hex when he hesitated. He did not want to fire when the enemy's back was turned, but then he saw that Harsh was getting tired and he immediately shot a stunner which downed the man. Harsh slumped in relief, leaving Harry alone to face the last man standing. The man turned to his stunned comrade and enervated him before engaging Harry in a duel, making him groan. He was alone while the enemy had just doubled. Thinking creatively, he shot a jet of water in one man's face and jumped aside to avoid a nasty-looking gray-colored curse. While the man was blinded, Harry sent a bone breaker at the man's wand hand. As the last standing opponent turned to him, Harry started firing highly powered bombarda, reductor and bone breakers at the man. As the man shielded himself from the barrage of hexes, Harry sent in a stinger, surprising the man, who faltered for a second, and Harry immediately swooped in with a stunning spell, taking him out. "Bravo!" Harsh was clapping enthusiastically. "Well done, Harry." Harsh immediately proceeded to tend to the fallen men, enervating those who were stunned while tending to the injured. Harry watched in amazement as the mystic tended to his enemies. He asked, "Guruji, they attacked us. Why are you tending to them?" Harsh laughed. "They did not attack us, Harry. It was pre-planned to test your alertness to your surroundings, but it looks like you were drowned in the serenity of the ambient magic of this place." Harry smiled sheepishly. "I felt an overwhelming sensation to take a nap, and since you were sitting comfortably, I went to sleep. I did not know that magic could have this effect." Harsh smiled. "Ambient magic does that to you? This place is on 3 powerful ley lines and is suffused with so much magic that anyone who is attuned to magic like you would be overwhelmed and feel the urge to sleep." Harry nodded his head, saying nothing while thinking about the mystic's words. "Guruji, why did I never feel that way at Hogwarts?" Hogwarts is a castle, Harry, where there are hundreds of individuals sharing in the magic steeped into the walls of the castle, so the effect is minimal, while this place is sparsely populated and no one save for the magical beasts or mystics come this way, Harsh explained. "Markish, what is your assessment of Harry?" Harsh asked a mystic. "Guruji, Mr. Potter is handy with a wand and his speed is impressive, and he is quite experienced for his age. His spells pack a lot of power, but he hesitates from using lethal curses. He stays his hand even in those conditions where it is crucial to act quickly, but he is creative and never hesitates from taking risk to achieve what he desires." The mystic replied. "His spell repertoire is either limited or he does not have the conviction to use those spells effectively. He seems boggled into the traditional light and dark spells dogma of the British wizards." Harsh smiled. "Did any of you notice that he cast his spells audibly? He shouts his spells and inadvertently informs his opponent, giving time to the opponent to either shield or dodge his spells. He seems to favor shielding than dodging, which explains that he never had any formal training in dueling but has self-trained. He cannot control the power in his spells and they come out rather heavy-handed. A bone breaker with controlled power would only break bones, but a bone breaker cast by him was powerful enough to throw his opponent a great distance while breaking his bones." Harry was listening to everything being said with rapt attention. Harry was proud of his prowess, but the battles he had fought in the last few days showed that power alone was not enough against experienced fighters. They could dodge or bat his spells aside while he wore himself out, casting overpowered spells to no effect. Then, however long it took, when he was tired, they could move in and take him down. "Harry," Harsh addressed him, "the day for today is almost at an end. Tomorrow, you will start your journey to find our tribe in the upper hills." Find? Harry stammered. "I thought you were taking me." Harsh smirked. "Yes, Harry. It is part of our initiation that the new recruits are to find our tribe from here. You will meet a variety of creatures in way, wandering magical tribes and many troubles, but when you find us, you will be ready." "Ready?" Harry asked. "For what, Guruji?" "For starting your training, of course," Harsh said with a wide smile. "You are to train after all." As they were talking, Harsh produced a bundle for Harry. "This is a 10 for you to use when in the wilderness trying to find us, Harry. It has inbuilt runes of turning invisible with a tap of wand, animal and human repelling charms so that you can have nice sleep, but there is no water and no food inside. That is for you to make do with what you find in the forest, however there are some spices inside." He also produced a small instrument from his pocket. This is a magical compass fixed in direction of our castle. One more thing, Harry, you will need your hippogriff for this part of the journey. But he is not here, Harry said. How then, can I ask his help? It's either that or fly, Harry. Harsh smirked again. You would have to cross valleys full of dangerous beasts, and flying is the safest way. But how do I call him? Asked Harry, exasperated. He is your familiar, Harry, Harsh explained. If you call him with all your intent, then he will be able to come before morning. Harry closed his eyes and scrunched up his face in concentration, thinking of Blackstorm, willing Blackstorm to come to him before the morning. He felt nothing for a few minutes and was about to give up when Harsh's voice cut into his thoughts. Don't think too hard, Harry. Just think of him as you think about your owl, Hedwig, and how she is always able to find you. Immediately he relaxed and started thinking of Blackstorm's features and what it would be like to have the hippogriff with him. He felt a very light tug at his magic, and he could sense thoughts of the hippogriff. Opening his eyes, he grinned to Harsh. He is coming. Now, Harry, how about you make the arrangements for your own food for tonight and erect this tent before we sleep in? Harsh asked him, mirroring Harry's grin, seeing the boy grimace at the thought of fending for his own food. Longbottom Castle. Frank was getting bored. Since he had come out of his coma, he had been confined to his room, not allowed to step outside even for a moment. No amount of begging, pleading, bribery or threats changed the healer's mind on that issue. Healer Lynn put her foot down and told him bluntly that he was not strong enough yet, that he could barely even stand, never mind go for a walk. Frank just scoffed at her expert opinion. After a number of temper tantrums, she finally agreed that if Frank could walk all the way to the front door of the castle without slumping or any help, that she would allow him to walk around the grounds. But he was not to apparate or flow anywhere. Frank had gritted his teeth and barely made it outside into the corridor before he slumped to the floor, unable to stand. The healer had since confined him to that infernal chair. Since that day, his regiment of potions was increased to expedite his strength gaining. Alice had been laughing all the while, seeing him throw tantrums at being coddled like a toddler. Neville had been coming to visit them daily without fail. Some days he was extremely cheerful, and on other days he came exhausted, looking battered and worn down as if he had been run through the ringer. While Neville always tried to sound very perked up and upbeat, Frank could hear the undertone of hopelessness and despair, which made him wonder what was really wrong in the wizarding world. Augusta had forbidden any questions till next week, and this was the next week today, and he was going to have some answers. There was nobody who would be able to deny him those answers today. Frankie. Augusta's voice cut into his thoughts. How are you this fine morning? Good morning, Mother, Frank replied in a jovial voice, or at least he hoped it was jovial. Today is the day that you promised me some answers. So, how about it? Augusta laughed, then chided him for his impatience. Well, good morning to you too, Frankie. Can't wait to hear all the news, can you? Then, with a sigh, she said, I can hardly blame you. Very well then. Ask your questions. Frank immediately started. What happened to the war? Did you know who died? Where are Sirius Black, Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew? Who got the custody of Harry Potter? Augusta remained quiet for a moment, gathering her thoughts, then started. The war for all intents and purposes ended the day that you know who disappeared. It took us months to round up the rest of the Death Eaters. There had been quite a few attacked in the last days of the war, including you and Alice. A couple of days after you know who's fall, Sirius Black was arrested on the charges of betraying the Potters and of killing 12 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew when Pettigrew supposedly tried to corner him about betraying the Potters. Sirius was sent to Azkaban by the war tribunal constituted in the following days, and we all thought he was guilty. Since James and Lily's will was not found, Harry Potter was sent to Lily's Muggle relatives to be kept safe. Alice, who had been silent all this while, shouted, What? They sent Harry Potter to live with Muggles. Why didn't anyone interfere? Why did you not try to take him in, Mother? Where was Remus Lupin? Augusta sadly smiled. Remus Lupin was a tired soul. His entire world revolved around his friends. When the news reached him that James and Lily were dead, and then Peter Pettigrew a couple of days later, and finally, that Sirius had been tossed into Azkaban for their murders, something inside him broke and he disappeared. Nobody heard anything from him until Sirius broke out of Azkaban. That was when he came back to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. That was in Neville's 3rd year there. He often says that Remus Lupin is the only decent defense professor they had. I had gone to Dumbledore to ask him to let me adopt Harry Potter, but he pointed out that I already had a child to care for and I was not getting any younger. He said something about some blood wards keeping him safe, and considering the attack happened at Green Hughes, I was not willing to take any chances with 2 children in my custody. Frank's face showed a variety of emotions including disbelief, surprise, and anger. As Augusta finished her narrative he said, "Of all the things that I know for certain, Mother, I can say that Sirius Black would never betray the Potters. James was like his brother and Sirius loved him more than his own brother, Regulus. He would have willingly taken a killing curse if it meant that it would save James. The Ministry must have bungled up somehow. What happened in Neville's 3rd year? Did they get Sirius Black?" Augusta told of the entire fiasco that was the 3rd year when Sirius Black had escaped Azkaban. He had spotted Peter Pettigrew in his animagus rat form in a picture on the front page of the Daily Prophet with the Weasleys. Knowing that Pettigrew was not dead, but perilously close to Harry, he did the impossible and somehow got past the Dementors to confront the traitor. As it turned out, Pettigrew was a Death Eater. I don't know all the details, but somehow, Pettigrew escaped and ran off to look for you-know-who. Fudge refused to believe or investigate that Pettigrew was alive and went to fetch the Dementors to execute Sirius. Again, I don't know the details, but somehow Sirius escaped as well. As it turned out, Pettigrew and Barty Crouch Jr., both thought to be long dead, were instrumental in the tragic events around the 3rd task of the Triwizard tournament just weeks ago. You-know-who was returned to his body. Harry recaptured Pettigrew and Sirius was exonerated. You-know-who and his cronies are trying to work in secret to recruit more to their numbers and undermine the Ministry. Fudge continues to be an ineffectual idiot. And now you are up to date. As she finished, Frank and Alice's expressions had turned inscrutable. Frank sighed. "What you have told us, Mother, is horrifying. To think that we had been through a war and woke up just as another war is knocking on the door. But I know for one that I will fight in this war." Alice, who was quiet all this while, turned to Augusta. "While all this is rich information, Mother, I am more interested to know about Neville's 4 years at Hogwarts. I recall you said that Neville often says that Remus Lupin was one of the most decent defense professors. I wonder what he has been going through at school." Augusta schooled her features into an impassive face. "I have answered enough questions for this week. Now you both have to wait for some time before I am up to another round of this play. Meanwhile, if you want to help your son and his god brother, you should focus on your recuperation. The sooner you are in shape, the sooner you will be able to shake up the order of things." They both nodded, knowing there was nothing that could deter her from her resolution of not answering any more questions today. They already had a lot to think about and to prepare for another war. This time, they will not go easy on the Death Eaters, but they will end the menace once and for all. He had lost many of his friends and allies at their hands, simmering with anger over their inability to do anything due to being tied down with restrictions. This time they will take the fight to them. The revelations had lit a fire in them to get well soon and on their feet to help with the war and to aid in any way possible. Cottage on the Hill. "Good morning, students," said Remus jovially to the students before him. "What do you all know about the Death Eaters?" Remus Lupin asked the students before him. As always, Hermione Granger raised her hand to answer. Remus turned to her and said, kindly, "Miss Granger, I can always count on you to give the exact answer from the book. Let's give the other students a chance to show what they know." Hermione blushed, but put her hand down. "Miss Bones, will you answer my question?" he asked to Susan, who by the looks of it was lost somewhere else. Snapping to attention, she started. "From what I have read about them, they are mostly purebloods, but not all of them are overtly powerful or adept at magic. Most of them are average witches or wizards who have a false feeling of supremacy about them. Based on their roles, I would classify them into the commanders and the foot soldiers. Commanders are the Death Eaters, who are more dangerous than most, like Antonin Dolohov, Bellatrix Lestrange, etc. Who are powerful and can cast dark magic and a variety of spells and have often been referred to as the Inner Circle, while the foot soldiers are those who are not really powerful but they are used mostly to bolster their numbers or just to have another wand at their side. They cannot do magic like the commanders, but all it takes to cast an unforgivable is hatred towards anyone, and it makes them equally dangerous. Remus smiled at her very articulate answer. Your observations are very astute based on what you have been taught. He turned to Neville. Mr. Longbottom, what strategy would you adopt against a foot soldier? Neville thought for a moment before replying. In battle, all it takes for a warrior to fall is one spell. Foot soldiers, as Susan said, are only to bolster their numbers, therefore, they must be neutralized as soon as possible because it takes only hatred to fire an unforgivable. Remus turned to Hermione. Anything you want to add to their findings, Hermione? Hermione, who had been listening with rapt attention, merely shook her head. Not everything Susan and Neville said was exactly as written in the books, but they had precisely summed up everything. There were minor things they omitted, but those were not worth mentioning in all that they had recited. What strategy would you adopt against a Dark Lord? Remus was asking. A Dark Lord should not be taken on by anyone except one who is as powerful as him. One who is as adept as him at magic and is equal to or greater in experience than him is suitable to fight him. If someone else wants to engage him in a duel, they should do it in groups. That way, they can keep him engaged and suffer minimum casualties. She finished with a flourish while Remus was smiling at her. He turned to Ron. Ron, if we are to plan an ambush, what should be our approach? Ron sat still for a while before speaking. I guess it would depend on many factors, like how many warriors you have, the battlegrounds, your resources and your capability. No strategy can be formed without knowing all the variables in an equation. The students were discussing a chapter Remus had allocated them to read from Dark Lords, from Grindelwald to Voldemort, which outlined their strategies, their mode of operations, atrocities they committed and how they met their downfall. The author was an obscure wizard who went by a pseudonym but had a very firm grasp of facts and details of events as they happened. Ironically, the book had been banned from distribution in England and was brought from the continent by Dumbledore, who had procured enough copies for the students and the members of the order. Sirius had suggested that the junior members be allowed to read them so that they would know what they are facing. One of the tasks that they had not done yet was to desensitize them to battle and gore, as they knew would follow. That would fall to Alistair, though, since none of the other adults had the heart to do it. As the class came to an end, a sound started to blare through the cottage, making Remus grip his wand and run outside, with the junior members following him out. As they stepped out of the cottage, a red-colored spell hit Ron in the face and he passed out, making others halt. As Hermione stooped to enervate him, another spell approached them. Fred took it on his hastily conjured shield. Soon there were more curses raining down on them and the students started running for cover. As they ran, they noticed Remus engaged in a duel with two masked men who were trying to do him in while he battled them with everything he had. They noticed McGonagall was there conjuring walls, transforming objects into animals, motioning them to attack the hooded figures. Tiny Professor Flitwick was holding his own against three of the masked men who were trying to corner him, but the remarkable professor was keeping them at bay with ease, showing his extraordinary reflexes, using even the easiest of charms to duel with the masked men. There was Sirius, who was fighting with two of them who were gaining the upper hand on him with each minute. Neville immediately whipped his wand out and sent a powerful blasting hex at one of the two who were engaged with Sirius, while he shouted at the others, Fred and George, go and secure the perimeter of the cottage, do what you can to keep them in check and make sure that no one else enters. Hermione, go and help Remus. Susan, go and help Professor McGonagall. Ginny, go and try to contact Professor Dumbledore. Tell him we are losing and we need reinforcements. They all immediately sped into action, with each running to do their assigned tasks. The twins rushed to the property line, where they found two of the masked men guarding a strange contraption. Hello, my merry men, said Fred. As the men turned, George fired a stunning spell at them, but a third man appeared out of nowhere and flicked the spell aside with a wave of his wand. He immediately started firing spell chains at them, which forced them to run for cover. The three men they were facing were highly proficient in using lethal curses against them. One of them was solely using fire spells against them, while another used a combination of Bombarda, Confrigno and Reducto at them. The third was mostly defending the other two against any attacks, not that the twins were attacking that much. One of the twins pulled out an innocent-looking wire from his pocket and threw it at them. Before it connected, the other twin cast a finite at the wire and it expanded, forming a net which immediately grew to disable the three of them, tying them into a vast net. Neville had engaged one of the two who were fighting Sirius, and he sent a reductor at the man who dodged it and sent a tripping hex which Neville sidestepped and immediately had to dodge a nasty-looking violet-colored curse by ducking on the ground. Another yellow-colored curse followed which made him roll from his position. Panting, he got up and produced a shield which was met with a shield-shattering curse followed by a disarming hex. As his shield shattered and he saw the disarming hex flying at him, he immediately willed his wand back into its holster on his arm. After the disarming hex passed harmlessly through him, he again willed his wand into his hand and almost instantaneously sent a blasting hex at his attacker who jumped out of the way. Neville immediately started sending high-powered blasting hexes at the man who conjured a shield to avoid being hit. After a few seconds, Neville feigned dropping from exhaustion and his opponent dropped the shield to fire a hex at him. Neville immediately fired a stunner at his opponent who crumpled to the ground. Neville turned to the others and found that Hermione was barely holding her own against one of the masked figures who was firing hexes at her relentlessly. She was having a hard time defending herself from all curses for the reason that the basic shields she knew could not hold against the variety of curses fired at her. As Neville watched, she conjured a shield which was shattered almost immediately and a stunner knocked her out. Susan was not faring well either, with her opponent who had forced her on the defensive and was coming down heavily on her. She was trying to hold her own against her opponent who was liberally transfiguring things into animals and animating them to attack Susan, while the opponent kept McGonagall busy with turning her own animations against her. As McGonagall conjured a flock of birds and directed them towards her opponent to distract him, his opponent cast a wide-area stunner which McGonagall dodged while Susan crumpled to the ground. As Neville rushed forward to help his friends, Sirius fell to the floor with a gash on his forehead, and before Neville knew anything, he was passed out. Neville returned to consciousness with Sirius grinning at him while he lay on the floor of the cottage. As he remembered the battle, he immediately leapt up to his feet to see Order members in the cottage while his friends were just waking up. Dumbledore started the meeting. This attack was a test for you all to see your alertness and responsiveness to a situation. You saw an attack happening and you people forgot that this property is under a Fidelius charm and no one can enter here unless they are told the secret, which meant anyone coming in here would not be an enemy. Afterwards you all did some quick thinking, choosing to help the members already fighting, and were bested in your turn. Now I want you all to narrate how you did and how you were bested. Fred started. We had trapped Kingsley, Dad. George continued, and Bill. Fred said, we thought ourselves victorious. George said, when Hestia and Emmeline came. Together they said, they just apparated before us and stunned us. Albus raised his hand in a gesture to stop them from speaking. Good work using the contraption, Mr. Weasley and Weasley, but you forgot your orders and were dallying around. I remember Mr. Longbottom ordered you to make sure that no one else can enter. Next time, pay attention to your surroundings. Miss Granger, your turn, he indicated Hermione. I was battling Tonks, who was using random spells to defeat my shields. She used many spells that I do not know and she was casting them relentlessly, not giving me time to think. She shattered all my shields almost at the moment I conjured them. She kept using single spells as well as a spell chain or two to keep me thinking and stunned me. Tonks smiled kindly at her. You need to work on your dodging. It is physically more demanding, but it leaves your power free to use for attack and it is effective against unknown spells. You will get better with time, Hermione. You were holding your own against me for quite a long time. I think your exhaustion played a good role in getting you knocked out. Dumbledore turned to Ron. What about you, Mr. Weasley? Ron considered for a few seconds before he spoke. I was stunned before we even joined the battle. Dumbledore nodded while turning to Ginny. What about you, Miss Weasley? Ginny looked flushed, her cheeks tinted red. Neville ordered me to contact you and ask for reinforcements. I tried to flow call you, but the flow was down. I kept trying for some time before I was confronted by Alistair Moody, who fired a stinging hex at me which I barely dodged and was immediately knocked out by a stunner. Alistair growled, you need to be more aware of your surroundings. You were under attack and you were oblivious to the dangers around you. If it is any consolation to you, you were the last to be taken out, but you need to work harder. Dumbledore turned to Neville. What about you, Mr. Longbottom? Neville sheepishly smiled. I do not know who I was dueling, but he was fast and kept firing hexes at me which I barely dodged. I somehow stunned the man before I turned to see how others were faring and forgot the man Sirius was dueling with. As I watched Hermione and Susan getting stunned, I turned to help them, and Professor Snape, who had just knocked Sirius out, stunned me. Alistair muttered, "Don't downplay your talents, boy." He turned to the others. This one kept parrying me for a few minutes and dodged or shielded my spells. When I sent a disarming jinx at him, he sent his wand into his holster, neutralizing my hex, and immediately started raining down on me with powerful blasting hexes. When he could not stun me, he feigned to drop from exertion, and when I let my guard down, he stunned me. A bloody trickster, if there ever was one. Constant vigilance. Alistair, chortled Sirius, making others laugh. Dumbledore, who was smiling at the antics of everyone around him, turned to Susan finally. You were helping Professor McGonagall to duel with me. You were holding your own pretty well until you missed the wide area stunner which knocked you out. Dumbledore turned to the people gathered in the room. You all did well, but there is much more you will need to learn. You were successful in shielding and dodging, but you will need to do more. With that, the meeting was dismissed, and as they were leaving, Sirius was cornered by Arthur. Sirius, did you do anything to Grimmauld Place? Sirius grinned at him. Why do you ask, Arthur? Arthur shrugged. At random times, when we are eating in the kitchen or people are sitting there, weird things keep happening. Once all the food disappeared, once the table grew legs and walked away, the enchanted mirrors keep saying rude things, the fireplace keeps shutting itself off, and once the mirror called Dumbledore, old goat, making the headmaster chuckle. Sirius was trying very hard not to laugh, knowing it would give away that he was behind these pranks. He had not been to Grimmauld Place since he had come to the cottage on the hill, but he had asked his elves to keep everyone busy with pranks, and they were obviously doing their part. No, Arthur, I had nothing to do with the recent events as you narrated, but I will look into it, he assured the Weasley patriarch. India. As Harry woke in the morning, he found that nobody else was in the tent. He went out of the tent to find that there was no one else in the area either. He collapsed the tent and put it in a backpack which he had in his trunk and had taken out the previous day. As he took out the contraption Harsh had given him, he inspected it more closely and found a parchment with instructions to use the contraption. One of the instructions asked him to tap it twice with his wand and it would morph into a wristwatch that he could wear. He immediately did so, and as he was setting out to find the mystics, he heard the whooshing of large wings and found his hippogriff descending from the sky to meet him. Grinning with pleasure, he immediately bowed to the beast. The beast bowed its head in return and sat on its haunches, allowing him to mount upon it. To his delight, Harry found that the tack was already on its back. He took a minute to check that the tack was in order before he mounted and took to the sky. Going north towards the hills, he could feel the cold wind hitting him in the face, making him shiver. He descended near a stream and got off the hippogriff. Go and forage for a bit, mate. I think I will need to find something to make me comfortable before we can fly. As he looked into his trunk to find a woolen cloak or some sweaters or a Weasley jumper or his Gryffindor scarf, he found nothing. As he panicked, he remembered some of the charms that he had studied and some of the transfigurations that Professor McGonagall had taught him. He pointed his wand at his clothes, willing his magic and changing the fabric of his cloak into a heavy woolen cloak which immediately felt warm, and he transfigured a piece of wood into a thick scarf which he rolled around his head. He pointed his wand at himself and cast some warming charms at him, and again mounted the hippogriff and took to the skies, but had to land again after some time due to feeling cold. As he neared the ground, he found that he was warmer than in the air. He took the tack off Blackstorm's back and, shrinking it, he slipped it into his backpack. He released the hippogriff to forage for food while he continued the journey on foot. As he walked, he began to take notice of his surroundings. The woods were heavily populated and thick with trees which he was sure were magical. There were a few he recognized from his herbology class, but there were many he had never seen. There was a tree with long curved leaves with a red hue which exuded a lovely fragrance. As he inhaled the perfume, he felt a compulsion to walk toward the tree. His trance was broken when the hippogriff nudged him with its head. As he came out of his trance, he noticed a small animal approaching the tree. When the animal got close enough to the tree, it fell down on the ground dead. A second later, a tentacle leapt from the tree, lapping the dead animal into a toothy maw hidden in the bole of the tree. Harry blanched at the tree and decided to continue forward while trying not to think about what he had just seen. As he was walking, he became aware of someone watching him and chose to be careful with his actions. As he walked forward, an owl hooted, making him jump. The owl was sitting on a nearby tree and was quite different from other owls he had seen. He was proud of Hedwig, but this owl was truly beautiful. It was taller and heavier, with its golden plumage shining and its amber eyes glowing. As Harry watched, it hooted again and something flashed in his mind. Some scenes where he was flying on his hippogriff to battle. The Quidditch pitch on fire, him holding a girl in his arms and crying, him hugging Susan, he and Susan standing in a clearing with their wrists joined by tendrils of magic, him holding a wand in each hand, Harry standing over the dead body of Voldemort, Harry hugging Sirius, who looked beaten with cuts and gashes on his arms but smiling, Neville smiling and embracing him like a brother, and there were a lot of scenes which did not make sense to him but gave him some sense of foreboding. As the flash ended, Harry found that the owl was gone and he was standing in the open. Trying to memorize the scenes of what had happened, he walked further and suddenly the hair on the back of his head rose and he ducked. A split second later, a spear passed through the space he had just vacated. Harry fast drew his wand and turned, shooting a stunner in the direction the spear came from. A moment later, a heavy thud told him that the spell had found its mark. A second later, Harry jumped aside as another spear whirred towards him. After another stunner and another thud, Harry broke into a run with spears raining down on him from all directions. He kept running in a zigzag pattern and often doubled back on his own path, but his pursuers seemed to know the forest well. Finally, as he was out of breath and panting, his steps faltered for a moment when a spear grazed his leg, making him wince in pain, and he stifled a cry as he fell down with heavy ropes binding him. As he watched, a snake appeared. It was a big brown serpent with menacing fangs and had a broad hood. As it slithered towards Harry, hood raised, several men appeared around him wielding spears. As the snake was poised to strike, Harry hissed, "Greetings, noble beast. Do not bite me." The snake stopped mid-strike. "Who are you? You speak the tongue, but you are not a Naga." Harry replied, "I am Harry Potter." The snake hissed, "Harry Potter who? I do not know any by such name." Harry did not know what to say. He was confident that the snake would die if it bit him. He had basilisk venom in his blood which vaccinated him against all snake poison. He needed to say something to the snake to stop it from attacking him. He hissed to the snake, "I am a descendant of snake speakers." The snake dipped its hood, "I can taste the magic in your blood, SS Speaker. You have ancient magics in your blood. Peverells who walked the land long ago will walk again in you, SS Speaker." While Harry was surprised with the snake telling him about Peverells, he supposed it did not make a significant difference considering his ancestors were war mages, but he did not know that the Peverells had parcel tongue in their bloodline. "Peverells destroyed most of my kind and they walk again with one who speaks the tongue. Say your wish, Speaker, it will be granted, and leave us in peace," the snake hissed. "I was just passing through," replied Harry. The snake turned to the men who had been listening with rapt attention and ordered them to release Harry from his bonds and harm him no more. As the snake slithered away, one of the men approached him and released Harry from the rope that was binding him. "Greetings, Speaker." Harry had never met another man in his life who could speak to snakes, therefore he was amazed to find that the man was one. "You can speak this language?" he asked. The man replied offhandedly, "Of course we can. We the Naga are descendants to snake speakers from ancient times and we can speak this language. Tell me about you." So it was that Harry told everything to him about being a parcel tongue, Voldemort, coming to India with the mystics, crossing the terrain to find their tribal home, and his aim to train to become a sorcerer who could defeat Voldemort for good. As he finished, the chief, as he was the leader of the Nagas, invited him to the home of the Nagas for the night. As it was nearing evening, Harry accepted their offer, grateful to have a roof over his head for the evening and not being alone. After a dinner with the Nagas, which was one of his strangest yet tasty meals, the chief invited him to talk. "So Harry," the chief said, "do you know any parcel tongue magic?" "Parcel tongue magic?" Harry asked, confused. Yes, the chief replied. Parcel tongue is a magical language and has more magic than your ordinary language. Even ordinary spells fired in parcel tongue are twice more powerful than when cast in an ordinary tongue. Harry was intrigued. He had once or twice thought about the usefulness of parcel tongue, but he had not been able to find anything. Since parcel tongue was considered a trait of dark wizards, there were really no books available on it. Sirius had hinted that there were books in the Black family library which could be classified as dark, so he was not interested in knowing them, but here he was being offered to be tutored in parcel magics without any costs. I have no knowledge of parcel magics, noble chief, Harry answered the chief. If you wish, Harry Potter, then come see us after you have done your training with the mystics. Lord Harshvardhana would not take offense to an offer like this. The chief offered, we will teach you all that we can. This language can be of use for you in the upcoming war against this Voldemort. There are not many tribes left in the world who speak parcel tongue, so I doubt he would know about these magics. I have one question, though, Harry said to the chief, how do you keep warm at this temperature? The chief guffawed at this. We have magic to keep us warm, and we also do a lot of physical work. And we have a plant whose leaves help us to remain warm even in the harshest climate. After that, Harry was led to a small hut on one side of the settlement where there was no bed in sight but a bed of straw laid out on the ground. Not wanting to offend his hosts and not wanting to do more magic, he immediately fell on the straw. As he was about to pass out, the Naga who had accompanied him gave him 2 leaves to eat, telling him that they would keep him warm for the night. Greengrass Manor. Cyrus Greengrass had just returned home from his potion shop in Diagon Alley and was in his office working on some business ventures when his elf Moppy popped in. Mr. Dumbledore has come to meet you, master. Take him to the parlor, Moppy, and tell him I will be there soon, he replied to the elf while thinking about this visit. He was not surprised that Dumbledore had come to visit, but that it had taken him so long to do so. The exoneration of Sirius Black had been 2 days ago, and Cyrus had expected a visit the same evening. Calling Roxanne and Daphne, he went to the parlor where Dumbledore was waiting for him, his face expectant and his eyes full of twinkle. Headmaster, it is a pleasure to host you in these halls, he said to the older wizard, or is it Chief Warlock, today? Dumbledore smiled jovially. It is a pleasure to see you too, Cyrus, Roxanne and Daphne. It is only Albus Dumbledore today, headmaster of Hogwarts, coming to see his students. Cyrus snorted. Pardon me, headmaster. You have never visited Greengrass Manor before, as you say, to see your students. It will be easy if we can come straight to the point. Dumbledore smiled in return. If that is your wish, Cyrus. I wanted to talk about what happened in the Wizengamot the other day. I had no idea that the neutrals would vote in favor of someone from a dark family. The way I see it, headmaster, it was the houses sticking up for one of our own who had been subjected to injustice at the hands of the ministry, Cyrus said. It also had the added benefit of being in the good books of Lord Black when the war comes. There will be no neutrals in the war, headmaster, and I intend to see my family through the war with the minimum of casualties. The Dark Lord has already sent his minions quite a few times to try and sway us, but we have avoided them so far. If we do not ally with anyone, I intend to take my family and go into hiding. I dare say House Greengrass has several such places at its disposal. I know of the resourcefulness of your house to stay away from any side of a conflict, Cyrus, but if you are choosing sides, there is no guarantee that all of us will survive the war. People die in wars, Dumbledore said grimly. I know of the hazards, headmaster, Cyrus replied. I do not want to give a chance to future generations to say that when the wizarding world was fighting for its future, House Greengrass ran and hid. What do you intend to do in the war, if I may ask? Dumbledore asked the other man. This time it was Roxanne who replied. We will ally ourselves with the light with a number of our friends. We have been meeting in secret for the last couple of days having discussions upon this very topic, and we all have agreed upon allying with light, but there are some conditions which will need to be adhered to. Dumbledore knew too well that there can be no offers from any of the factions without any conditions attached. Usually these conditions tugged at his moral compass and made him refuse, but he was willing to hear them out this time. What are those conditions, Lady Greengrass? He asked. First, call me Roxanne. Lady Greengrass is for formal occasions, she told him with mock sternness. Second, we will not ally with light if the war is fought under your banner. We know you are a formidable wizard and you know who feared you, but you are not destined to defeat him, are you? Thirdly, we will put in funding and men to fight the war, but we will not restrict ourselves to stunners or disarming hexes. These are all agreeable conditions, Roxanne. I was not intending to be the leader anyway. Harry Potter is a beacon of hope people look to in times such as these. It is he who will lead us. Is that agreeable? Dumbledore asked them. It is agreeable. In fact, House Greengrass has long-lasting ties with the House of Black and we have no problems whatsoever standing with Lord Black, Cyrus replied. I have no idea what you are talking about, my boy, Dumbledore replied, feigning innocence. You know what he is talking about, Headmaster. The magically adopted son of Sirius Black, indeed, Roxanne grinned. I should have realized who I was talking to, Dumbledore muttered. Wizengamot. The Wizengamot was assembled for another trial, however it was not a full-body trial as had happened with Sirius Black but a confidential hearing for an illegal animagus and the crimes perpetrated by her. As the tribunal sat, Rita Skeeter was brought before the tribunal and sat in the chair with chains slung around her wrists. The minister was inwardly gleeful to see the pest in chains and awaiting trial. She had been a nuisance to far too many people for far too long. Many respectable pure bloods had fallen prey to her poisoned quill. He was sure that before sunset that day, Rita would be cooling her heels in Azkaban. Respected members of the jury, Amelia was saying, I have received complaints about Ms. Skeeter spying on the private lives of many respectable citizens including the chief warlock, the minister and the boy who lived. When I investigated the matter, it came to my attention that she is an illegal animagus, a fact which has been confirmed to me by Professor McGonagall, who is one of the foremost authorities on transfiguration and has agreed to help us with the investigation. The members were seething with rage at the reporter, but the punishment for being an illegal animagus was 12 years in prison, which was not sufficient for the gravity of her crimes. As one of the members started to raise his objections, Amelia Bones raised her hand signaling for them to remain quiet. As I took her into custody and investigated into her alleged crimes, it came to my knowledge that all of her exclusives were based on information obtained by her in her illegal animagus form. She has also used this form to avoid detection when she trespassed in the ministry archives to steal and leak official ministry secrets in direct violation of the Official Secrets Act. This last crime carries the Dementor's key for treason. However, since her information has been, shall we say, helpful, I am not calling for this sentence. She banished a stack of parchment towards Dumbledore, who distributed it to the members with a wave of his hand. These are some of the crimes which she has committed in her animagus form. I implore this jury of respectable wizards and witches to judge her actions based on the gravity of her crimes. As she finished, the jury retired to deliberate upon the punishment. After 30 minutes, the jury returned and handed a roll of parchment to the minister, who read it with his expression turning gleeful. Hiding his smirk, he started, Rita Skeeter, the Wizengamot has found you guilty of the following charges: of failing to register your animagus form, of multiple counts of libel and slander against members of our community, of multiple counts of criminal trespass in restricted areas of the offices and archives of the ministry, of leaking official secrets and treason. The last charge carries a mandatory sentence of life imprisonment in a maximum security facility or death. However, DMLE head Madam Bones has chosen to commute that sentence, citing your value as a material witness in matters which have not yet been heard before this body. You are sentenced, therefore, to 30 years in the minimum security wing at Azkaban with possibility for parole in 10 years should you show that you are sufficiently reformed to no longer pose a threat to society. In addition, your estates and account at Gringotts are henceforth confiscated to make reparations to those whose reputations you have damaged with your activities. Should any of your holdings remain after settlement has been reached, they shall be held in trust until such time as your sentence is complete. Furthermore, 2 years shall be added to your sentence if you fail to register your nefarious animagus form within 1 month of pronouncement of this judgment. India. Harry woke up in a hut with walls made of mud with wooden poles. He was lying on a straw bed. As he thought, the events of last night came back to him, reminding him of the snake, being chased by the Nagas and their hospitality. As he came out, he was taken to the chief of the Nagas, who welcomed him fondly, "Welcome Harold James, son of Peverils." "But I am a potter." He frowned. "Why would you call me son of Peverils?" The chief grinned, "Because we can sense the Peveril magic coursing in you. The ancient magics are strong in you, and there are not many wizards alive who have so much power as you do at your age. You have reinstated the line of Peveril, which was not in existence for centuries now." Harry frowned at the explanation. Were not his ancestors also the descendants of the Peverils? They were all descended from Peverils. Maybe he will have to ask the mystics who could explain this. "Are you ready for the journey ahead, Harry?" the chief asked. As Harry was served breakfast, the chief explained the route to him with some of the problems he was expected to face. After an hour, Harry left the Nagas to commence his journey to the abode of the mystics. He traveled further north on foot, determined to learn about the animals and the flora and fauna of the place. As he walked, he saw a two-headed bird diving towards him. Immediately he whipped out his wand and sent a stunner at the bird, which dodged out of the way, surprising him with its agility. As he was recovering from his surprise, the bird dived again and picked him up in his talons, taking him into the sky. Harry leveled his wand at the bird to stun it, but realized a second later that he would not survive the fall if the bird dropped him. Resigning himself to fate, he looked downwards and saw something which made his heart soar with joy. Blackstorm was flying towards him at a great speed and quickly covering the distance between them. Mentally ordering the hippogriff to stay beneath him, Harry stunned the bird, which dropped him, and he fell hard on the back of his hippogriff, making him wince in pain. He could feel his ribs aching, making it clear that he had broken one or two of them. Perhaps it was not a good decision to land on the hippogriff in mid-flight. He settled himself comfortably upon the hippogriff, trying to limit his movements so as not to aggravate his injury. As he flew, he kept looking at the contraption on his wrist and steered the hippogriff in the right direction from time to time with a gentle pat on its flanks or a thought. When he felt cold, he dug into the pockets of his robes, pulling out some of the leaves the Nagas had given him. After an hour of flying, they were nearing the snow-laden mountains which Harry had seen the previous day, and he could see the wisdom in having a flying beast. He was able to soar over the deepest valleys in minutes, guessing at their depths, instead of having to spend arduous days scaling their sides. Suddenly the contraption on his wrist glowed red, and he patted the hippogriff, signaling it to go down. The hippogriff plummeted towards the ground at an exhilarating speed, making him shout in glee at the thrill of flying. After 5 minutes, the hippogriff landed outside a ring of trees which were spread in a giant circle, but there was nothing beyond the trees. The contraption on his hand was inert, showing no activity. He remembered the question he had asked Harsh when they had gone to Longbottom Castle about every pureblood property being surrounded by rings of trees, and he remembered that Harsh had not answered the question. Perhaps all magical properties were ringed by trees on their borders. As he was pondering over what to do, he remembered Harsh's advice about magic leaving traces. Deciding to test the theory, he extended his senses to feel anything like he had felt at Ollivander's. As he concentrated, he could feel a tug at his consciousness. As he concentrated more, he felt like he was trapped in a big circle that tugged at him from all sides. Overwhelmed, he sat down on the ground, from all his senses being drowned in all the magic that was present in the place. He concentrated more and finally felt a lone string which extended towards the ring of trees. Getting up with difficulty, he dragged his feet towards the property, following the string, and soon, he was caressing the gnarled trunk of a very old tree. As he was doing so, Harsh appeared beside him, grinning. "Welcome to Adrisperum, Harry." Harry grinned at him before he collapsed from exertion and the pain from his ribs. Harry woke up in a room with walls built of closely fitted and polished stone blocks, showing no sign of mortar. The walls were generously hung with tapestries and portraits of warriors. Light was provided by a number of torches in wall sconces. He was lying on a bed which was twice the size of his bed in his dormitory at Hogwarts. Harsh sat at his bedside, grinning at him. "Welcome back to the land of living, Harry." Harry groaned. "Guruji, why did you not tell me that finding the abode of the mystics was so hard? I had to battle a bird and ran from spears and fly in the cold to find this place. Why did you not tell me that it would be so cold here?" Harsh was amused. "You have just arrived and you already have so many complaints. However, I can relate how being taken captive by a bird would set you off. I hope the Nagas treated you well. They always treat all my recruits with generous hospitality, but I think they would have treated you special considering you speak their language, Harsh said, hissing. You speak it. You have been playing me all along, Harry hissed in indignation while Harsh just laughed aloud at his protests. Harry Potter woke up in the room where he had been taken when he had reached the Mystics. The room was more than adequate for his uses. It was much larger than the small bedroom he was used to at Privet Drive. It was even better than the one at the Blacktown house, being twice the size with a spectacular view out the window. There were hills visible in the distance which was more like mountains. He remembered reading in his geography books in the Muggle primary that the Himalayas were the highest and the longest mountain range in the world. He had not imagined the sheer size of it. Each of those mountains was easily over 3,000 feet in height, and at the foot of those mountains were woods so dense that even the Forbidden Forest would look tame compared to them, but these did not look quite so sinister to him. Mr. Potter. A female voice brought him out of his musing, and he turned to find a middle-aged woman at the door of the room. She was athletically built, was tall with black hair and brown eyes. While she looked fairly unremarkable, the sheer power which seemed to exude from her was terrifying. Mr. Potter, she called again, Guruji has asked me to tell you to get ready and meet him outside in 30 minutes, and any delay on your part would be met with severe punishment. Harry nodded, getting up and running to the bathroom. Half an hour later, he was facing the mystic who was sitting at the breakfast table with 5 other people. As Harry approached, Harsh signaled him to sit at the table. Harry, let me introduce you to these fine people. They are Vari, Anil, Pawan, Achala and Ambar, who will be looking after different aspects of your training. In between them, you will also meet Varamihir, who is our seer, though I do not think you fancy divination much. I will be teaching you a lot of things, but these 5 will be looking over your training. They also have the support of other mystics, and whatever they order, you are bound to fulfill them or suffer our displeasure. We have some new recruits, but their training is different from you, so you will be their only charge. Harry nodded his head. He remembered something that the mystic had promised him when he woke up. Guruji, I do not have a wand which is compatible with me. Harsh smiled. I remember my promise, Harry. As soon as you are done with your breakfast, we are going to collect the ingredients of your wand. After finishing breakfast, they came out of the building they were in, and Harry found that it was a castle, but did not look as imposing as the Hogwarts castle, but rather welcoming with the mountains in the background. The castle was around 4 stories high and spread in a large area, with guards patrolling the tops of the walls and keeping watch. Outside the castle, there were large stables, pens and sheds where there were animals being kept. He noticed his hippogriff tethered to one of the stalls, while the mystic Pashupati, that was Harry had heard was his name, was patting its flanks and tending to it so lovingly that he reminded Harry of Hagrid. There were many flying horses tethered to their stalls in the stable, and then there were bovines which were being tended to by some mystics. The mystics had a large number of animals in their settlement, which made sense to him since there would be no other supply of food in this place, which was out in the middle of nowhere. On the far end of the settlement, he could see there was some type of practice area where there was an earth embankment, and it looked like it was used for battle practice. Indeed, 2 mystics were standing at the sides bearing swords and readying themselves for sparring. On another side of the settlement, there was a big pool of water which was sparkling in the morning sun. There was a practice area where some mystics were dueling with each other, firing lethal curses and dodging them or shielding themselves with such ease that it fascinated him. He kept watching them as they used those curses and hexes in creative ways, and were even putting in some charms or transfigurations to use in the battle. One thing he noticed was that not all of them were wearing cloaks or robes like wizards in England did, but mostly their torso was bare with just a light fabric covering their upper body, which they would cast aside when doing any work, but some were dressed in robes or cloaks. Harsh's comments about mystics coming from all over the world came to his mind. Harry, Harsh said, as we are going to craft your wand, so we will be leaving to see our wand maker Shilpagya, who I am told is waiting for a challenge. Harry did not say anything, but thought back to how happy Ollivander seemed when Harry did not fit with any of the wands which he had tried. Perhaps this was another enthusiastic soul like Ollivander. Harsh led him westwards in the settlement to a nondescript house where they met a man who was ancient. His beard was big enough to put Dumbledore to shame, and his face was so wrinkled that it was hard to make out his features. He looked like a well-placed jinx would do him in. The only distinguishing features were his brown eyes, which were sparkling with so much energy that Harry could not take his eyes off him. Shilpagya, Harsh addressed him, Harry here needs a wand compatible to him. I won't put in any efforts for a meager boy, Harsh, the old wand maker retorted. If you cannot bring me a challenge, please do not waste my time. Harsh said nothing but smirked. I think you will love this challenge. This one here is a descendant of Peverell in Black. He is powerful enough to cast a Patronus and drive away 100 Dementors at this age. The old wand maker's eyes brightened. A descendant of Peverell, you say? I will love this. I wish old Ignotus was here. I could rub this in his face for eternity. He beckoned Harry closer and sliced his palm to collect a few drops of blood. As he studied it for a few minutes, he turned to them. The boy will need a seasoned piece of the sandalwood tree, a tail feather of Gandabaranda and a yeti hair. If you can manage a tail hair of Thestral, I would not say not to it. Harsh said nothing for a few moments while his eyes took a maniacal grin. Then he said, we have quite the task for us, Harry. Let's leave before the day is long and we can hope to collect the items as soon as we can. Harry nodded but could not help asking, what is Gandabaranda? And what is a Thestral? Harsh turned to him. Gandabaranda is a two-headed bird which is known for its strength, its powers of illusion and its capacity to carry heavy weights such as a tiny wizard named Harry Potter. He guffawed at Harry's expression. Sounds like a phoenix to me, he muttered. You are not far from right, Harry. They are cousins to phoenixes but cannot quite arise again from its ashes like a phoenix, but they are impervious to all magic that can kill them. Their death depends on their will, Harsh answered his unasked question. Why are they not listed in the Fantastic Beasts? Harry asked. Harsh laughed, because Newt Scamander did not come to India. He did not even mention Pravirakarna owl in his books, and they are rather legendary creatures. There are many animals found in these mountains which are not mentioned by Mr. Scamander. Harry was surprised but eager to know more. What is a Thestral? A Thestral, Harsh said reverently, is a skeletal winged horse which is considered by many as omen of death, but we know it is the horse of death because only those who have seen death can actually see this animal. That is the animal symbol of House of Peverell and adorns your ring. Newt Scamander had met a lot of them in his school days. Where are they found in England? Harry asked eagerly while thinking of the Lord rings he had left in England when he was coming on this voyage on Sirius's advice that the rings would not be useful in India where his houses were barely known. Hogwarts, Harsh replied, it has the biggest flock of them. I believe there are around 100 of the beasts in the Forbidden Forests and are looked after by Rubeus Hagrid. They are used for pulling the carriages. Nothing pulls the... Harry stopped short as he realized that only those who had seen death could see those horses. He had not seen anyone die before Cedric, therefore he could not see them. Harsh was smirking at his expression, but soon turned sober. They are magical beings and are considered powerful. Any wand to have its tail hair and a tail feather of a Gandabaranda would be quite the combination. Hang on, Harry said, did not the wand maker say something about yeti hair? Yes, he did. You are going to ask it to give you a hair, Harsh smirked at him. Harry was gasping in wonder that he was going to see a yeti of all things. They are temperamental creatures, Harry. When you approach one, present yourself as one who has come to ask something and be humble. They cannot refuse anything to one who shows them proper respect, Harsh confided in him, making him worry about the proper manners for a yeti. As they went out of the settlement, Harry found himself in the clearing where he had come in. Behind him there was only a ring of trees and there was nothing in it. He turned to Harsh, who was smiling at him. We keep an invisibility shield up at all times. This way no one unsavory can find us. He took Harry's hand and disappeared to reappear beneath the mountain where there was nothing but only snow all around. They were directly below the snow-laden mountains, making them look dreadful and imposing to him. There were no trees around the place and all he could see was snow. He turned to Harsh, who was just disillusioning him. Harsh pointed in a direction. Go that way, Harry. After a kilometer or so, you will come upon them. The first yeti you meet, ask him to voluntarily give you a hair for the purpose of triumph of good. Before he agrees, he would try to intimidate you, threaten you or scare you. Hold your ground against him and he will relent to give a hair to you." Harry nodded and started in the direction Harsh pointed out to him. As he walked, he found that it kept getting colder. As he began to think about turning back, a figure jumped in front of him. It was around 12 feet in height with a face resembling a great ape, red bloodshot eyes and snow-white hair all over the body. Its large, powerful fingers were tipped with formidable-looking claws and his teeth sported 6-inch fangs pointed like stilettos. Seeing the bizarre creature in front of him, Harry's mind froze and he could not say a word. "What do you want, humanling?" growled the Yeti, making him shiver to the bones. He wanted to bolt, but Harsh's warning kept sounding in his mind. I want a hair," he said quickly, making the Yeti laugh. "You are such a tiny thing, humanling. Now I ask again, what do you want?" the Yeti almost roared at him. Harry's legs were threatening to give way beneath him, but he did not dare use his wand because he knew the creature in front of him would swat him away before he could do anything. Gathering his Gryffindor courage, he faced the Yeti. "O noble being, I am Harold James and I have come to pray for a hair of you to forge me a wand which will help me win in the war against evil. Since you told me your name, I will tell you mine. I am Raktakish, son of Shukrash and the Prince of Yetis. We do not easily mingle with wizards who are always offending Mother Magic and her ways." "What do you know of evil?" the Yeti asked. Harry was not sure of the answer. While he could give a pedestrian answer to anyone who asked this question, he knew the Yeti wanted to know something more. Something that was true only for the Yeti and no one else. He remembered how the mystic had always harped on about Mother Magic and offending her ways. "Evil is when someone uses his gifts and tries to pervert the sacred rules of magic," he replied confidently. "When someone as such arises and tries to instigate others in those ways, it is evil." "Why would I give you my hair?" the Yeti asked while not commenting on his answer to the first question. "Because I need it to craft a wand which will be a useful tool in the upcoming war against evil," he replied after a moment's reflection. "I do not concern myself with the world's ways, Harold James," the Yeti said. "I can simply kill you and bury your body in the snow." "Why should I not kill you?" While all of Harry's instincts wanted him to run, he stood his ground. "You will not kill me, noble Raktakish, because it is not your nature. I am the only hope against the upcoming evil and your contribution will ensure triumph of good over evil." "Well answered, Harold James," the Yeti said, his face contorting into a smile which had the disturbing side effect of showing off his fangs. "You will have your wish." He plucked a long snow-white hair from his arm and gave it to Harry. Harry conjured an empty phial and, having corked the hair inside, stowed it back into his robes. As Harry turned around, Harsh materialized before him. "Well done, Harry. You handled him well. Now let's see you tackle the Gandabaranda." They disappeared to appear a moment later in the clearing where he had encountered the two-headed bird a day before. "Harry," Harsh instructed him, "as the bird approaches, you have to avoid to being taken as a passenger in its talons, but you have to hitch a ride on its back. It will try all its might to unseat you from its back and you have to keep hanging. When you have broken its will, it will willingly drop a tail feather for you which you have to collect and then jump off its back or it would plunge into a glacier." Harry shivered at the task. The bird was enormous and he was not sure how to break its spirit. As he replayed Harsh's words in his mind once again, he asked a question of him: "How will I land on the ground safely?" Harsh produced a shrunken broom for him. "Marut told me you are a fantastic flyer. Sure you can use your talents." Grinning, Harry pocketed the broom. As Harsh disappeared, Harry heard an ear-piercing screech and saw the two-headed bird dive-bombing him. As the bird came near him and went in a steep dive to grab him, Harry waited until the last possible moment, then leapt to one side, grabbing the bird's wing and swinging himself onto its back. The strain nearly ripped Harry's arms from their shoulder sockets, but as the bird rose into the air again, it had a passenger. He wasted no time getting a firmer grip with both hands and getting his knees up behind the wing joints. All the while, it was thrashing and trying to throw him off. As the bird went higher and higher, Harry started feeling the extreme cold and he laid himself closer to the bird's body, trying to use its heat to stave off the cold while cursing himself for not thinking to bring the leaves the Nagas had given him, which would have kept him warm in any cold. The bird kept flying at high altitude for a long time until Harry thought he would become frozen to its back. The bird tried to unseat him all during this somersaulting mid-flight, giving him jerks or going higher. As he kept clinging, suddenly the bird went into a steep dive, making him shout at the top of his lungs, enjoying the exhilaration of the flight. The bird kept trying to throw him off by all means, but Harry could not be shaken loose. Finally the bird stopped mid-air after a steep upwards climb. He felt some shiver going through its body and it dropped a feather from its tail. Whipping the broom out of his pocket, he immediately jumped down and grabbed the feather which was lazily floating down. As he clutched the feather, he threw the broom upwards and flexed his wrist, bringing the wand concealed up his sleeve to his right hand. He cast a finite at the broom and it returned to its natural size. What Harry had not considered was that he had been in free fall for several seconds now. He was only about 100 feet away from the ground and the broom was not in his hand. Suddenly a spell hit him and he instantly slowed to a halt. Without losing a moment, he summoned the broom to him and mounting it he started flying towards the ground when he saw a blur flying alongside him. When Harry looked more carefully, a face appeared out of the mist. Harsh was grinning at him like mad while he flew like a blur and kept up with the pace of his broom. As Harry landed, Harsh appeared before him. "Well done, Harry. There has not been anyone who has voluntarily obtained a feather from a Gandabaranda for almost 100 years now." "You were flying," Harry said, his face full of so many expressions that it was hard to decipher them all at once. "You have to teach me to do that. It would be cool to fly without a broom in Quidditch and win." Harsh guffawed. Harry, did you not hear that you are not supposed to teach what I will teach to you? You are not supposed to show your talents so openly either." "Why?" Harry asked, confused. "We will continue this discussion when we have obtained sandalwood for you, Harry," Harsh replied. "We have to finish gathering materials for your wand today. Shilpagya would be cross with you if you were inordinately delayed. I have never seen that old fossil so excited for years now." "Where will we get sandalwood?" Harry asked. "I have heard it grows in warm climates." "You are right, Harry. We are going south where there are sandalwood forests. But I must alert you that you will face another tribe of Nagas who are fierce than the ones you have met, and they are very suspicious of anyone, Parseltongue or not. You will have to kill some snakes and maybe a couple of Nagas before they will acquiesce to give you some sandalwood. This will be a power show." Harry nodded and Harsh presented a stone to him. "Grab hold, Harry. I know you are still traumatized with the experience of Portkey, but we have to take this Portkey." Harry was reluctant to but still touched the stone and he felt a sudden jerk behind his navel and was whisked away. Green Hues, London. Neville had just returned home from Longbottom Castle and was preparing to settle for the day when suddenly his elf kitty appeared before him. "Master Croaker B's calling you, Master." Algernon Croaker was his great-uncle who, to hear Dowager Lady Longbottom, had some quirks in his personality and had never married in favor of his love for magical research. 50 years ago, he had joined the Unspeakables and had soon become the Chief Unspeakable. He was one of the most powerful men in Avalon right now. Apart from his prowess with wand, he knew of such arcane magics that some of them weren't even available to ordinary wizards and witches. He had visited Neville several times over the years and tried to help him realize things. Neville was always interested in hearing what he had to tell him. Neville sent the elf away and after getting dressed went down where Algernon Croaker was waiting in the parlor. He had silver white hair and a long beard which reached to his chest and his face was full of wrinkles. Seeing Neville he rose and embraced him warmly. "Neville, how are you, child?" Neville returned his affection with equal delight. "I am well, great Uncle Algy." "Is there any reason for the Chief Unspeakable to come at this time?" Neville asked. "I am angry at you, boy," Croaker growled. "I thought I would come and let my displeasure be known personally." "Be you? But why?" Neville stuttered. "How did I offend you?" He was fearful of Croaker's prowess and the creative ways in which he used to punish those found guilty of being a traitor to the Department of Mysteries. "My nephew and his wife returned to the world of the living and nobody saw fit to inform me," he growled, his wand twirling in his fingers emitting red sparks. Neville knew he would be in trouble unless he came clean to the Unspeakable. So, he began telling everything to him from the moment Harry Potter had returned to the school after the third task, the mystic's offer of the wand, his offer to treat Frank and Alice, treating them, taking Harry to India, his training with others and the story of the wand. As he finished his narration, the Unspeakable's mouth was open in surprise and his eyes wide. He sat contemplating over everything that was said and sat still for a long time. Finally, after several minutes, he started to speak. I can recall only one such person from my knowledge. If he appeared to you, then it is clear that there is another war at hand. I believe Harry Potter's claim that you know who has returned from the dead. The war will be fierce, and if he is taking an interest in Harry Potter, then I believe that the clash will be of epic proportions. I wonder what Dumbledore has to say about this. Neville smirked. Harry told me that Dumbledore has no problem with it. In fact, Dumbledore has committed to using lethal force this time to curb our losses. I for one will not stay behind, and neither will Father once he is back on his feet. I know that, Neville, the Unspeakable replied. If you have pledged House Longbottom's support to Harry Potter, then perhaps you need to be better prepared. He produced the Longbottom grimoire from inside of his robes. Start reading this. We will begin our training a week from now. It's time that Heir Longbottom stands up and masters his family magic. The grin that he gave to Neville made him cringe. Bones Manor. Susan was getting bored. Except for the days that she had training, there was nothing for her to do, and she had already finished reading all her books, and Auntie was busy in the office for most of the day these days. Time was slow going for her, and she had yet to call Hannah. She was going to wait for Harry Potter to return before she invited Hannah over. She was going to keep her word that she would not talk to Hannah if Harry did not forgive her. She had been training hard and was still embarrassed with her performance. She had told Amelia all her experiences and was sufficiently chastised for being so amiss in combat-like situations. Worse still, Amelia had decreed that every time she failed, she would be punished. Has the raven-haired wizard left you bereft of your sense, Susie? Amelia's voice cut into her thoughts, and she found her aunt had just arrived. What occupies your thoughts, Susie? She asked again. I am bored, Auntie, she whined. I haven't yet invited Hannah over this summer, and her letters are short. I am eager to meet her, but I have decided not to till Harry forgives her. Training happens every alternate day, and I have finished reading all my books. Why are you talking like a muggle born, Susie? Amelia asked. You have a library at your disposal which I am sure you have not been into, and you have not been able to open the family grimoire yet. Maybe you should try to see if you are ready to be the Bones heiress. Susan had not taken the heirship yet because she could not open the grimoire. It resisted her because she was scared of taking on the responsibility, but she knew she had to take it soon if she was to count for something in the coming war. We are going to the library as soon as I can change into something comfortable, Amelia said sternly. We will see tonight if you can wield the mantle of the Bones heiress. Black Townhouse. The Weasleys had been having a tough time with pranks going off at any time. Almost everyone had fallen victim to these pranks once or more. The twins were the most frequent victims, sometimes with bleeding noses that could not be stopped, sometimes they were nauseous and puking for hours on end and dry heaving, or sometimes some order member would turn into a canary, or at any time an order member's wand would be replaced with a fake wand which they would not realize until they went to use it and it turned into a rubber chicken or a fish. The most epic had been one day when Dumbledore was visiting, and as he took the chair at the head of table, chains emerged from the armrest tying him up, and then his hair and beard changed colors while his robes changed from their eccentric patterns and colors to plain white. While everyone else at the table was horrified, the headmaster merely chuckled at this, easing the tension around the place. The most horrific prank happened to Arthur Weasley, who had just taken a sip from his glass at dinner one day, and the next second he was writhing on the ground, and seconds later he changed into Alastor Moody, and real Moody, who was present at that moment, looked ready to brawl. They all had tried to find the pranksters but had not been successful so far. One day Hermione entered the library to spend the entire day holed up there, but she ran away moments later bawling at the top of her voice. As she was pacified by Mrs. Weasley, she kept sobbing and between her tears told everyone that all the books in the library had been charmed, and when she tried to read them, they began flying around the room. She tried to grab the books but they just danced out of her reach and kept teasing her. This had enraged Mrs. Weasley, and she was vowing to put an end to this menace and to punish the perpetrator whenever she found him, her. The twins had been subjected to a thorough investigation by Alastor Moody, who used legilimency on them to make sure they were telling the truth. To his surprise, they were not the culprits, this time. Remus, who had been living in Grimmauld Place and pranked the twins every now and then, relayed all the information to Sirius, who had taken to living in the cottage on the hill. He cringed when he heard the response his pranks had generated. He resolved to avoid Grimmauld Place for the time being for the safety of his limbs. In the meanwhile, Sirius Black had been training hard in his family magics after he had achieved his fitness to be able to hold his own even against the trusted members of Voldemort's inner circle. He had been to visit Ripfang at Gringotts frequently, where he had been making decisions on Harry's behalf. So far, he had made several investments which were giving him substantial returns, and he had reopened a manor situated somewhere in Ireland which was unclottable, and he was furnishing it for Harry Potter whenever he returned. He knew Harry preferred to live without being disturbed, and they needed a safe place in case the war turned for the worse. Dumbledore had also instructed him to open several safe houses where the families of Muggleborn students and the allies of House Potter could live unaffected by the war if things turned for the worse. He had used several nondescript properties belonging to House Black, fortifying them with wards and every protection that he could manage. One thing that was always on his mind was Harry Potter. He was concerned about his son and how he was doing, as he had not received a word since Harry Potter had left for India. Perhaps he was too busy, or he had forgotten about the mirror Remus gave him. He had asked Dumbledore, but the old man merely shrugged and said that even he did not know how to contact the mystics, but some wards that he had tied to Harry Potter kept him informed that Harry Potter was fine. The Burrow. The Weasleys had been fortifying the Burrow ever since the school year had ended. Bill Weasley, who had been transferred to Avalon, had been raising wards over the property, the likes of which were seen only in the ancient tombs of Egypt. There were no wizards capable of getting through those protections in England unless one brought a ward device, and those were rare in England. There were only a couple of them available, and only in the oldest of families. Most of them kept their information secret from others, and Bill hoped that none of the Death Eaters who had one would offer it to you-know-who. He was living at the Burrow with the twins, and Ronald, who claimed that they missed flying and Grimmauld Place was too gloomy for them. Mrs. Weasley had not been receptive to the idea until Mr. Weasley convinced her with the condition that they would flow in twice a day for lunch and dinner and would not burn the house down. Ron had come to the Burrow to escape Grimmauld Place and to think upon his life so far. The last year had been hard on his friendship with Harry Potter, and some mistakes he made in his jealousy were now coming back to bite him. He had given up on his friend when he needed him most, and now he felt that he was losing his friend forever. Harry had forgiven him, but the frostiness in their relationship had not escaped him. He decided to do whatever it took to gain his trust back. It will be a hard journey, but Ron was resolved to never abandon Harry Potter again. His friendship was what he had treasured most, and he would do anything to reclaim it. He had also been reflecting on the path he had taken so far and was disappointed with what he saw. He had been a slacker and tended to avoid working hard, despite knowing that he had to work hard to make his place in the world. Harry Potter had slacked off with him in studies, but he was Harry Potter, a lord of 4 houses, and had more money than all the Weasleys put together had ever seen. Ron was not jealous of him anymore with the hand that Harry Potter had been dealt by the fates, but he had to work to make his own future. To start on his path to become his own man, he had excused himself and come to the Burrow. When he craved flying, he used the twins' brooms. He spent most of his time studying the books from his last 4 years at school. It was hard going at the start. When Bill noticed him working hard, he offered his assistance in Ron's studies. Thus Bill was tutoring Ron on the days they were not practicing at the cottage on the hill. Bill was disappointed with Ron's choice of divination and dug out his old textbooks to start teaching Ron runes. Runes were difficult, as Hermione had once told them, yet he was trying his hardest to persevere. So far he had studied the names of the runes in Elder Futhark and was learning to apply them. He was also trying to improve his performance in potions. The twins had recruited his help in it by giving him some introductory books to read before he had to start brewing potions for their use. They could use even the simplest potions in their products, and their uses had boggled his mind. This was proving to be the hardest summer ever for him, and he was not complaining. The sense of accomplishment and finally understanding what the teachers had been trying to give him made all the effort worthwhile. Perhaps they were all doing their best to grow up before the war. South India. Harry and Harsh appeared out of thin air and Harry promptly stumbled and fell on his knees. As Harsh took his hand and helped him to his feet, he muttered, "Ugh. I hate port keys." Harsh smirked at him. "Of course. You can never end up on your feet. Do you, Harry?" Harry just shrugged. Then he asked, "Where are we going, Guruji?" "Not me but you, Harry. Follow the scent that you can smell and keep following until you run into Nagas. They are temperamental people and will not yield to you until you defeat them, so I believe that you will be busy with them quite a bit. A word of advice if you will, Harry. They seldomly use wands and use staffs to conduct magic, which makes it easier for them. If I were you, I would choose a one-on-one duel with the prize of wand wood." Harry nodded and started following the scent of Nagas. It was actually sandalwood, which is preferred by snakes, and so Nagas stalked them in their residences, which he knew from his time in the other Naga village. He had noticed the scent when he arrived and now following it led him deeper into the forest. As he went, the forest became so dense that there was no longer any trail visible. The forest canopy was thick enough that no sunlight penetrated to the forest floor. As Harry looked around in the gloom, even at midday, he realized that he was surrounded by trees he did not recognize. He did his best to step around obstacles as he encountered them and stayed on the scent. The hair on the back of his head stood up and he ducked. This time, instead of a javelin or an arrow, a snake passed through the space where he had just been standing. He tried to stop the snake, but it turned and attacked him. Harry had no option but to stun it. As the snake fell, scores of snakes attacked him from all sides, and despite doing his best, he could not keep all of them at bay. By the time he was victorious against them, a few had buried their fangs in him and paid for their aggression by dying horribly as their bodies melted like wax. As Harry stood taking stock of the situation, a man jumped in front of him from a nearby tree. "You are not welcome here," he hissed out. "I mean you no harm. I am sorry that your slithering friends have paid for their unprovoked attack with their lives." "I am not looking for a fight," Harry hissed back in reply. "Go away or we will kill you," the Naga hissed again, baring his teeth at him. "I challenge you to a duel. If I win you will give me wand wood, and if I lose I will forfeit my life," Harry hissed. Without preamble, the Naga produced a small staff which he pointed at Harry and hissed something. A dark green spell flew at him which he dodged. Harry fired a stunner at the Naga, who raised the earth with a stomp of his foot. As the stunner collided with the earthen wall, the Naga banished the wall at Harry, who had to jump aside to avoid being swatted like a fly. As he jumped he fired a bombarda at the Naga, who had fired a spell of his own. The spells collided in a blast and they were both thrown back. As Harry jumped to his feet he used the aguamenti at the Naga, who lost his footing. In that moment he fired a curse at Harry as he fell, and Harry instantly raised a shield to defend himself. The next instant he was forced to roll away because the Naga had summoned a boulder at him. As he stood he cast a banishing charm at the boulder, forcing it to go awry and hit the Naga in the shoulder, and the Naga dropped his staff. Immediately Harry followed up with a petrifying hex and incarcerus, and the Naga was bound up before him. As Harry approached the Naga and cancelled the hexes, the Naga said, "I accept defeat. You are the winner. We will give you the wood you came for." An hour later, Harry left with an armful of wood from the Naga, who simply escorted him to the place where they had dueled. As soon as the Naga disappeared, Harsh appeared before Harry. Grabbing Harry's shoulder, the two of them were gone. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Dumbledore was sitting in his office trying to solve the woes of the school. Of course, the same two problems every year, those being the budget and finding a new Dada teacher. This year, however, were added to the pile finding a new history of magic teacher, a temporary care of magical creatures teacher, and a wizarding etiquette teacher. He would place ads in all the usual publications, of course, the Daily Prophet, Witch Weekly, the Quibbler, but it would be so nice if the answer to his teaching woes would just walk in through his office door. Just then, the gargoyle alerted him to a visitor. As the visitor came up the stairs, Dumbledore trained his wand at the door, waiting for the visitor to enter. The door opened and a man with ordinary features entered the office. He asked the stranger sternly, "What do you want?" The stranger merely smirked at him. "Hello, Mr. Dumbledore. I am a Parachute and Lord Harsh has told me that you were looking for a defense professor. I thought I would toss my hat in the ring with others." Dumbledore said nothing but looked at the other man scrutinizing him. He tried to probe the man's mind but he met solid walls which had no breach whatsoever at first sight. Albus knew that he could win in mental war against the other man but that would require open confrontation and he wanted to avoid that. He sensed a weakness in the man's defenses and immediately moved through the breach. He was amazed with what he saw. Beyond the walls was a forest full of trees and mountains with a lot of magical creatures wandering through the mindscape. Some of the creatures he recognized from sightings during his trip to the Himalayas decades ago. As he stepped inside, a giant snake lunged at him forcing him to break the connection and the next second, he was in his office again. The stranger said nothing but was smiling at him. Is that sufficient or you want me to duel you to prove that I can teach this subject? You are hired, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling, as he thought to himself, that's one problem solved. Himalayas. Harry fell to the ground as the portkey stopped pulling him. He noticed that this portkey did not give the usual nauseating feeling or revolve too much but was a much smoother ride. As he was once again tumbled to the ground, Harsh laughed at him, still could not get the hang of it, Harry. Portkeys were developed as means of reinforcements arriving in middle of battle and if warriors handled portkey like you do, they would have been cut down before they took out their wand. Harry retorted, maybe you can teach me to handle portkeys better than, Guruji. Or is it too pedestrian for mystics? Harsh mock glared at him, careful Harry or you will rue your outbursts. Now we are going to get a tail hair from a thestral. Harsh led him to a part of the woods which were dense and there was no living creature nearby that Harry could sense. Harsh looked around for some time before he wandlessly summoned a small animal out of a nearby bush and whipping out his wand, cast a severing charm then turned its carcass inside out. What did you do that for? Harry asked flabbergasted. Harsh looked at him like he had grown two heads. Thestrals are attracted by the smell of blood and you can pluck a hair off its tail while it is feasting on the carcass of the dead animal or would you rather that it takes you for a ride while you are trying for a hair? Harry said nothing but his jaws shut with an audible click and he started looking around. Soon he saw a winged animal approaching them. It descended before them and Harry surveyed it closely. It had a skeletal face and there was no flesh on its body but the skin was clinging to its bones. The same was true for the rest of its body where he could see the bones beneath its translucent skin with little fat in them and it had a long tail with a pointed end. The beast approached Harry and nuzzled him with its head and cautiously Harry extended his hand to pet its head. The beast gave such a queer expression as if it was enjoying the petting. With Harsh's nudging, he fed the carcass to the thestral and while it was doing so, Harry plucked a hair off its tail. As they were returning, Harsh detailed other qualities of thestrals to him like how they could fly over a large distance in little time, could turn invisible, were protective of members of its herd and very formidable to their enemies. Bantering back and forth they approached Idrishporum and reached the wand maker who snatched the things away from Harry, frowning at him, took you long enough, boy. If I knew what a slacker you are, I would rather have used the materials from my stores. Harry's temper was about to erupt but he controlled his emotions and spoke with gritted teeth, if you already had the materials, why was I sent all over India to collect them? Did you get your kicks by sending me off on a pointless and dangerous task? The wand maker gave him a toothy grin for a while before answering, of course boy. We had to test you and see if you deserve this wand. There are some more common materials which could be used for your wand but this is the best combination and I was not going to give such a weapon to just a boy I knew nothing about. How would I know if there is anything special about you than other mystics? These all wizards here are powerful and that is why they are mystics. Harry listened to the chastisement of the wand maker but said nothing. The man had not said or done anything to merit any anger from Harry and in some convoluted way, his words made sense to him. One nagging doubt which was at the back of his mind was that he wondered if the mystics wanted him killed. Before he could voice his question, the wand maker started again, do not think you were in real danger anytime except when you fought the Naga but that bloke is too hostile. The thestrals are quite harmless to anyone who does not want to harm them in any way. The bird is my familiar and the Yeti has been our friend for centuries. He was rather curious to see if you would run away crying but you stood your ground. As the wand maker took the materials from him, he took a piece of wood which he sawed in the middle with a blade which was crafted like a miniature bow. He put the feather in between the two pieces of wood and tied the two pieces together with the Yeti hair and the Thestral hair in a double helical structure. All this while he was chanting something under his breath and the wood kept glowing. As he was finished, the wood glowed fiery red before returning to its normal color. Then he fashioned a sort of cover from another piece of the wood which was hollow inside. He fit the pieces he had sawn and then tied back with the hairs in the hollow piece of wood, thus giving it the shape of a wand. He sealed the cover with some lacquer at the base. Then he proceeded to attach a handle to the wand so forged whilst chanting some long incantation which fused the handle with the rest of the wand. When he was done, he dropped the whole assembly into a bowl of water that he kept nearby. Harry had thought that the wand would be handed over to him as soon as it was complete. He turned to the wand maker with a questioning look on his face. The wand maker growled at him, "The wand is not ready yet. It will imbibe the properties of the magic in this water for the night before it is ready for use. See me at the first light of dawn tomorrow." As they were returning, Harry asked Harsh, "Guruji, what is special about the water? I have seen you all drinking nothing but water and it has some energizing properties, but that's all I know about it." Harsh smiled at him. "It is magical water, Harry. The water is from River Ganga which flows through North India before meeting the sea in Bay of Bengal. It has magical properties and that is why no insects can breed into its waters. A bowl of Ganga Jal water can be kept for years without it getting bad. The Muggles know of the properties of water, but since they are unaware of magic now, they cannot point out the reasons." As they reached the castle, Harsh led him into a study where he was given a seat and Harsh took the other one. He looked at Harry for a few minutes as if reading his mind before he asked, "What have you understood yet of being a mystic, Harry?" Harry thought of everything he had learned and gathered his thoughts for a few moments before he finally spoke. "A mystic is not just an ordinary wizard or witch, but they are rather proficient at using magic and have access to arcane magic and rituals which have been forgotten by the modern world centuries ago. They are children of Mother Magic and are committed to serve her to the best of their abilities." Harsh beamed at him. "That is very astute, Harry, but what you omitted or failed to observe is that we are warriors, Harry. We fight the battles no one else does. We serve when no one else can. We are the weapon against evil and we are the shield when the times are dark." Harry sat listening with rapt attention for moments before he spoke again. "What will you teach me?" Harsh smirked. "I was wondering when you will ask me the question. I will teach you, be in tandem with your magical core, how to increase your magical reserves, to read someone's mind and to fly." Harry was elated at the last word but had many other questions running through his mind. What about dueling? What about my family magic? What about other skills which are needed to win a war? Harsh was amused at his rant. "Harry, you will be taught everything that is there to know, but you have to have a little patience. There is so much to learn that I have appointed teachers for you. They will teach you things that you will need to learn. I promise you that by the time we are done with you, nobody in Hogwarts would be able to connect you with the boy who walked in those corridors these last 4 years." He produced a book for him. "I want you to read through this book tonight, Harry. This is a small handbook which is issued to all our recruits to help understand our ways. Tomorrow just before the break of dawn, Vari will be waking you up to begin your training. I have given permission to my 5 warriors to discipline you if they feel you are lacking in your performance, and trust me, you will not like our discipline." After a long, difficult day, Harry returned to his chamber. He opened his trunk to retrieve his pajamas. As he was rooting through his belongings, he found the package that Remus had given to him at the port of London. After looking at it puzzled for a minute, he remembered that it was the communication mirror. He eagerly tore through the wrappings and fished out what looked like an ordinary mirror. As he inspected the mirror, it began to buzz and Sirius's voice was heard from it calling him, "Promslet." Harry grinned and tapped the mirror while uttering, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," and Sirius's grinning face appeared in the mirror. India. Harry was sleeping soundly. Yesterday had been a full day with his adventures gathering the materials to make his wand. He had flown on a bird, battled a Naga, befriended a Thestral and met a Yeti. He had ended the day on a high note after he and the Marauders had talked with each other for quite a while. Harry had told them everything he had learned so far. The Marauders had been pleased with his progress. Harry told them that he did not see any major changes in himself. They assured him that he was already doing great and he should continue to work in this vein. He sat up on his bed spluttering as someone doused him with a heavy jet of water. As he got his bearings, he found Vari grinning at him, his wand leveled towards Harry. "Good morning, Potter. It is time to wake up." Groggily Harry looked out the window and saw that the sun had not risen yet. He muttered, "It's too early and too cold. Why would anyone go out at this hour?" The mystic doused him again, making him shiver to the core. "I will take no whining from you, Potter. Guruji has asked me to be heavy-handed with you, if you are incooperative with me. Now, you have 10 minutes to get up and join me outside before I come looking for you again." As he leveled his wand to douse him once more, Harry got up from his bed and ran to the bathroom. After 10 minutes, he was ready for the day with a track suit that Dobby had bought for him and a Weasley jumper which he felt would be necessary in the weather outside, and a good pair of running shoes from a renowned brand he had seen Dudley wear sometimes. It was as cold outside as Scotland was in early winter, but mercifully it was not snowing. As he came out of his room, someone standing behind the door stunned him from behind. 5 minutes had passed with Harry unconscious before he was innervated. Vari growled at him. "First rule of a mystic, never ever drop your guard." Harry sighed. He had been in a hurry to get ready for the mystic and was stunned. If this kept going, then it was going to be a long summer. He merely nodded his head. "I will keep it in mind, Mr. Vari." As he led him out of the castle, Harry saw that it was not even dawn yet, but many of the mystics were up and going about their business. Vari took him to the lake he had seen the day he arrived. It was not as big as the Black Lake, but it was big enough for swimming or walking around the lake. "Start running, Potter," the mystic barked. "I want you to finish 2 rounds around the lake in 20 minutes. Most mystics can do it in 7 minutes, but since you are new, I am being lenient with you." Harry started running. After he had covered about a mile of the lakeshore, he slackened his pace for a second and was immediately rewarded with a stinger from the mystic which made his backside ache and put him into motion again. As Harry finished the second lap and slumped on the ground, the mystic again shot a stinger at him, making him yelp and stand despite being exhausted. The mystic, it appeared, was not done with him. "Down on your knees and hands, Potter. Start doing push-ups. Get those limbs into action." After a grueling hour of push-ups and sit-ups, he was allowed to go and clean up when dawn was close to breaking. When Harry had finished bathing and dressing, having removed all the outward traces of his morning workout, Vari accompanied him to the wand maker, who was sitting in meditating position. Harry kept looking at the ancient man, who looked serene and peaceful in that moment, with his face relaxed and not showing a trace of worry. 10 minutes later, the wand maker opened his eyes as the first light of the day touched the horizon and grinned, seeing Harry there. "Can't wait to try your wand, boy. I suppose the enthusiasm is understandable. Where is your old wand?" Harry produced the wand Harsh had given him. The mystic immediately discarded that one. "This is not your wand. I can hear its alignment is slightly out of tune for you." Harry started retelling the story of the wand Ollivanders had sold to him. How it contained a phoenix feather core and was a twin to Voldemort's wand. The ancient wand maker did not interrupt him, but listened attentively all the while until Harry got to the part where his voice hitched, telling about the wand being destroyed. He told of how another wand with the same core and wood did not fit him after he woke up. The wand maker immediately assumed a scholarly demeanor that Harry had seen McGonagall take several times during the last 4 years. "Old Jarek did not find a compatible wand, That wand was never compatible to you, boy. It was attuned to the soul fragment which was latching itself to you all these years, and therefore you could use that wand. When the fragment died, any wand with that core stopped being compatible to you. If you did not had an unwanted guest latching onto you all these years, no wand would have suited you but one." Harry had been listening attentively to everything the old wand maker was telling him. He knew a little of wand lore from what Ollivander had told him, but this was entirely different, and the way the wand maker called Ollivander by his first name made him think that they were on a first-name basis with each other. The most astonishing piece was that his old wand never suited him but responded to Voldemort's soul fragment. But did not Shilpagius say something about a wand suiting him? He asked the wand maker, "Which wand would have suited me?" The wand maker smiled at the curiosity of the young wizard before him. "The wand of destiny, the elder wand, the death stick." It has many names and has passed through numerous wizards and wreaked havoc wherever it went. It was a Peverell heirloom which was taken from Cadmus Peverell, and since then it has changed so many hands that it becomes hard to track it. He pulled out the wand he had made for Harry and handed it to him. As Harry took it in his hands, his magic started singing to the wand and the air around him started rushing, making the wand maker chuckle. I am sure you will do great deeds with it, boy. Use this well because it is not an ordinary wand. There are only a few of this kind which exist and none of them are in Avalon. Old Jarek would give his family vault to you to just get his hands on it. Harry looked closely at the wand and there were runes through the body of the wand which he was sure were not there yesterday. Perhaps the old wand maker had etched them sometime during the night. On the handle of the wand, the animals of his houses were drawn in their order of importance, starting with a thestral, followed by a griffin, followed by a dragon, followed by an adder, and lastly a unicorn. There were a few more animals on the body of the wand, with the stag in front, then a doe which was in front of a shaggy black dog which was in front of a werewolf. He understood the significance of these animals except for the doe. They were the patroni of James Potter, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, except for the doe which he could not recognize, but he felt they stood for his family. The old wand maker shooed them away before he could ask anything else. Vari led him to the practice range where he set up a practice dummy about 100 meters away. He told Harry to hit its right toenail. Harry was flabbergasted with such a demand. He was fairly accurate in hitting objects, but he did not have such pinpoint precision. He turned to the mystic. Mr. Vari, I have never tried to do such a thing. What difference would it make anyway? The mystic sighed. Mr. Potter, a warrior has to be perfect in his wand work so that there are no chances of error on his part. For example, you are given one chance and you have to hit at a precise spot on your enemy's body where he is vulnerable. You have no other option but to hit that very spot. Unless you know how to do that, you cannot expect to fulfill the task, thus making you fail. It is important to have such an aim that you can hit a moving target blindfolded. If you can achieve this, you will be distinct from your peers and enemies. I have heard of you from Guruji and some of your exploits. While you are formidable for your age, you have unrefined talent and lot of raw power which you need to learn to channel properly. You are a warrior despite what others may say. Harry had no answer to the mystic, so he turned towards the dummy and started casting stinging hexes towards the dummy. Most of his hexes were off by a long margin and did not hit the target, and some got close but never hit the desired spot. The wand felt comfortable in his hand even more than the holly wand, and it felt like a part of his arm. After half an hour of casting, the mystic stopped him. You are nowhere close, Mr. Potter. Let's change the target for simplicity. You have to hit it in the head for at least 10 times, but do not put too much power in your hex. You are causing a dent in the dummy and no one does so with a stinger. Harry sheepishly smiled. How will we know if I am hitting the target? The mystic actually smiled. Then why don't you use a color spell which would paint its head in red if you can make contact with it? Harry nodded and, looking at the head of the dummy, incanted the spell and aimed for the head. In his next 20 attempts, all of his spells hit the mark, and the mystic dismissed him after commending him for his aim and telling him to come down anytime in the day and practice his spell casting. As Harry returned to the castle, Harsh summoned him to his personal chamber. As Harry took it in, he realized that this room had no tapestries or paintings. The bed was a simple straw pallet, similar to what he slept on when he stayed with the Nagas. The only concession to comfort was 2 simple wooden chairs and a table. As they sat, Harsh asked about his day. Harry wanted to grumble and complain but kept his silence, vowing to not give any pleasure to the mystic from his misery. Harry, the mystic said, what do you know of lords in Avalon? Harry hesitated before saying anything. It was a topic which he had thought about a lot in the last few days and had questions to ask. He started. Griphook told me that it was the hereditary position for a head of a house, and every head of house became a lord upon his investment, but he also said that there were true lords. However, he did not explain that. He said you were a lord though, and that I should ask you, said Harry, frowning. Harsh began to explain with a calm demeanor. The word lord refers to 2 types of lords in magic. One is what Griphook had explained to you, but the second are those wizards who are extremely powerful and they have following of wizards and witches with them. They become lord for all of them who decide to follow that wizard, which and the followers are vassals for the said lord, meaning there is a magical bond between them and it is beneficial to both of them. A bond can be formed when one does fealty to a lord or is taken as a willing follower by another, with claiming the other's free will, like Voldemort does with his followers by branding them like cattle. Whoever is a lord has an order which is always ready to follow them and are extremely loyal to their lord to the exclusion of the world. The lords can demand a magical oath of allegiance from his vassals or can claim their magic if he feels that they are betraying him. This is as was decreed by Mother Magic. There are 2 lords in Avalon right now with their own order: Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore and Tom Marvolo Riddle. The next lord who would arise and outshine both of them will be you. Harry's mouth was open in surprise in a perfect, "Oh, but I am an ordinary wizard. I cannot be a lord like that. It is better this way." Harsh chuckled at his protests. "You are not ordinary wizard, Harry. You were never ordinary from the moment Voldemort marked you as his enemy. You have tried to be an ordinary wizard from time to time, but you will not be ordinary. That is simply not your destiny. You have the destiny of a warrior, and a warrior is always renowned. Maybe instead of trying to fit in with others, you should use your fame for the betterment of the wizarding world. There is a lot that you can do." Harry nodded in agreement while thinking of the words that Mr. Weasley had said to him before he had started to India. "Harry, one of your duties is to learn the manners of purebloods in your country so that you will not appear as out of place when you appear in the Wizengamot, since you can assume how people would critically analyze everything that you would do. To this end, I have secured the services of Rachel, who was a talented witch from the minor house of Higgs and has been a mystic for 50 years now. She was friends with your grandfather Charles and your grandmother Doria and is ecstatic at the chance of meeting you," Harsh said. "But why do I have to learn these manners and customs?" Harry asked. "I do not want to be like Malfoy." "Harry," Harsh said gently, "knowing your heritage would not make you Malfoy. He is too arrogant for his own good, but he knows the wizarding manners and customs, and it is not amiss to try to learn them. I believe your own mother was fascinated by these customs." Harry acquiesced, finally knowing he had no option but to agree. Harsh was right that there was no harm in learning his manners and customs. If he had grown up with his parents, they would have made him learn those. He should brush up on those manners so as not to make a fool of himself and give the wizarding world more fodder with which to tarnish his reputation. As they were done with breakfast, Harsh took him to a dungeon within the castle which reminded Harry of the dungeons of Hogwarts. There were shelves full of potion ingredients and cauldrons were simmering and producing bubbles and steams. Harsh handed him over to a mystic who was an anomaly among them. While all the other mystics were warriors by their looks and conduct, this one had a pot belly, was of short height and balding. "Harry, this is Prathyman, a potions master. He will teach you the fine arts of potion making, which I feel has left a lot to be desired under the tutelage of Severus Snape," Harsh said and left the dungeons. The other man snorted. "Snape. He is a teacher. He is a brilliant potions master and perhaps the youngest in centuries, but he is not fit to be a teacher to students who are starting potions. He does not have the temperament for students who have never studied potion making. It requires extreme patience and lot of coaxing the students, gritting your teeth when they make a mistake, and all your self-control to not to shout at them when things go out of hand. Snape is fit for those who have obtained their owls but not young students. He would kill hopes of lots of students who wish to make it to aurors or healers due to not being able to brew perfect potions." Harry said nothing but wondered how true the statement was. The first time Harry had attended the potions class with Snape, he had done nothing but called his students dunderheads and told them to start working on the potions without giving them any instructions. He wondered how different things would have been if Snape had taken the time to teach his students about basic steps to be taken before they started brewing potions. Prathyman turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, have you studied the introduction to the delicate art of potion making?" Harry had not even heard of the said book, so he shook his head in reply, and Prathyman produced a copy of the book and tossed it to him. "Before tomorrow I want you to finish this book and first 5 chapters of magical herbs and fungi. We cannot start this before you know what you are working with." Harry nodded and was about to leave when Prathyman said, "Since you are here and I have your charge for the next few hours, let's discuss your experiences in potions so far. I sometimes crave company of people who would not just talk about battle or business." I have not taught in a school or untrained minds for years now. Harry asked him, have you taught at a magical school, Mr. Prathyman? The mystic said, since we are going to be in contact with each other for weeks to come, I will call you Harry and you can call me sir. Harry nodded. I would like that. The mystic started again. To answer your question, I was a potion master at the Takshila School of Magic. I taught there for years before one of the faculties turned out to be a dark lord who was after me to obtain a rare potion and I had to run away. The mystics saved me and brought me here. Since then I have not left. Harry's curiosity was piqued. Where is Takshila School of Magic? I have never heard of it. The mystic's eyes had taken a gleam that Harry knew too well. It was the gleam which one had when they talked about something they loved. The mystic started telling. The Takshila School is situated on the other side of the Himalayas somewhere in northeast direction. It is unplottable like Hogwarts and I am not going to disclose it to you. The students are collected by flying carriages for the school and they are allowed to let go home in a month at the end of year. We have a high population of wizards and we figure in the top 5 in terms of wizarding power index in the world. The average for India stands at 120, which is equal with Japan and slightly above China, with the US leading with a little margin. Wizarding Britain was once among the top of the list, but the inferior treatment of Muggle-borns and half-bloods coupled with inbreeding has reduced its standing. It is a shame that the Muggle-borns are treated as inferior when they are nothing but children of squibs. What? Harry gasped. They are from wizarding families. But we surely would have been told about this. There is no way that they can keep it secret. The mystic ruefully smiled at him. This research is classified but has been proved to be impeccable with time and again. Any Muggle-born wizard or witch is child of a squib or squibs on both sides. After all, magic has to come from somewhere. But that does not mean that every Muggle-born is half-blood or pure blood. What do you mean? Harry asked, confused. The mystic started again. A family is said to go extinct if all of its members die, leaving no one to carry the name forward, or there are no magical descendants left but squibs. Since squibs do not have magic, they cannot claim lordship of a house. But if a magical descendant appears in a family within 5 generations of the last magical descendant, then he or she can claim the lordship or ladyship of the house. If a wizard is more than 5 generations removed from the last magical ancestor, they are considered Muggle-born. This gave Harry a lot to think about, but before he could dwell on it any more, the mystic interrupted again. So, Harry, humor me with the experience of your first potions class. Harry started telling him about the first class as to how Snape entered the dungeon sneering, cloak billowing behind him, lip curling as he called Harry's name off the register, and the questions that he had asked him. As he finished telling the story, the potions master looked at him curiously. So, did you ever work out the message he gave you in those questions? What message? Asked Harry, confusion showing on his face and in his demeanor. He asked you what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to infusion of wormwood, which in itself is an innocuous question, but in the Victorian flower language it means I bitterly regret Lily's death, the potions master replied, interest choice of words but nonetheless ingenious. Harry's mind was reeling, but he said nothing, willing his expression to be neutral. He had started to try to be impassive in his expressions, which he had seen many people do. He assumed it was some kind of mask that people adopted. As they talked, the potions master gave him many handy tips which made him regret that he had not brought a parchment with him to write it all down. After 2 hours, they were done and Harry went into search of Harsh, who was at the practice field where the mystics were practicing sword play. As he arrived, one of the mystics handed him a sword which felt odd in his hand. It was a long sword and light, but the length of the sword made it difficult for him to wield it. As he stood there clutching the sword in his hand, one mystic, he remembered he was named Anal, charged at him with a sword, forcing him to raise his sword hastily to parry the shot which was aimed at his neck. As he stopped the blow, the mystic kicked him in the chest, knocking him to the ground, and immediately started to bring the sword down on him, forcing him to roll away. Halt! Harsh's deep voice rang out, and Anal put the sword to his side and picked up Harry. Have you no experience in sword play, Harry? The mystic asked him. He shook his head, his heart still thudding in his rib cage. The mystic had him at his mercy and would have injured him if Harsh had not stopped him. How did you kill Salazar's monster? Harsh asked. I distinctly remember Albus telling me that you had used Godric's sword to slay it." As Harsh was talking, a murmur arose in the crowd which was gathered around, and some of the mystics even gave him a respectful nod. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat and replied, "I had a lot of luck on my side. Dumbledore's phoenix had blinded the basilisk and I drove the sword through its mouth, killing it." "Harry, none of your feats was pure luck. You have skill and power to perform those feats. You only needed a little help. I have told you that you should not sell yourself short." Harsh admonished him before he continued, "Anil is an expert in weaponry and he has the task to teach you to use sword, a bow, dagger and the rules of magical combat." "Why would I need to learn swordplay?" Harry asked. "Because Harry's swordplay is something that helps your body to grow up at accelerated pace, not to mention you can channel your magic through these weapons, and if for some reason you lose your wand in a duel then it can come handy." "No Death Eater would expect you to know swordplay," Harsh replied. "I remember Godric using that sword of his to dispatch many of his enemies in a battle where his wand had been taken from him." Harry was fascinated to hear of the feats of a founder. What kind of wizard was he? Was he noble as we all think him to be? Harsh chuckled. "He was a mage, Harry. He was a fighter who could fight all day long and yet remain standing. He was the fiercest of all the founders, and it was primarily due to this reason that bravery is a trait often associated with him." As Harry readied again to practice sword play, Anil showed him how to properly grip the sword and the stance to take before beginning to parry with an adversary. "Keep some space between your feet, Harry, and the sword at your side clutched tight in your hand but not too rigidly, and to swing it in a fluid motion. Today we will not spar with each other, but you will practice the movements which I have just showed you." So it was that Harry spent an hour slicing the air with his sword, or tried to practice blocking strikes from an imaginary enemy. After an hour, his hand felt like lead and his legs were aching from being in battle stance for an hour. The mystics were masters, but he had no other option than to trust them. As it neared lunch, Harsh led him to the kitchens where some mystics were preparing food by themselves. The kitchen was spacious and reminded him of the Hogwarts kitchen. There were no elves serving here. The mystics did the work. "You like the kitchen, Harry?" Harsh asked. "Yeah," Harry replied absent-mindedly, "it's huge and warm." "But why are we here?" "Because we are going to take our lunch here," Harsh announced, and sat at a table which was set for them. As Harry sat, Harsh offered him some dish which he had never eaten before. Harry picked it up, and as he took a bite, he turned into a canary and Harsh burst out laughing. After some time, the feathers all molted off of Harry. Harsh was guffawing at his expressions. Harry tried to look indignant but soon gave up. The mystic had not harmed him anyway but only pranked him. "Has nothing registered into your brain yet, Harry?" Harsh asked him. "You are so willingly trusting of anyone that you immediately took the cream and ate it. Messrs. Weasley and Weasley would be disappointed that you fell prey so easily. They had put a bet of 10 galleons with me that you will realize that the cream was hexed and not eat it." "You bet on me," Harry gaped. "But why did you do that?" "2 reasons," Harsh smirked. "First was that it gave me a chance to prank you and lighten your mood, which was turning gloomy, and second to beat it into your mind that you should not be so trusting unless you are extremely sure that the other person is who they claims to be." He taught a rather simple detection spell to him which he could use to detect simplest of poisons, or if anybody had tampered with his food or drink, and bade him to use it every time he sat down to eat. After lunch, Harsh gave him a journal which was made of parchment and had a mystic emblem on top of it. "This is a journal that we give to every mystic. You can use it to record everything that you think is worth knowing, and it will never finish. It becomes a treasure for coming generations with the amount of knowledge contained within the pages." "Guruji, why do we use parchment?" Harry asked. "The Muggles use ordinary paper and it is much easier to write on, and their pens are easier to use than quills." Harsh just smiled for a moment, then said, "This is the difference between a Muggle-raised wizard and a wizard who has been brought up in wizarding family. The parchment can keep for years without getting damaged, and it is easier to scribble on it with a quill. As the ink on the parchment fades, it can be renewed with a spell, but ordinary pages like Muggles use cannot hold when we use magic on them and tend to crumble or burn down." Harry nodded his head. As he had thought, everything that the wizarding world did, they did for a good reason. He had tried to ask the question of a few others, but no one else had been able to give a satisfactory answer. The mystic gave him answers which made sense to him and quenched his thirst for knowledge. While he was no Hermione, he was a curious person. He tried to act like he did not care so that Hermione would not think that he was competing with her and Ron would not be jealous of him. Perhaps it was time that he should try to be his best rather than part of the crowd. As they were talking, they arrived at a house which was tastefully decorated. The door was intricately carved with a snidget engraved on it. Harsh knocked on the snidget and a woman opened the door. The woman reminded him of someone though he was not sure who. She had blonde hair, gray eyes, thin lips, and the lines around her eyes told him that she was used to laughing often. She looked like a happy version of McGonagall without the stern demeanor the Transfiguration professor often had and much younger. "Harry!" she exclaimed and immediately hugged him. "Oh, you are so much like Doria. You have Charles's face with her features just like your father did." "You knew my father?" Harry asked eagerly. "Of course I did," she replied kindly. "I was with Doria in Hogwarts and left Wizarding Britain around the time that Grindelwald arose. I went back once when your father was born, but that was the last I saw of them. Soon you know who came along and my family sided with him. Being a mystic, I could not be seen mixing with them. In fact, they told me that I was not welcome if I was not supporting their Dark Lord." "Your family?" Harry asked. "The Higgs family," she spat. "My loving family who are all embroiled in dark arts. My nephew's grandson would have been in Hogwarts around your time." Harry was reminded of the first Quidditch match when he had swallowed the snitch and the Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs. He muttered, "Yeah, I met him first year and defeated him in my first Quidditch match." She laughed and invited them in. As they entered, Harsh addressed her. "Rachel, Harry here is a pureblood but was brought up by Muggles. I want you to teach him the ways of wizards, and by the time he is ready to leave, I want him to look like the perfect pureblood. This way, he would be able to take of some support from Voldemort's followers." She nodded her head. "Harry, would you please stand up?" she asked him sternly. He stood nervous of the woman who had suddenly adopted a strict demeanor. She looked at him critically, noticing the flaws in his posture, and shook her head. "We have a lot to do, Harry. Your grandfather Charles was such an imposing presence in the wizarding world. You will need to work very hard to reach that level." Harry sighed. Ever since he had come to the Mystics, they had been giving him more and more work to do. He would be lucky if he could leave within a month. He had started to miss Wizarding Britain and thought of how his friends would be having fun on their vacations. Ron would be at the Burrow playing Quidditch and lazing around. The twins would be having fun inventing things and making things for the shop they had been planning forever. Hermione would be off on vacation with her parents. Susan would be at her manor having fun with her friends who would be coming over. Neville would be having a great time bonding with his parents and being showered with parental love that he never got. Cottage on the Hill. This morning as the students arrived, they were sent on their morning run by Alistair Moody, who was visibly in a bad mood. As they ran, he shot stinging hexes at those who slackened their pace anytime during the run. All of them had welts by the time they finished 3 laps around the property line. As they sat panting, Moody started raining down hexes on them to get them on their feet and start doing push-ups till they drop. After an hour, when they were done with exercise, everyone was cursing Moody under their breath, for the old Auror was venting his frustrations on them. As they were done, he immediately put them in teams to duel him. As they all discussed strategy to win, he apparated away, making them groan. They all scattered in twos to find him and subdue him. The first pair to confront him was the twins who had found him near the property line. As they started firing hexes and curses at him, he immediately disillusioned himself and stunned one of them, while the other started casting hexes in all directions for a few seconds before he realized that perhaps the grizzled old Auror was gone. As he bent to revive his twin, he found himself dangling by one ankle and lost consciousness soon. The second pair were Ron and Hermione, who were behind the house on the property with their backs to each other, their wands out and spells ready to cast. While they looked, Moody suddenly appeared out of thin air before Hermione, shot a stunner at her which she took on her shield. He was gone again before she could react. Then he appeared beside Ron, who immediately shot a stunner at Moody which he barely dodged. In that moment Hermione started raining down on him while Neville, Susan and Ginny ran towards them. Moody was shielding more than dodging, his wooden leg restricting his movements somewhat. He transfigured a stone into a dog and animating it, set it on Ron. Ron had to defend himself against the animation, and that distracted Hermione for a crucial moment. Moody cast a wide area stunner and took both of them out. He was gone again before the other three could reach him. Neville immediately took charge and got the three of them standing with their backs to each other. Moody seemed to have read their strategy and did not appear as he had done with Hermione and Ron. Instead, they felt the temperature was rising and they saw a wall of fire approaching them. This fire was different from ordinary fire in the sense that it was much hotter, like an inferno, and they could see a dragon in the fire which looked menacing with his fangs bared, thundering towards them. Susan tried to use aguamendi, but it proved futile because water evaporated before it fell on the fire and there was no other means to control it. As it advanced on them, suddenly a giant phoenix made of water charged towards the dragon from behind them and engaged the beast. The two creatures fought for minutes before the phoenix was able to subdue the dragon, and it took a few more minutes before the dragon finally dissipated. They turned to find Dumbledore with his wand out, his eyes cold and his face drawn into a murderous-looking expression. "Alistair," he roared, "Alistair, show yourself." Alistair Moody appeared before them, looking tired, and said gruffly, "Albus, whatever is the matter?" "Alistair, why did you use fiendfire on them? Do you not realize that they are school students who have no means to control it or counter it?" he asked coldly, his magic hugging him like a cloak, fierce red in color. "Albus, they need to know what they are facing. A Death Eater would not shower them with stunners or stingers," he grumbled. "That may very well be, Alistair," Albus said sternly, "but you are forbidden from using dark spells against the students. This is where I am drawing the line for you." Alistair grumbled but nodded in agreement. Minerva took over for the rest of the day, asking them to start doing all the transfigurations that they had practiced in the last 4 years to get a handle on their understanding before she started to ask them how these could be used in battle. Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge was feeling miserable. In the last few days, Dolores Umbridge had taken it upon herself to investigate how Sirius Black had got his trial. She had the belief that Cornelius had made some sort of backdoor deal with Sirius Black even if there was no proof. She had risen through the ranks very quickly for a talentless witch. Fudge knew that this was because she had dirt on everyone in the ministry. He had chosen her for the position as his senior undersecretary on the recommendations of some of his old friends who simply wanted her off their hands. While she was efficient in getting work done, she was a cruel witch who had no hesitation in resorting to illegal means to harm anyone. She also had some dirt on Fudge which was rather nasty, and that was the chief reason that Fudge could not get rid of her no matter how much he wanted to do so. When he had passed Educational Decree number 22 last week, he was sure that he could pawn Dolores off on Dumbledore as the new Hogwarts defense teacher and his spy. But that hope had been dashed when Dumbledore arrived this morning and gleefully told Fudge that he had found a replacement for the position of defense professor and that the ministry did not need to bother themselves with it. Cornelius could not do anything about it. The legislation was passed last week with a lot of arm-twisting and favor-calling from some old friends, but now Amelia Bones and through her Dumbledore was calling the shots. He was sure that Amelia was working alongside Dumbledore behind the scenes. The way things were going, he feared his days as the minister were numbered. Another concern of his was how the ministry was undergoing rapid changes. This morning all the department heads had issued directions to their departments. They were assessing the performance of all their subordinates, giving them promotions or demoting them as they deserved. While it looked all good, many Muggle-born and half-blood were now in powerful positions in the ministry while purebloods were shifted to menial positions. Another pattern that he noticed was that all those who were shifted to menial positions were those whose families had ties with you-know-who in the last war. Perhaps he was being paranoid, but he could feel that this was all Dumbledore's doing. "Minister," his secretary called, "Madam Bones is here to see you." He straightened in his chair before telling his secretary to let her enter. Amelia strode into his office looking like a thundercloud, lightning and all. "Cornelius, did you send Dementors to Muggle London?" Cornelius gaped in shock and stuttered, I didn't. Send Dementors. They are bound to Azkaban. Why would they go to Muggle London?" Then explain to me how 4 Dementors found their way to Little Whinging and that to the vicinity of Harry Potter's Muggle relatives," she roared at him. He cowered in his seat. "Trust me, Amelia, I had nothing to do with it." "Is Harry Potter safe?" he asked after a moment's silence, knowing that if something happened to the boy who lived, the public would flay him alive. "Harry Potter's relatives are out of the country somewhere, and it is presumed that Harry Potter is enjoying his summer vacation with them, but a dozen Muggles lost their souls before the Wizarding Patrol could drive away those abominations. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes had to perform a lot of obliviations," she said tersely. Finally he was able to calm himself down. "Amelia, would you please investigate this incident and submit a report to me when you find out who is responsible for this outrage?" She smirked. "I have already concluded the investigation, Cornelius, and I have a warrant for the arrest of Dolores Jane Umbridge for unauthorized use of Dementors. I just had to make sure that you had not authorized the attack before executing this warrant." Cornelius could not have looked happier than he did in that moment when he happily signed the warrant authorizing use of Veritaserum on Umbridge. Adrashporum. As Harry was released from Rachel's care, he was accosted by Pawin, who asked him to accompany him to a room which reminded Harry of a Hogwarts classroom. There were many other recruits there who were grown-up men and women, which made it uncomfortable for him, but he did not complain. As he took a seat, Pawin appeared in the teacher's position. He surveyed Harry for a moment before he started teaching them about runes. He asked Harry, "What are runes, Mr. Potter?" Harry stood. "They are magical symbols which are used in making wards." The mystic smirked. "Runes are much more than that, Mr. Potter. They are embodiment of the language of magic. They represent symbols which are used in place of enchantments, generally to make them everlasting or for other purposes such as making wards, etc." Harry nodded in agreement, listening with rapt attention. The mystic was explaining about languages to them. "There are 7 major languages in which runes are drawn, however we employ another language to draw our runes. For the first month, we will deal with the 7 languages." He then went on to explain the languages to them for the rest of the lesson. As Harry was leaving, he asked him to find a copy of the runes introductory books in his trunk. Harry wondered just how many books had Sirius packed into his trunk. He found the book and read ahead for his lessons. The mystic was not going to ask him to submit essays, but reading ahead would be helpful to grasp the subject. Harry nodded and went on to find Harsh when he was cornered by Achala, who was one of the 2 female instructors assigned to him. She took him to another class where he was the sole student. "Mr. Potter," she began, "are you interested in charms?" "Harry, please," he said. "Mr. Potter sounds so formal and makes me think that I am about to get detention." "I like charms." "Harry, it is then," she replied, "which is the most powerful charm that you can perform?" "The Patronus charm," he replied confidently. She smiled at him encouragingly. "That is quite some skill, Harry. Can I see it?" Harry smiled, and whipping his wand, he intoned, "Expecto Patronum." Immediately a 4-legged creature burst out of his wand. He was surprised to see that it was not the great stag. It was about as big as prongs, but it had claws instead of hoofs, whiskers like a cat, and looked like a leopard, but Harry was sure it was not an ordinary leopard like he had seen in Muggle primary books. Achala exclaimed, "A snow leopard." "Sorry," he said, "what is a snow leopard?" She explained to him, "A snow leopard is native to the Himalayas and they are considered to be the topmost predator. They are as big as a lion and equally ferocious, however these days they are considered as endangered by the IUCN, a Muggle organization which keeps watch on animals which are going extinct, endangered or vulnerable." Harry was disappointed a bit, and she noticed this. "What happened, Harry? Why are you disappointed?" So it was that Harry explained to her how his Patronus used to be prongs, which was his dad's animagus form, and how seeing it changed was like he had lost a connection to his father. As he finished telling, she started, "That is understandable, Harry, but maybe this means that you are becoming your own man. Your parents are never gone from you, Harry, but they are in your heart. Whenever you will look for them in your heart, you will find them there." Harry smiled but said nothing, not trusting himself not to choke on his own words. She continued, "You have power and skill, Harry, but you will have no use for a Patronus here." "What do you mean?" he asked. "We do not use the Patronus against Dementors, Harry," she smirked. "We kill them." I can teach you to use your Patronus to send messages though. Harry was dumbfounded with this revelation. To be able to kill a Dementor was a skill to have. He resolved to obtain that by whatever means possible. After a grueling session in which he practiced every charm that he had ever learned, he was dismissed. As he stepped out, he was grabbed by Ambar for transfigurations. She also had him demonstrate every transfiguration he had ever learned. When that was done, she had him read ahead in the same book which Professor McGonagall used in her classes. By the time Harry left the last class, he was so tired that the corridor floor was starting to look like a nice, soft place to lay down and sleep. That was when Harsh summoned him to dinner. Eating was not Harry's first priority. He could hear his bed calling him. When his food was served, he neglected to use the detection spells which Harsh had taught him at lunch. With the first morsel that he ate, his hands became lead-like and his body became so heavy that he could not move it. As he sat fuming at the mystic, Harsh was rolling on the floor clutching his stomach laughing. After a few moments he picked himself up and administered an antidote to Harry. You forgot a lesson I gave you just this noon. The twins are going to be so cross with you. The Galleons are weighing against them. Harry said nothing but did the detection spell and found that only one of the items was hexed. Asking for it to be replaced, he ate in silence before Harsh dismissed him for the night with instructions to complete the work that he was given during the day. By the time Harry made his way to his room, it was all he could do to fall on the bed, face first, and pass out. Bones Manor. Susan arrived home tired and frightened from the ordeal of the day. Mad-Eye must have been out of his head to show Fiendfire to them. Last year when she heard that he had shown the 3 Unforgivables to the Slytherins and Gryffindors, she had thought that he had lost his mind, but that turned out to be an impostor. She knew Mad-Eye had no hesitation in using any of the Unforgivables, but he drew the line at showing them to others who were not Aurors. Fiendfire was a different matter altogether. She had been scared when the roaring wall of fire came towards them. "Susie, are you all right?" Amelia asked her as she saw the faraway look in her niece's eyes. "Yes, Auntie," she replied. "I brought your heir ring from the vault," Amelia said. "I want you to wear it." Susan remembered that last night, Amelia wanted her to take the ring. They were not able to find the ring anywhere in the manor. Amelia figured that they had returned the ring to the Bones vault when Edgar had taken on the mantle of Lord of House Bones. She had promised that she would bring the ring from the vaults when she returned from the ministry. Amelia fished out the ring from inside of her robes. It was laid on a bed of soft silk in an ornately decorated wooden box. The ring was a platinum band topped by an opal with a common Welsh green etched on it. Susan was apprehensive about being the heiress, but she knew that she would have to take the seat. She picked up the ring and thought about everything that was going on in the world. Circumstances were dire, they all were in danger, and every day that passed made them more vulnerable. When the war came, there would be a lot of death, grief and strife. She needed to stay strong for Harry, who would be in the center of things, and being his betrothed she would need to stand tall despite her own fears. Susan was sorted into Hufflepuff for a reason. The hat had told her that loyalty was one of the qualities which was an endearing trait of the chosen ones of Helga, and Susan was not about to abandon anyone now. If it required her to take on the mantle of Heiress of Bones, she would do it. As she took the ring and put it on her ring finger, she felt her magic reacting to its presence, and the pressure on her body as the ring scanned her was tremendous. She gritted her teeth so that she would not pass out. After a few moments of agonizing pain, the pressure receded and Amelia was smiling at her, looking proudly on her. As Susan stood straight, she hugged her. "Congrats, Susie. You did it." Longbottom Castle. Frank and Alice were sitting in their chairs at the window gazing into the distance when Frank felt the wards flare suddenly. He knew that Augusta or Neville did not apparate to the property but flow in. He instructed his elf Marty to protect them if it turned out to be someone who had bad intentions toward them. After they had waited for a few minutes, the door to the chamber opened and Algernon Croaker walked in, followed by Neville. "Hello, Uncle Algy," said Frank, smiling as Croaker crossed the room at a run to embrace his nephew in a heartfelt embrace. "Oh Frankie, we missed you so much," the Unspeakable murmured. "Good to see you too, Algernon," said Alice, grinning at the Unspeakable. can you tell me why my son looks so morose and why he did not flow in as usual?" Croaker, who had controlled his emotions by now, grinned. "That would be because I am teaching him to apparate. This was the first time that I took him by side along apparition with me. He is feeling nauseous from the first time effects." "And exactly why are you teaching him that?" She narrowed her eyes. "My son still has time to learn it." Croaker cringed at her demeanor but held his ground. "There is a war coming, Alice, and we need to teach him everything to ensure his survival. In the last war, we had warriors on our side, but this time around, there are not many followers." "But Uncle Algy," Frank interrupted, "if you teach him all the fun stuff, what will I do?" Croaker sighed. "You have enough to do as it is. Getting yourself back into top form is the most important thing, followed by making alliances. We have had our warning and we will be better prepared this time." "So exactly what have you already taught him?" Frank asked. "I got my hands on this one just this morning," Croaker said. "He was sleeping, completely oblivious, without even a basic alert ward to guard him." Frank laughed. "Last I checked you were not Mad-Eye, were you, Uncle? You were acting like him." "Frankie, the wards at Green Hues would not hold for too long if someone employed a ward device, and I remember the Lestranges had one. If they were to turn it over to you know who, his followers would enter without any hindrances," he finished gravely. "But aren't the Lestranges in Azkaban?" asked Frank. "Mother told us that they were sentenced to life in the Azkaban prison." "That they are, but their father Rolando escaped the ministry last time and he is still posturing openly as a supporter of the dark," Croaker explained, "so I am teaching skills to survive and fight. Besides, apparition can be good in a duel if you know how to negate the wards set by someone." Frank nodded. "Uncle Algy, would you answer my questions?" he asked. "Mother has been very strict in refusing me any answers." Algernon just grinned. "I am not one to try and cross that old battle axe, Frankie. I do not want her to come after me." India. Harry again woke up to a cold shower, courtesy of Vari. Coughing and spluttering, he sat up and was met with a glaring mystic who had his wand leveled at him with water dripping from its tip. "Wake up, Potter. We have not got all day. Meet me outside within 10 minutes. He barked and Harry flew into action. He was not sure why, but the mystic reminded him of Moody in a bad mood. As he exited his room, he was mindful of raising a shield as he remembered the incident from yesterday and did not want to be on the wrong end of his wand again. After 10 minutes, he was running around the lake, this time being encouraged to be faster with all the stinging hexes that the mystic was firing at him. As he was done running, he dropped on all fours and started doing push-ups until he fell from exhaustion. As he proceeded to the training range, his muscles aching from the exertion of the last 2 days, weary from not getting enough sleep, he was walking zombie-like when the hair on the back of his head stood up. He ducked, hoping to avoid the curse he knew was coming. Too late. He realized his mistake too late as a stunner knocked him out. He was enervated after a few minutes with the mystic grinning at him. "I knew the trick you would do, Potter. I have heard how sensitive you are to magic and the default reaction you have in those situations. You will have to do better, Potter." Harry snapped. "I would do better if I were allowed to get enough rest." The mystic smirked at him. "I told you yesterday and I am warning you for the final time today, Potter. I will not keep up with your whining. You may be a hero to the Wizarding Britain, but here you are just another wizard to like us and you will live by our rules." Harry said nothing, knowing another spat with the mystic may lead him into some trouble, but he decided to raise the issue with Harsh later. As they reached the training range, the mystic conjured 2 dummies. "They will be firing low-powered bone breakers at you, Potter. You will not use any shield but dodge those curses. It will continue until an hour has passed or you are unable to continue." Harry grimaced but had no chance to protest before the dummies started raining down on him and he was forced to dodge. It was as if the dummies could read his mind, and while he would dodge one, the other would fire in the direction he was going. This kept him thinking and running around continuously while trying to evade the curses. After about 15 minutes, when his aching muscles finally had enough, he stumbled for a moment and a bone breaker hit him in the leg. Then he fell down clutching the leg. The mystic, who had been standing at the side, stopped the dummies. He started working his wand and casting healing spells at Harry, which he recognized from spending years under Madame Pomfrey's care. The only strange thing was that the mystic was using a language which Harry did not know but recognized as Hindi, or rather some ancient form of it. As the mystic finished repairing the bones, he pulled a vial of potion and forced it down Harry's throat. A few minutes later, Harry Potter fell asleep. Harry woke up in his bed, his body stiff and harsh, sitting at his bedside, looking amused for some reason. Harry tried to remember what had happened and winced remembering the bone breaker that had broken his leg. Harsh grinned at him. "It is good to see you up again, Harry." "How long was I out?" he asked. "Only 2 hours. Harsh replied. "I thought you would use this as excuse to have the whole day off." Harry smiled sheepishly. "Believe me, if I had thought I could get away with it, I would still be sleeping." He remembered he had some complaints to make. "Guruji, why'd I have to wake up before dawn?" Harsh laughed. "It did not take you long to make that complaint, I suppose it is understandable because you do not exert your body so much ordinarily." Harry smiled shyly but said nothing. "Harry, you are being trained in things that will take years for others to learn, and most of them would never get to learn as much as you do. As it is, we have little time on our hands, therefore we have to make the most of it. Besides, I have to train you like you are a Muggle born for all purposes." "But what does being raised by Muggles have to do with this?" he whined. "You realize that you are important to the wizarding world, Harry?" he asked. "You are expected to act in a certain way that would befit your station. Also, there is a megalomaniac Dark Lord after you, braying for your blood. To win a war you need to have to be better than that to cut off his support base. Besides, your social standing is such that you have to learn these things in order to not let anyone make fun of you or your family's reputation. If you were raised by your parents, you would have learned these things ever since you could walk. But still, why does Vari wake me up before the crack of dawn, making me run and do all the exercises?" he said. "I have not had proper sleep for the last few days." "That is to stop you from having any nightmares," he said simply. "If you are too tired to even stand on your legs, you can't get lost in the realm of Morpheus where he would make you have nightmares constantly. That always happens to those who are sensitive to blood and gore or have been through too much trauma. I have seen my mystics being troubled with such problems till they learn to obtain tranquility." "Tranquility?" he asked. "What does that mean? Have you seen any of us in meditation?" Harsh asked. Harry nodded. "I did. When you treated Neville's mum and dad, you were sitting in such a position." "Right," Harsh replied. "In that position, we often can detach our conscious from our body. When you are able to do it, you will be able to have complete control over your mind. This is a useful skill to have, but it takes time. Therefore, I asked your instructors to make you as tired as they can. This has the added benefit that the additional exercise help your body to get stronger, and your magical core gets stronger the more you put stress on it. However, I will ask Shilpagya to teach you the tricks to relax your body even with little sleep as possible." Harry nodded, but he was feeling frustrated. This was not something he had thought he would be doing. He had thought that the mystics would teach him something which would take care of Voldemort once and for all without being subjected to such discomforts. Harsh sensed his discomfort and smiled serenely. "Harry, while we know of arcane magics, we cannot teach it all to you at once. You have to learn it slowly, taking in account everything that we have to teach to you. Whatever we are teaching you will be useful to you when it is time for your final confrontation. Please be patient with everything." Harry nodded his head, albeit reluctantly. The mystic always seemed to know what was going on. "Now I believe that Prathiman is waiting for you," Harsh replied. "He has been very enthusiastic to teach a student again." Harry groaned. He had read the book the potions master had given him. Although he now understood many things which he didn't know before, he still had not come to love the subject. But he supposed there was no harm in learning a thing or two. When he arrived at the dungeons, the potions master gave him a recipe for a simple pepper-up potion, but there was something different from the instructions that he remembered. As he looked, he found that the potions master had changed one or two of the components. He looked to the potions master, with a puzzled expression on his face. The potions master smirked. "I take it you are wondering about the changed ingredients. While you prepare the ingredients, tell me the properties of each and how they are expected to react with each other, and which of them can be replaced with another ingredient to give me a better result." As he left Harry to work on his own, Harry delved into his work and found it easy to work when Snape was not breathing down his neck or sneering at him that he was like his father. He was nothing like his father. For the sake of Merlin, his father had been an animagus and he was nowhere close. As he progressed with his potion, Prathyman kept asking him questions and he answered. Whenever he failed to do so, Prathyman did not berate him but patiently explained. He found that he was coming to like the subject. Maybe when he returned to Hogwarts this year, he would be able to astonish Snape. When the potion was done, the potion master happily clapped his hands. Well done, Harry. You have the talent to be a prodigious potioneer. By the time I am done with you, I hope you will be able to alter ingredients in potions by your own and still obtain the same results. Not that I am surprised considering that potion is a part of your family magic. Family magic? Harry asked, astonished. My dear boy, do not tell me that you do not know that your family had some extraordinary potioneers. Your grandfather had invented the Sleekeazy's potion, which is easily the most selling potion for hairs. It is heavily used by witches and wizards alike for getting shiny hairs, the mystic told him, and one of your ancestors had invented the Skelegro, which still brings in hefty royalty to your house since the patent over it has never been sold. There have been few more dangerous potions which they invented. Harry was surprised to say the least, but I thought my family was all warriors. That my family magic was related to battle magic. Prathyman chortled. The Peverells were mages, Harry, and they had battle magic as family magic which became a part of Potter family magic, but Potters were more than warriors. They have been potioneers, Aurors, and one or two of them have been minister of magic in their day. Can you tell me more about my family magic? Harry asked eagerly. The mystic shook his head. I do not know all about it, Harry. I know about the potion thing because your ancestors have portraits in the halls of the Potions Guild of the ICW, which is the highest authority for potioneers in the world. Guruji informed us to teach you these subjects which would help you when you delve into your family grimoires. I sincerely hope that one day you will invent a potion of your own. As Harry left, his mind was buzzing with the information the mystic had given him, but he was determined to do well. He finally had found something to strive for other than to fight for survival against Voldemort, and he was going to do his best. Next up was sword instruction. Anil had him repeat the exercises of the previous day until he could treat his sword as an extension of his arm. He practiced swinging for about 30 minutes when Anil declared him to be satisfactory and started teaching him the principles of sparring. Whenever you are in a sword fight, remember to keep the blade away from your body and keep moving so that your enemy is not able to guess what you would do. If you have to clash sword with him, do not clash the edge of your sword with his but the flat of the blade, for this will prevent your sword edge from denting. Goblin-made sword is hard to dent, but there is no harm being cautious. Never grip your sword too rigid, but do not hold it so loosely that it would slip from your hands. If your opponent is ready to strike, parry his strikes till you can see your opening. Never drop your guard and don't be oblivious to your surroundings, the mystic said patiently while Harry decided that he would never again call Professor McGonagall long-winded after hearing the mystic go on and on. After sword practice, Harry made his way to the kitchen. When he arrived, he sat down next to Harsh. Remembering the incident from yesterday, he sat cautiously and cast the detection spell before he picked up his goblet to drink. As he put it to his lips, he felt the air rush around him but paid no heed to it. As he took his first sip of water, his skin had adopted a greenish tinge and his hair was growing at an alarming rate. He looked at Harsh, who was laughing, and sighed. Guruji, what was this? In between his laughter, Harsh said, Sorry Harry. I could not avoid pranking you. I distinctly remember that I had promised to make a prankster out of you. I was elated that you checked the food and drink, but as you drank, I simply enchanted the goblet. Harry grimaced as he remembered how Harsh has accepted Sirius's challenge. This was going to be a very long summer indeed. As Harsh dispelled the jinx, Harry dug into his lunch with gusto. After lunch, he was due for Rachel, who said that she was not pleased with his choice of clothes. While Muggle clothes were good and comfortable, to be a lord and to maintain that persona, he should wear his robes and a cloak. She even directed him to dress up whenever he came up to visit her. She also took an issue with his chicken scratch handwriting. She gave him some quills and calligraphy book and told him to practice his writing. A lord should not write as if he is barely literate, she admonished him. She told him about the duties of a lord and how he should behave in certain circumstances. Worse still, she ordered him to practice his manners whenever he came to visit her. When he entered the runes classroom, he found that he was the only student there. When he asked the mystic, he was informed that Harsh had told him to keep his classes separate from others. The mystic followed orders without questioning. As he sat, the mystic started asking him questions about the Elder Futhark, showing him runes and asking its uses. Harry had read ahead and with little difficulty was able to recall everything that he had read. But he still had to work to remember everything. His respect for Hermione grew, who was able to store so much information into her head with apparent ease. As the class progressed, the mystic showed him the 7 languages which were ordinarily taught at Hogwarts and asked him to study them in his own time. Harry was fine with that, except that the mystic wanted him to learn the Brahmi symbols, which Harry remembered was the language in which Harsh had drawn the runes in Longbottom Castle. While he found those symbols to be strange and hard to learn, he delved into it wholeheartedly while deciding to study the other 6 languages as soon as he could. He felt that he should have taken runes as his elective with care of magical creatures. Runes would have been a better use of his time, and he would not have to put up with Sybil Trelawney predicting his death every time he stepped into her class. "Harry, do you know how much difference a language can make?" the mystic Pawin asked him. Harry said, "I think it makes a lot of difference, because even if we speak English, we use Latin to cast our spells." The mystic beamed at him. "Your basic understanding is good, Harry. The magical the language, the powerful the spell is. When you cast spell in some different language altogether, it becomes extraordinarily powerful. Even a simple incendio in Parcel tongue would be like fiendfire. Similarly, Sanskrit is a language where a different word can cast something more sinister. For example, you can cast incendio with pavasam, fiendfire with davanalam, and hellfire with narkagni." What is hellfire?" he asked hesitantly. "It is a fire which is equal to molten lava in hotness, cannot be fought with, and devours anything whether mundane or magical. There is no protection available against it, and only those with extreme control over their magic should ever try to cast it, because it will bring ultimate destruction if it ever gets out of control." The mystic explained grimly, "It usually devours the caster first, because only he can have some degree of control over it. With the caster removed, think of it as a beast left to run amok to maim or injure people, and there is no one who can subdue the beast. However, I must caution you that no one except you or anyone nearly as powerful as you can cast this spell, therefore keep this to yourself." Harry visibly shuddered and nodded in agreement, knowing the mystic made sense since he himself was uncomfortable to know of the spell. This was the first time that he heard of something which was fascinating yet deadly. In that moment he appreciated that the mystics had erased such knowledge from the general world, or people such as Malfoy would have burned it down twice over. "Here," the mystic tossed a book to him. "This is a book of some deadly spells which only we know of, and now you do. These spells are in Sanskrit, so you would have to learn the language to be able to perform them, but after you become proficient in wandless magic, I believe language would not be barred to you. But for the sake of Merlin, do not share that book with anyone. There was a mystic once who sought to run with it and rule the world as a Dark Lord." "What happened to him?" Harry asked curiously. "You do not want to know," the mystic said cryptically. "Just be assured that things did not turn out well for him when 100 mystics were hunting him down. After we were done with him, no part of his body was left whole." So it was that Harry asked the mystic to teach him the runes of Brahmi and the basics of the Sanskrit language. While this was not mandatory, Harry thought he could do with learning the said language, which would benefit him in the long run. When he was dismissed from the runes class, he went into the transfiguration class. He found Ambar in a jovial mood, which immediately put him on his guard. In all his experience, a jovial teacher usually meant trouble for him. She taught him vanishing objects, which was hard at first, but with a little appreciation from her and some concentration, he was able to do it on his 5th try. A little of the chair remained which he was supposed to be vanishing. Pronouncing herself satisfied, she asked him to practice it on his own. She started to teach him conjuration, which was hard for him. Even after 30 minutes, he was not able to finish it, and she ordered him to practice it when he had time so that he could perform it when he next saw her. As he was leaving, she gave him a potion and told him to drink it just before he went to bed for the night. She said that this potion will help him quite a bit in the coming war. She told him with a wink that it would be fun too. As part of the class, Ambar set him the task of learning some charms, obscure charms which he was sure that Professor Flitwick did not teach as part of the education curriculum at Hogwarts. She made him practice the flame freezing charm, the weather charm which could be used to alter weather over a fixed area, and as they were done, she promised to teach him the Fidelius charm in the next class. When Harry returned to his room, a mystic informed him that Harsh had bid him to stay in his room for the rest of the day and take enough rest to soothe his frayed nerves and overcome his exhaustion. After a quick dinner which was served in his quarters, he drank the vial of potion and went to sleep. Longbottom Castle. Neville was regretting that he had agreed to this insane plan of Croker's. The unspeakable had him apparate to different parts of the country to give him the feeling of it, and it left him dizzy. When Croker asked Neville to do it on his own, he had been unable to do it. Frank, who had been watching Neville struggle with apparition from his window, beckoned him over. "Son, there is nothing special about apparition," he said, "all there is to it is the need to be someplace. When you are apparating, visualize the place that you want to be clearly in your mind. Keeping in mind the image you have so created, will your magic out of you to move you to that place. Keep doing it until your magic responds to the situation." Neville did as his father had suggested. After a few more attempts, he succeeded at apparating, his arm about a foot away from the rest of his body. Laughing, Croker reattached the arm to his torso. Croker told Neville that he thought that would be quite enough apparition practice for today. They went on to dueling practice. As soon as they took their stances, Croker started pelting Neville with a variety of hexes. Neville responded by shielding. They both kept it up for the first 15 minutes. Then Croker told his nephew to try and hit him. Neville started firing back with every hex and curse he knew, while Croker either dodged or shielded, and a few times sent Neville's own spells sizzling back at him. This last maneuver nearly catching Neville by surprise, he narrowly managed to dodge them. They kept this up for another 15 minutes. Finally, Croker called a halt to their dueling practice. He told Neville to practice his shielding with the practice dummies he provided. Croker's practice dummies were not just roughly man-shaped blocks of wood. They were animated and fired off spells at a fairly impressive rate. Neville had to dodge or shield just as he would against a live opponent. Later, he was making his way back to Frank and Alice, battered and bruised, when he saw a regal-looking owl winging its way toward him. When the owl landed on his outstretched left arm, Neville found that it was carrying a scented parchment. While he was mystified as to why anyone would send a letter on scented parchment, Alice giggled and Frank smiled knowingly. The contents of the letter were nothing more than a friendly letter from Hannah Abbott asking about his holidays, what he was up to, and other related things. While he saw nothing overt in the letter, his parents' reaction said otherwise. Neville tried to understand what he was missing. He would have to ask Susan what her best friend was up to. The Burrow. Ronald Weasley was having the most tiring summer of his life. He was studying without Hermione being there to pester him or to help him for that matter. So far, he had learnt a little of potions, practiced most of his transfiguration work, was about to finish his charms, and had been learning some spells from Bill which he knew not everyone would know. Bill was also teaching him runes, and he was sure that he would be able to learn enough to obtain an owl at the end of 5th year. It was likely that he would have to ask Hermione for help, but didn't he always end up doing that? Bill had laid into him that he needed to take his studies seriously and not look for easy grades, which made him change his mind, and he was now trying for runes. When he was not studying, he worried about Harry. Harry had not written him a word, and he did not know where his best mate was. He only hoped that Harry Potter was safe wherever he was. He had abandoned Harry once. He would not do so again. Bones Manor. Susan Bones was in agony from all the hexes she had to endure at the hands of Amelia. Her auntie was being worse to her than the most drill sergeant, and had been subjecting her to exercises which she was sure was part of the standard Auror training. She had yet to touch the Bones family grimoire. Auntie had made it clear that the family magic would have to wait until after Amelia was sure that Susan was ready. When she was not training with her aunt, She was camping in her family library from the time that she had taken airship and was learning a lot more than was usually taught at Hogwarts. Hogwarts did not teach them the more lethal spells, and the books in her library were full of defensive magic. Susan's mind was reeling from everything that she had been learning. Her auntie had pointed out a few books to her. She was to read and learn the spells in those books and have them committed to memory in the next 4 days. When she was teaching her, Amelia did not appear as her jovial auntie when she taught her, but as the head of the DMLE, who had been a decorated Auror in the First War, one who had lost everything in the line of duty. Amelia had also asked her to read some dark magic spell books. When Susan inquired why, her aunt responded by saying that it is easier to defend when one knows what they are defending against. It was sound advice, and Susan agreed with her. If she knew what was being cast at her, the chances of her survival increased that much. She will be ready when the war comes. Black Town House. Hermione Granger was furious. The pranks had been escalating every day and no one was spared from them. This morning, as she had entered the library and opened a book for reading, she found that the book was empty. She picked up another and found that the words from that book were running away. As she followed the trail, she found that the words littered the ceiling and were dancing in patterns. Cursing the prankster, she left the library to find Moony. He was able to undo the prank after some serious spell casting. With the words back in the books where they belonged, she happily grabbed a book on transfiguration which she had never read and got to work, learning the spells. Ginny joined her, eager to learn and asking Hermione to teach her. Hermione invited Ginny to pull up a chair and the two of them worked on learning everything the books contained. Voldemort was always on about mudbloods and blood traitors. When the war comes, Ginny and her family would be just as much at risk as Hermione. There would be nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. So, when the war does come, they would be ready so that running and hiding would not be necessary. Adreshkorum. Harry was dreaming a vivid dream where he was standing on the edge of a mountain and looking into the valley below. The view was simply amazing, but the ground beneath his feet seemed closer to him than usual. Had he become a dwarf sometime during the night? As he was pondering over the thought, he nudged his right paw with his head. Wait, paw. He did not have paws, and certainly he had no fur on his body. As he looked, he found that instead of his hands, he had 2 limbs which belonged to a cat. Freaking out, he started running around and all the other animals ran away from him. He was some kind of predator, that was for sure. As he reached a pool of water, he looked at his reflection and instead of his face he found 2 emerald eyes looking at him from the head of a beast, perhaps a leopard. There were even black whiskers like his hair. He suddenly felt the urge to roar, and what a mighty roar he had. His voice seemed to reverberate and echo back from his surroundings and was magnified tenfold, making animals run and birds fly away in confusion. He again saw the distinct owl which locked eyes with him and showed him the visions which he had seen before. Panicked, Harry started running away and suddenly he felt someone shaking him. Harry woke up and saw the sun shining through the windows on his face. As he sat up, he found that it was quite late in the morning and Vari had not come to wake him up today. Taking this as a blessing, he tucked into sleep again, but the pain from his body made it hard for him to sleep. His muscles were aching and his head was throbbing, and he remembered the dream vividly. As he became aware of his surroundings, he found the gray-eyed Ambar looking at him with excitement and amusement etched on her face. "Good morning, Harry," she said happily. "I take it you had some interesting dreams." "How did you know?" he asked suspiciously. "Of course I know. It happens with everyone who has the capability to become an animagus. It was the mystic version of the animagus potion. Your routine will be different for the next week from the usual. You are not to practice magic but to read whatever is assigned to you and follow some exercises which will help you transform at will," she said excitedly. "Now get your lazy self up and freshen up before we start on today's routine." As he reached the bathroom, he found that the bath was already drawn for him. This saved him the necessity of doing it by magic, and he liked the feeling of it before reminding himself that this would not mean that the mystics would go easy on him. The kind of taskmasters that they were, it was not possible that they could go a day without tormenting him. Half an hour later, he was entering the dining hall. He found Harsh already sitting at the table with a stack of books at his side. He cringed inwardly, thinking of all the reading that he would be made to do. Harry, the mystic said enthusiastically, a snow leopard. That is quite an achievement. Such unusual forms are very rare. Harry smiled in reply. Harsh tossed a book to him which was about the snow leopard. I want you to study this book and understand everything about its anatomy so that the transformation may be easier. While the traditional method of animagus transformation is long but easy, ours will be very hard. For this transformation, you will need to learn legilimency and occlumency. This will help you to keep your emotions in control and to connect with your magical core, the mystic said. Harry said nothing but was thinking furiously. He thought of everything he had ever heard or learnt but came up with nothing. Guruji, what is legilimency and occlumency? He asked. Occlumency is the art of protecting one's mind from external intrusions, that is to prevent others from reading your mind. Legilimency is the ability to read others' minds. Mind magics are very powerful branch of magic but are prohibited in Wizarding Britain, the mystic explained. But why? It sounds like a useful skill. Why would it be banned? Harry asked flabbergasted. You see, Harry, if someone was accomplished occlumens, they could protect any secret within their mind and no one could know it, while a legilimens could find information by simply reading others' mind. The mystic explained. Fearing for security of the ministry and confidential information, the British Wizengamot outlawed it about 270 years ago. However, I know of at least 3 wizards in Wizarding Britain who are master legilimens, the mystic explained while leaving the sentence unfinished to see if Harry would rise to the bait, and Harry did not disappoint him. Who? He asked curiously. Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape and Voldemort, the mystic said while watching Harry's face intently, which seemed to be changing expressions at a fast pace. Harry was thinking of those instances where Snape would accost him whenever they were up to something, and he had even thought once that perhaps Snape had the ability to read minds. How right he had been. The heirs of pureblood families were taught occlumency, Harsh continued, so that the family magics could not be stolen from their minds, and are still taught to that effect by their head of houses, but it has been outlawed for the general public. You would not find a single book on mind magic anywhere save for libraries of old families. I believe you have one such tome in your library, and I want you to study through the first 3 chapters before we meet in evening to start your instruction in it. What about other classes? He asked. You will continue attending runes as usual because Pawan does not require you to use magic yet. However, practical classes for transfiguration, charms and defense will be suspended for a week. You will still continue your physical exercises and your sword play and attend Rachel's instructions in evenings and do all she asks of you, the mystic said in a voice which brooked no argument. Guruji, when I was coming to find Adrishpuram from the plains, I met a peculiar owl which showed me some rather disconcerting visions. I experienced a repeat of that encounter during my dream last night. Harry recounted the experiences with the owl to the mystic, who looked deep in thought. That was a Pravirakarn owl, Harry, and I believe it showed you glimpses of future. The mystic said, perhaps it is time for you to visit Vera Mahir, who is rather anxious to meet you. Vera Mahir? Harry asked. You mean your seer? Yes. Harsh raised his eyes. Is there a problem? Harry shook his head, but he was apprehensive. He was wary of divination after putting up with 2 years of Trelawney predicting his death every time she saw him, and he had been freaked out when she went into one of her trances and gave the prophecy about the Dark Lord's servant returning to him, which could have been serious but turned out to be Wormtail. He apprehended that since she was half seer as Harsh had told him and was mad, Vera Mahir, who was a seer, would be more so. Harsh led him out of the settlement and directed their steps toward the peak of a nearby mountain. As they kept walking, Harry could not help but ask, Guruji, where are we going? Vera Mahir is a recluse, Harry. Seers often stay away from the general population because it overwhelms their inner eye. They often feel disoriented if they live in populated areas. I believe Sybil Trelawney lives in that class of hers all the year around so that nothing would cloud her inner eye, Harsh explained. Seers prefer as little company as they can manage. Vera Mahir would go insane if he were to live in Adrishpuram, so he lives in the mountains away from us. Very rarely he comes down, but when he does, it is matter of utter importance, like when he told me to offer our assistance to you. Harry nodded his head and kept walking in silence, trying to picture the seer in his mind. After around an hour they reached a cottage that looked like it was on the verge of falling down, situated in a copse of dense trees. At Harsh's insistence, he entered first and almost fainted as he crossed the threshold. This place was overwhelming on his magical senses. Perhaps this was like drinking in power for a house elf, he mused. The seer was seated on a blanket spread on the ground, his legs crossed and wearing just a piece of cloth around his lower body as he had seen many of the mystics do. He was impossibly ancient with wrinkles crisscrossing his face to such a degree that it was hard to make out his individual features. His honey-brown eyes were twinkling with such intensity that he would have made Dumbledore jealous, and he had a dense beard white as the snow but not as long as Dumbledore's. "Harry Potter," the seer said in a firm voice which surprised him, "we meet at last. I had seen a long time ago that you would come to see me." Harry was not sure what to say until Harsh prostrated himself before the seer, touching his feet in reverence, and the seer touched his head fondly and muttered, "Ayushman Bhav, may you live long." Not knowing the protocol, Harry followed suit, and when the seer touched his head, he felt like a warm surge of magic had passed through him. This was not uncomfortable in any way, but it was a curious sensation. He shelved the question to ask later. The seer directed them to sit on the mats kept around him on the floor, and Harry sat like the mystics did. Harsh turned to the seer. "Guruji, Harry here had a peculiar dream today, and he already had a brush in with a Pravirakarn owl. The owl showed him some visions which have him worried, and he wanted to ask their meaning." The seer smiled serenely. "That is understandable. Our thirst to know our future and to do things that would benefit us is human nature. What do you remember, Mr. Potter?" Harry kept silent for a minute, recalling all the details of the flash he had where he was flying on his hippogriff to battle. The Quidditch pitch on fire, him holding a girl in his arms and crying, him hugging Susan, he and Susan standing in a clearing with their wrists joined by tendrils of magic, him holding two wands in his hands, Harry standing over the dead body of Voldemort, Harry hugging Sirius who looked beaten with cuts and gashes on his arms but smiling, Neville smiling and embracing him like a brother. The seer sat in contemplation for a minute. "The owl showed you the future, Mr. Potter. The flashes were of some incidents that would come to pass in your life in near future or maybe distant future. The people that you saw in those flashes will be instrumental to your life soon." "But what do they mean?" Harry asked eagerly. "I cannot tell you that, Mr. Potter," the seer smiled ruefully. "These events are the future, and anything you do cannot change them. The future has myriad of ways of coming to pass." "But," Harry tried to protest when Harsh nudged him to keep quiet. "I can understand your desperation, Mr. Potter, but despite doing everything we cannot change the future, can we?" The seer asked him. "When Sybil Trelawney gave you the prophecy, did she not prophesy that Voldemort's servant would escape that night, and he did despite your best efforts?" "How do you know about that?" Harry asked, surprised. The seer chuckled. "Mr. Potter, I have been keeping a watch over your life ever since Voldemort marked you as his equal. I had to, because I knew of the prophecy about you and him." Harry sat quietly while he digested the information being given to him. As he did, he remembered something Harsh had told him when they were visiting Longbottom Castle. He turned to the mystic. "You said there are seers at Hogwarts, with the Pottle twins being two of them, and there is a third one. You did not tell me who the third one is." Harsh smirked. "No one is privileged to information just because it exists. You will have to work for it." Harry pouted, but the mystic did not budge. As they took their leave and were some distance away, he asked the question he had shelved for later. "Guruji, when he touched me with his hand, I felt a warm rush of magic in me. What was that?" Harsh smiled. "When he touched you, he showered his blessing on you, which are positive energies, so your magic reacted in the same way, giving you a warm rush. However, if it was a hostile touch, you would have felt pain which would tenfold in intensity than the pain from Cruciatus." Harry shuddered, having first-hand experience of Voldemort using that very curse on him on the night of his return. "There is energy flowing in body every time, and when we touch someone's feet, we transfer some of that energy into us by willingly doing so." Harsh ended his explanation. As they entered the settlement, Harsh just disappeared, leaving Harry wary. Cautiously he strode towards his room when he had to suddenly jump aside as a stunner flew past him. He looked around and 4 mystics were starting to surround him. He flexed his wrist to take out his wand, and to his horror he found that his wand was not in his sleeve. He remembered that he was not allowed to use magic for a week. As he tried to dodge their curses, they just kept coming. They fired all kinds of curses at him: stunners, petrification hexes, stingers, disarming hexes, and some he did not know. He was too busy trying to get away to safety when he failed to notice a bludgeoning hex which hit him in his ribs, making him growl. As he was reeling from the effects of the hex, several more connected with him. Harry was angry now, his magic oozing out of him and forming a dark aura around him. He tried to do some accidental magic but failed. As some more hexes hit him, he let out a huge leonine roar and started writhing on the ground. He felt his hands elongating and thickening into paws, fur growing on his body morphing into an animal he vividly remembered from his dream. As his transformation finished and Harry Potter was replaced by a snow leopard, each mystic cast a different spell and immediately petrified him, binding him in chains before he was hit with a spell which started to calm him down, and a stunner knocked him out cold. Greengrass Manor. Cyrus Greengrass was in his study going over some of his plans for his business when his house elf popped in. "Headmaster Dumbledore is here, master. Take him to the parlor, Moppy. Tell him I will be along shortly," he said, and collecting Roxanne and Daphne he went to the parlor where Dumbledore was sitting with a somber expression on his face. As Cyrus entered, Dumbledore stood and shook hands with him. "Lord Greengrass." Next he pretended to key Roxanne's knuckles and gave a respectful nod to Daphne. "Chief Warlock, how may the ancient and most noble house of Greengrass serve you?" he asked in his formal manner. "I am not here as Chief Warlock today, Lord Greengrass," Dumbledore said, "but as the leader of the Order of the Phoenix." "And how can we help the Order, Headmaster?" asked Roxanne. "This year things will be tough at Hogwarts with Voldemort." Everyone save him shuddered back, and the children of Death Eaters in Slytherin House will try to divide the school. "I wished to enlist Miss Greengrass's," he pointed to Daphne, "help to ensure that no such division happens," he informed them. "No, Headmaster, I will not risk my daughter's life," Cyrus retorted. "We are supporting you in the war, but I am not involving my children in the war." Roxanne put a hand on his shoulder, calming him down. "I do not want you to do that, Lord Greengrass. I just want her to spread the word to like-minded housemates that the light side will protect those who are willing to come to this side," Dumbledore explained. Daphne was thinking about everything that was being said. It was true that bigotry ran rampant in the house and it could do with a change of leadership, but no one would listen to her. Perhaps, if Harry Potter was willing to endorse her words, they may find some support. This was a plan that would require a lot of time and planning. Cyrus, who had been thinking, turned to Dumbledore. "I believe that is possible, but I will not speak for her." Adrishporum. The snow leopard came back to consciousness and saw that Ambar was looking at him excitedly, examining all his features and making notes on a pad she carried. "Harry," Harsh addressed him, "I want you to remain calm and I will change you back." Harry was still petrified and could do nothing but roll his eyes. After a minute, the snow leopard had morphed back into Harry Potter, who immediately went ballistic on Harsh. "Why did they attack me when they knew that I am not allowed to use magic?" "Relax, Harry," Harsh chided him. "They were only trying to force your animagus out. The next week is going to teach you to control your animagus and to make you able to turn at will. We had to see if the animagus is active or dormant in you. While you still have not become a full animagus, we have shown you what it will be like. You will have to force your magic to help you to transform again. By no means have you become a full-fledged animagus yet, but you will become one eventually." "Huh," Harry said, confusion written on his face. "I mean, we had to see if your accidental magic would force out your animagus form to defend you, as you are not allowed to carry a wand," Harsh explained. "Since we found that it is active, we will teach your exercises so that you can get used to it and can learn to will your magic to help you transform. However, with all the help that we can give and despite all the exercises that we can teach you, you will need better part of a year before you can transform at will." As Harsh dismissed him, he was accosted by Rachel, who bid him to get ready and come to her house within 10 minutes or face her ire, which made him run. Before his 10 minutes had expired, he was sitting in her house and she was standing in front of him with her hands on her hips, eyeing him critically. As she did not say anything, Harry assumed that he had done okay by her. She was quiet for several minutes before she asked him, "What do you know of betrothal contracts, Harry?" "Betro? What?" he asked, making her giggle. They are also called marriage contracts, and almost every pureblood family makes a contract for marriage of their children. There are generally two types of betrothal contracts, one which is made for joining of two houses and some conditions are set in that contract. When the conditions are met, the contract activates and the parties are bound by magic to perform it. The other is where a betrothal is agreed for two persons who are named in the contract and they are bound to be married to each other. But that is barbaric, Harry protested. What about their choice of love? If they do not want to marry the other person, what can they do? He spluttered. That is why such contracts are not entered into any more except in emergencies, Harry. Like in the last war, several families made such contracts so that the children named in the contract would not be without a family in case something happens, she explained kindly. Besides, every pureblood house enters into such a contract when a marriage is fixed and all the terms and conditions of the marriage are fixed. Your mother Lily too had a contract made when she was married to James Potter. Blimey! He exclaimed, I knew nothing about that. Why would Mum agree to it? Harry, she thought she was a Muggle born and as such when she married into a pureblood family, she had to bring something to the marriage from her side. James had a long history of family magic behind him and she had nothing. The magic of the contract made her a part of the House of Potter and she could have some claim to the Potter family magic, however she could never become the head of the house, she said. It all made sense to him considering all that he had learned in the last few days and he was interested to know more. However, he secretly hoped that there was no contract waiting for him somewhere. Little did he know. After Harry finished Rachel's thorough session of gentlemanly manners and the ways of lords, it was late in the evening and the sun was about to set in the west. The entire sky was tinted with orange coupled with streaks of and the green of the woods just made the scene more picturesque. Harry wished he had his broom with him so that he could have flown towards the mountains and seen the sunset. Remembering all the situations he had faced so far, he thought better of it. Giving a sigh, he turned to go to his room when a female mystic approached him. Mr. Potter, a minute please. Harry gave a slight bow to her. Yes, my lady, what can I do for you this fine evening? You have to do nothing for me yet, however that might change if you can flirt as good as you handle your wand. She smiled suggestively and Harry blushed. Guruji told me 15 minutes ago that he wishes to see you in 20 minutes. So you have 5 minutes to change and go to his room. But that's just not fair. It's not my fault, he protested. No, but I could not find you. Now stop your whining and run. She smirked. Harry turned and dashed off towards Harsh's quarters and arrived there in 3 minutes without breaking a sweat. As he entered, Harsh glared at him. Did I not expressly instruct you to change before coming? Guruji, the one who was sent to fetch me just told me 5 minutes ago that you wished to see me. Harry whined. It's not my fault that she couldn't find me while I was attending Rachel's lessons. No, it is not your fault, Harry, Harsh said, but you must keep track of your time. You were supposed to be done with Rachel about 30 minutes ago. You will need a lesson to remember the value of time. Harry cringed at his tone but only shook his head. I will accept your decision, Guruji. Harsh whipped his wand out and after a few casual flicks Harry was dressed in clothes like the mystics. He raised an eyebrow towards the mystic. Why do I need to be dressed like this, Guruji? Harry, there is no dress code but I often feel that I can concentrate more when I am feeling at ease. I think my definition of ease is different from yours. He raised his wand again and a few seconds later, he was wearing a heavy woolen robe which was quite comfortable to him. He directed Harry to sit on a mat nearby. Take a seat, Harry. Now sit crossing your legs and your hands resting on your knees with palm facing upwards. Close your eyes and concentrate on one thing to exclusion of everything. It can be anything, irrespective of whether is real or not. However, it should be something pleasant, something which soothes you. Keep attention on it and keep thinking about it. Harry did as instructed and in a few seconds, he was concentrating on the scene he had seen just before he woke from his coma, the cottage at Godric's Hollow. His family together and waving to him, the faces lit with smiles and their eyes shining. Harry thought about his father who was one of the most talented wizards of his generation, who had helped his friends to become animagi without any help, one who had gone toe-to-toe with Voldemort 3 times and lived to tell the tale, who had given his life to protect his wife and son. He thought of his mother who had died shielding her son from an enemy, who was the brightest witch of her age, who had performed a feat unimaginable. He thought of the strict-looking man his grandfather was who looked every inch the warrior he was touted to be. His thoughts strayed to his grandmother who was kind yet fierce as per the accounts that Rachel told him. As Harry was wandering, he felt some kind of void in front of him beyond which he could not see. As he stepped into the void, Harsh's voice came to him, "Come back, Harry. This is enough for today." As Harry opened his eyes, he found that he was mentally drained. "How long were we doing that?" he asked. "Just over an hour." Harsh replied, "What did you see?" "I was in Godric's Hollow with my family and was thinking of them when I felt a kind of void in front of me. I felt like it was pulling me towards it," Harry said. "I was afraid to enter it yet I not turn away. I just had to know, had to feel what was in that place." Harsh smiled. "Very good, Harry. That void as you say is your mindscape. It is nothing right now but you will have to build something over there like I have this castle as my mindscape." "What would be good, Guruji?" he asked. "Something that would be secure." "You have just answered it for yourself, Harry," Harsh said, "something that would be secure." What about Hogwarts Castle?" Harry asked hesitantly. Harsh laughed. "You are really Voldemort's equal. His mindscape is the Hogwarts Castle with the Chamber of Secrets and a few undiscovered rooms. I would rather choose different mindscapes so he would not have run of the place if he succeeds in entering your mind," Harsh said. "Now Harry, you are to do this exercise before you go to sleep and with different thought. Maybe some idea would come to you about your mindscape. If it does, I want you to describe it with great detail in your mystic journal so that you can make your mindscape just like that." Harry nodded and was about to leave before Harsh started again. "As soon as you are done with your dinner, you will report to Pashupati in the stables. He has some job for you as your punishment. This was the first chance and it was not intentional. I am going easy on you and letting you escape with minimum punishment." Harry nodded his head in agreement and left for his room. After half an hour, he was standing in the stables where Pashupati was waiting for him. "First you are to untether your hippogriff and take it to a ride. After you are done with that, you will help me find some wand wood in the woods." He tossed an ordinary wooden staff to him. "Keep it when you are up in the air. Who knows what you would find." Harry untethered his hippogriff and he brought him out and was petting it when Pashupati growled, "Who would put the tack, Harry? You intend to ride bareback?" Shrugging, Harry went to the store room which was at the side and took out the tack he remembered using earlier and set to work. After 10 minutes, the beast was saddled and Harry mounted it. As he petted its side, Black Storm extended his mighty wings and ran outside. In a few minutes, Harry was soaring in the sky, exhilarated by the rush of air through his hair when he noticed a squadron of winged horses flying towards him. They all had men with swords mounted on them and when they neared him, they moved to the attack. Harry dived hard and as he was leveling the hippogriff, he found that the attackers too had dived with him. Knowing no way out, he started maneuvering the hippogriff in mid-air, making it fly in unpredictable patterns while he tried to make it to the ground. However, his pursuers seemed to know his mind and they kept blocking him at every turn. It frustrated Harry because he knew that if he was allowed to do magic that he could have escaped easily. He remembered that the staff which Pashupati had given him was strapped at his back. He loosed the staff then wielded it as he had learned to wield a two-handed sword. The staff was a little longer than his practiced sword, lightweight wood and was sturdy. As the first attacker came into range, he swung the staff with all his might and clipped one wing of his opponent's horse, forcing him to descend. The other attackers immediately started keeping their distance from him, but not allowing him to escape. As he was getting tired, one of his opponents suddenly attacked him and it was only with the quick reflexes of his hippogriff that the attack was rendered futile. While his opponent was readying a new attack after the failed one, Harry swung his staff and heard the distinct sound of bone breaking. Then he was left with two opponents. They decided to attack him together and soon, he was facing dual attacks. What was making it harder was that they were cloaked in dark hooded robes which, against the night sky, made it nearly impossible to see them. Too soon, he heard rushing wings and tried to dodge away from the incoming animal when he felt a weight fall on the hippogriff. An opponent had leapt on his hippogriff from his horse, hit Harry on the head with the flat of his blade, making him almost faint, and jumped to the ground. Before he lost consciousness, he willed his hippogriff to return to the ground and passed out. He was enervated by Pashupati, who looked kind of disappointed. "I thought you would do better than that, Harry. You should have felt the moment he jumped from his horse." Harry, who was feeling angry for all the times that he was used as a whetstone by the mystics, snapped, 4-on-1, in the dark, complete surprise and no magic. "I had a great time, I'm sure. Is that your idea of fun?" Pashupati gave him an evil smirk. "It was not, but how would you be prepared if you did not know what you can face? They were only trying to teach you." "And just what am I supposed to learn from being knocked out of the air?" Harry asked sarcastically. "They will teach you aerial warfare. They were just taking stock of your abilities. They think you can be a great fighter," Pashupati said, "and they also said that your familiar bond is rather weak. I want you here every day in the morning to look after your familiar, and you will do everything to make this bond strong," he said in a stern voice, and Harry could only nod in agreement. After that, he took Harry with him to the woods in the settlement where they were going to search for wand wood. He asked Harry how would they find wand wood, and Harry was stumped for an answer till he remembered a certain creature he had read in Fantastic Beasts. "I will look for bowtruckles in the trees," he said confidently. Bowtruckles are tree guardians, as they are called, live in trees which have wood fit for wand making. "When I find one, I will try to offer it wood lice. Its preferred food are fairy eggs which it loves, and ask for wand wood. A wand wood given voluntarily by a tree guardian is better for a wand than one forcefully taken." Pashupati beamed at him. "It looks like you have a way with beasts, Harry. Did Hagrid teach you about these wonderful beasts?" Harry snorted. "His definition of wonderful is a bit different from mine. Beasts that I would avoid because they are huge, scary, or flat out dangerous. He thinks they're cute and cuddly and wants to take them home and adopt them as pets." Pashupati laughed. "Still, he has a heart of gold, and his knowledge of beasts is second to none except famous magizoologist Newt Scamander, who I believe wrote a book on fascinating beasts he found during his travels." Harry nodded. "His book is popular with the students and the public in general, and his brother was a decorated orar. I read that he fought in the Grindelwald Wars." "You are right, Harry," the mystic said. "Newt, his brother, and few of his friends aided in the war effort. By the way, how many fascinating beasts have you seen in real?" Harry smiled to himself. "More than I would like to see. Most of them were looking to kill me or maim me at the least. In my first year at Hogwarts, I watched a dragon hatch from an egg, and then I fought a 3-headed dog at the end of the year. In second year, my friend Ron and I were carried off by acromantulas. Then at the end of year I faced a 1,000-year-old basilisk and had to kill it. In third year, Hagrid showed us hippogriffs. In fourth year, I was introduced to blast-ended scroots, which were some monstrosity Hagrid had bred. Then I faced a dragon and I had to steal a treasure from it. Then I had to face merpeople to rescue what I would miss most, and in the maze, I faced a blast-ended scroot, an acromantula, and a sphinx. Here I have seen a yeti, a gandabaranda, made a familiar bond with a hippogriff, saw a thestral, and now we are trying to find a bowtruckle in the dead of night with nothing to help us to see in this darkness." Pashupati chuckled. "You had quite the experience with the beasts, Harry. Perhaps you should write all your encounters with the beasts in the journal." The mystic produced 2 glass vials which looked ordinary till he lighted the bluebell flames in them and handed one to Harry. "Now you can see in the dark. I want you to find a bowtruckle." He produced a pouch from his clothes. "Here, take this batch of doxy eggs and offer them to the bowtruckles and appease them to give you wand wood." An hour later, Harry had an armful of wand wood, and he returned to the camp with the mystic, who promptly dismissed him. As Harry returned to his chamber and lay on his bed, he started thinking of a suitable. His concentration wavered, and he went into his library to find a book which might help him a little. He found a curious little book about mindscapes which was handwritten by Archibald Potter, titled Mind Magics: The Magic You Should Be Afraid Of. There was a chapter in the book which discussed was even a detailed description by the author of his own mindscape. "My mindscape is the Potter Castle, which used to belong to the Peverells before the line was merged together. The castle is easily the size of Hogwarts, though not as grand. It is 3 stories tall and sprawls over an 100-acre field. There are also the adjoining grounds, and the is situated somewhere in a valley in the Highlands in Scotland. The castle is surrounded by every kind of ward available and sits on 4 ley lines which keep the wards charged at full power. The woods are as dense as the Forbidden Forest and all kinds of creatures live in it. The most delightful thing is the river that flows through the property and is a home to a tribe of merpeople. Harry kept reading the description till he fell. Didn't take long. He was mentally and physically exhausted from all the lessons and activity of the day. Ministry of Magic. Amelia was in her office doing some paperwork when her secretary came in. "Mr. Black is here to see you, ma'am." "Send him in," she said wearily, having been tired of the ordeal that the day had been. Earlier in the day, the Wizengamot, in an emergency session convened at her behest, tried Dolores Jane Umbridge on the charges of unauthorized use of Dementors, Muggle baiting, possession of Class B non-tradable artifacts in the form of a handful of blood quills, and for some other crimes that she had confessed under the effects of. The entire Wizengamot seemed to despise her for some reason, and with the minister leading the mob demanding her head on a platter, she was sentenced to the Dementor's key. Sirius Black entered the office, looking every bit the regal man that he was, adorned in expensive robes which screamed wealth, a cloak billowing out behind him and a smile gracing his face. "Amelia," he said, taking a seat across from her place at her desk. "Sirius," she replied with a nod, "how can I help you?" "I have come to request that you have my wand brought up from the archives," he said. "The one I am currently using did not choose me and I find it hard to use it while doing some intricate magic." Amelia sighed. "I am sorry, Sirius, but your wand was destroyed. I spent several days scouring the archives, looking for it, before Proudfoot informed me that Cornelius had it snapped when you escaped Azkaban." Sirius's reaction of shock and rage was plain to see, but he reined it in before he spoke. "I see. Perhaps I will have to pay a little visit to a friend after all." He left Amelia to go down to the atrium when he collided with someone who snapped at him, "Watch where you're going." As Sirius looked up, he found himself face to face with one Percy Weasley who had an air of haughtiness about him, but when he realized who he had just snapped at, he quickly deflated. "Mr. Black," he nodded, "pardon me. I was not paying attention." Percy then fled as quickly as he could manage without actually breaking into a run. As Sirius was getting down to the atrium, he was accosted by Moody. "What are you doing here, Black?" As Sirius recounted everything that had happened, concluding with how his wand was destroyed, Moody listened sympathetically, then paused to consider before advising, "You'll want to stay clear of Ollivanders. You're not a schoolboy and you'll want something better than an off-the-shelf wand. Get one custom-made. That'll do you right." Sirius nodded and disapparated as soon as he was in the atrium. Cottage on the Hill. Phileas Flitwick was having fun for the first time in decades. This morning he had decided that he wanted to test the students. He put them in teams and jeweled each team in turn. The rules were simple, charms only. As he suspected, none of them had any idea of how to use charms in a battle. So, he was enjoying himself at their expense. First up were Fred and George. Their opening gambit was gang banishing charms which he casually flicked aside while grinning at them. One of them managed to get a summoning charm in under his guard, but as the tiny professor hurtled through the air towards them, first, one of the twins found himself dangling in the air, held up by one ankle. Next he used Aguamenti to blast the other twin in the face with a jet of water followed up with Tarantalagra, and for a finishing touch, used a sticking charm and stuck his wildly tap-dancing victim to the wall. Next up were Susan and Hermione, who wildly fired off all the charms they could remember from their charms. Professor merely dodged them all with apparent ease, clearly demonstrating what a 9-times international dueling champion can do. When their barrage of spells let up for the briefest instant, he sent Hermione flying with an overpowered banishing charm, who landed on her bottom some distance away. He followed up by dousing her with a jet of water, then freezing it, encasing her in ice and trapping her where she sat. Then turning his full attention to Susan, hit her with Ascendio, sending her soaring high into the air. She started to fall back to earth, but before she hit the ground, a cushioning charm saved her from any real harm. For the finale, he faced Ginny, Neville and Ron together. Ginny immediately went on the offensive, forcing him to raise a shield. Ron also went on the attack, trying to flank him. Neville just stood there, his wand raised, but doing nothing else. He started by firing a locomotor charm at Neville, which sent him gliding across the room until his head hit the wall, knocking him unconscious. Keeping his shield to Ginny, he dueled with Ron for some time, who dodged his spells until he connected with Petrificus Totalis, stopping him, then banished him to a cabinet in the room and followed up by locking it with a final flick. Taking his shield down, he then turned to Ginny, dodging her charms as she cast everything she knew. She was able to keep him occupied for some time until he connected with a well-timed deep sleep charm and Ginny slumped to the floor. An hour later, the students were sitting in the classroom looking at the charms professor, who was grinning at them. None of you seem to know how to use charms effectively in combat. Do you suppose that only hexes, jinxes and curses are any use in a fight? Today, all of you have experienced firsthand exactly what charms can do, and you must learn to use that for your own advantage. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore was having to work pretty hard considering it was supposed to be the summer break. Generally he used this time to attend the annual ICW convention. This year, however, he sent his regrets for being unable to attend to the conference committee in Greece. Aparichet, whose real name he did not know, had taken up residence in the castle and was busy remodeling some unused classrooms for his purposes. When Dumbledore had expressed his astonishment, he merely told him that the rooms would be used to teach or train his classes. He had put some of those rooms under the strongest privacy wards which Albus had never seen before. He was actively searching the entire castle, discovering ways in and out and other entrances which nobody stranger did not share everything that he found with Dumbledore, but he knew that Harry James Potter would be told everything, and that was sufficient for him. Ever since Harry's departure with the man who had masqueraded as a healer trainee, Albus's thoughts were with the boy he had come to love as he would his own grandson. When Harry arrived at the castle to start his first year, Albus wanted to start giving him private lessons, but delayed his hand, telling himself that he was giving Harry the time to have the childhood that he never had at number 4 Privet Drive. Each year, he considered his decision again, and each year he told himself that the boy was still too young. Finally, at the end of 3rd year, he decided to start Harry's training at the beginning of 4th year. After driving off 100 Dementors single-handed, boy or not, he certainly had enough power to be Albus's apprentice. Then the Triwizard tournament came to Hogwarts, forcing another change in plan, and Harry's training was delayed again. The mystic had come as a blessing and a relief to him. They would be able to teach Harry more than he ever could. He supposed that after Harry had become his equal in versatile and arcane magics that he was unlikely to become his apprentice. He would have to choose another for that honor. He had thought long and hard about all the promising young witches and wizards he knew and narrowed down the options. The select few that came to the top of the list were Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, Susan Bones and Neville Longbottom. Hermione Granger was an extremely capable witch. Selecting her as his apprentice would send a strong message to the wizarding world. But, as brilliant as she was, she had her limitations. First, she was too quick to judge, and her Muggle upbringing meant that she judged things by Muggle standards. Her narrow-minded attitude and ignorance of deep and ancient wizarding ways meant that she could offend and even cause harm in the name of what she thought as justice. She could be taught. Other Muggle-borns had overcome their own prejudice, learned about the wizarding world thoroughly and embraced it wholeheartedly. Some were even the heads of cadet lines and welcome in pure blood. The problem that could not be overcome was that she simply lacked sufficient power to learn much of what Albus wanted to pass on. Ronald Weasley was ineligible for a lot of reasons. He was a pureblood but could not rise above the bias of house colors. He had a deep-seated belief since childhood that Slytherins were evil. Albus had met many Slytherins in his life who were anything but evil. His friend Horace Slughorn, who had been one of the most popular teachers of Hogwarts, was a Slytherin and head of House of Snakes for decades. Alistair Moody was a Slytherin during his time at Hogwarts, and so was Andromeda Black. Even Cedrella Weasley née Black had been a Slytherin, and she was his grandmother. He was also very lackluster in his studies and tended to avoid working hard. It was a surprise considering his siblings had made their fame by working hard for it. William had been a head boy for his impressive academic record and became a curse breaker at Gringotts. Perhaps one of the best that they had, and his warding abilities were superior to most. Charlie was an extremely talented Quidditch player who had become captain in his day and could have played for the national team but went on to become a dragon handler, an ambitious career. Percival was the most ambitious of them and knew about how to exploit his advantage. He was a top student and became a head boy in his day. The twins were not into academics but they were brilliant inventors. Albus personally liked their pranks and kept a diligent watch on them. If they kept up the pace, they would have their own brand of family magic soon. Young Ronald had disappointed him so far with his work ethic. He could not be an apprentice if he did not rise above his bias and did nothing to become more studious and hard. He had not yet shown that he was powerful enough to be eligible for the position. Susan Bones was a powerful and resourceful witch, but he did not think that Amelia would allow her to become his apprentice. Besides, he did not know much about her abilities or anything else about her other than her being Amelia's niece. Neville Longbottom was everything he needed in an apprentice. He was well versed in the ways of the wizarding world, came from a family of powerful wizards, had a long magical ancestry behind him and was as powerful as Voldemort if not more so. Albus felt that he had focused his attention on Harry for too long. At Neville's he deserved equal attention because he could, just as easily have been the child of the prophesy. Neville Longbottom was easily as powerful as Voldemort. But all those years of living under the care of a grandmother who was disappointed that he wasn't his father and trying to use his father's wand had hampered his growth and undermined his confidence. He will need a mentor to guide and support him as he grows into and refines his powers and becomes his own man. Neville would make an excellent apprentice should he choose to accept his offer. Albus just hoped that Harry would not resent him for this choice. Looking out of his office window, Albus could see that the day had passed on into evening. It was likely that the students were done with their lessons and drills for the day. It had been too long since he last visited Green Hues. Now would be a good time to remedy that oversight. He whistled for Fox and the red and gold-plumed phoenix appeared before him. No sooner had Albus grasped his tail feathers than they both disappeared in a flash of red and gold flames. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.